So yeah, let's get it started. I will talk today I will talk about communities in crypto. So I will tell you why communities are important in crypto and how to build yours. So I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, that's me. Yes. So yeah, once again, if you missed the last day, I'm Umee, and I have 3 very community-driven projects in the Interchain, which are DeFi Times, COSMWASM, and Friends Validator. DeFi Times is a media company, so as you can see, it's like very, very community-driven. And today I will basically show you how to build your own community for your very own crypto project. So first of all, what are communities actually? I mean, they are pretty omnipresent in today's society, and communities can basically be everything. Political parties, if you want to say it like this, these are communities. Football fans, also a community. And of course, YouTube communities. They are also called armies, for what reason whatsoever, but they are also communities. So now the question is, what is so special about crypto communities? It's very easy. Money. We are here, I mean, yes, we all like Cosmos, we are here for the technology, I know, but we also have a financial incentive. So, I mean, we hold, for example, a governance token, and we are part of a DAO, but we also hope that the DAO succeeds, so that our token goes up, and that we finally can buy our Lamborghini. So that's like, at the end of the day, we also want that. So crypto communities also have a financial incentive. And now the question is, I mean, there are governance tokens, for example, so am I a community member just by holding a governance token and do nothing? Not necessarily. So, I mean, on the one hand, yes, I can hold my governance token, which is cool, but I'm pretty much an active. And I think for me, an active community basically has 4 different types of members, which are active token holders, so people who hold a governance token and vote on governance procedures, for example. Or that take part in discussions on Discord or on Commonwealth, etc. So people that really actively contribute to the project. Then you have content creators, like, for example, my friend CryptoCito is a very good example. He's actually part, so he does not work for Osmosis, but hey, he covered Osmosis in the early days, which also brought a lot of value to Osmosis. Then you have the auditors, like people who just sit behind the laptop and make sure that the code is all right, and yeah, that have another perspective on the code and make sure that everything is safe. And of course, you have the builders, people that actually say, okay, I want to bring the project even, I want to push the project even more and want to, for example, build additional applications on top of a layer 1, for example, or that say, hey, I can add a new feature to your project. So builders also bring a lot of value to your project. And this is the reason why we saw so many DAOs evolving in 2021. Because, I mean, it's very cool to work for a DAO, especially for a developer, because you don't have this 9-to-5 mindset, you don't have a boss. If you, as a developer, are part of a DAO, you can just create value, provide value, and it will be appreciated and therefore also rewarded. And this is why so many developers left companies and worked for Web3. So this was very, very cool to see. And now the question is, what makes a community actually strong? And it's pretty easy. So on the one hand, your community has to be active, of course. I mean, you can have 1 million followers on Twitter, but they are pretty useless if they do not engage with you. And it also looks very weird if you have 1 million followers on Twitter and you have 100 likes, the people will assume that you bought these followers. So this is also like not very productive to have millions of followers without having the activity that you need. On the other side, you also need kind of a certain quality of your community members, because I mean, ideas are very cool, but if you just have community members that talk and engage with you but do not push your project forward, it's also not that helpful. I give you a very good example. It's basically Osmosis. Osmosis is a masterpiece of how a community can work and how valuable a community can be. So I mentioned, for example, CryptoCito. So of course, Osmosis has a gigantic presence on Twitter, like one of the strongest communities in the Interchain, one of the most followers on Twitter, for example, but they also have content creators like CryptoC2 who decided to cover the project from the very, very beginning. And this is why Osmosis nowadays has even a stronger community than, for example, Uniswap or PancakeSwap, etc. So this was very cool to see. Now, I want to give you like a nice comparison to it, because let's have a look at communities in TradeFi. So communities in TradeFi, I mean, we all know these scenarios. So corporations also have communities in a different way. So, yeah, so you have the shareholders who hold a stock of a company, and once in a year they meet for a shareholder meeting, but your vote is not very strong because we're talking about a centralized company. You have the structure of CEO, CTO, CEO, etc. And the people have a very slightly impact on the governance procedures, and you also have to apply to work there. So it's not like, hey, I can create value, I would like to work for you, try this at Mercedes-Benz. They will say, yeah, okay, but please, we need to review your previous jobs, etc. So in a nutshell, communities in crypto are more powerful, but therefore also more important. So we basically have 3 pillars, in my view, in order to have like a successful crypto project. And these 3 pillars are, of course, strong tech. So, of course, your code has to be safe. And you also need a product market fit. If nobody wants to use your product or doesn't have the necessity to use your product, it's pretty much useless. But also, you need a strong community for the reasons I just mentioned, because the community is basically the project that takes the extra mile for you. And there are also many crypto projects that do not necessarily have a product market fit, or like not the best tech, for example, Shiba Inu, but they have a super strong community, and they brought the project, very far. Now let's talk a little bit about how to build your community. So there are a couple of ways. So the first way is to say, okay, so first of all, you have to create value. Then you need a very clear vision. Then you have to be active, and then you have to take people seriously. I will show you a couple of examples to bring this more into perspective. So one of my projects, as already mentioned, is Friends Validator. Just a short introduction. Friends Validator is a validator business, so we have validators on multiple Cosmos chains, such as the Cosmos Hub, Osmosis, Juno, you name it. And the first thing that we ask ourselves, who are we and what do we stand for? So we had a clear mission. We said, okay, we are not only a validator, we also want to become your friend. And this is actually a very basic and very easy mission, but we communicated this mission very clearly so that everybody was able to understand it. We repeated it on Twitter 100 times, GM friend, GN friend, etc., so everybody was able to understand that's the mission of Friends. It was very easy and very straightforward. So everybody in the space was able to understand this mission. And I mean, there are other projects such as Region Network that also have a very clear mission. They are more complex, but if you think of Region Network, what are they going to do? Well, they want to solve climate change, for example. So again, a very clear mission, and that's why also Region Network has a very strong community. The other thing is, you also have a pretty strong impact on governance procedures, because many people delegated your funds to you, so therefore you have like a very strong say in governance procedures. And what we always do when there is a controversial governance proposal on the hub, for example, or on Juno, we ask our community, guys, what do you think of it? We engage with them. We say, guys, your opinion is important to us. And so we said, okay, governance proposal 20, which was also the governance proposal that had to do with the whale drama, we said, okay, that's kind of a controversial one. We say we make a splitted vote, a tally vote, so 50% of our vote represents what we think, and the other 50% is what the community thinks. And this was how the community felt like, like they really saw that they are important for us and that it's not like just a friend meme. No, we are really your friends, and we show this in our governance procedures on chain. Another example, and what's also very important, is be active. So another project is our media outlet. It's DeFi Time, so we have a YouTube channel and a podcast. And if you are like a crypto project, of course, you can talk about your products all the time, but the people need something to touch. They really need something to see and something to engage with. So this is what we also do. So we publish content like crazy on all the different platforms, week by week, week by week. And even though some of the episodes are not that successful, we basically show, yes, our show goes on. No matter what the market conditions say, the show goes on. And I think this is also very important for like also technical projects. So, I mean, you can also hire some media people for your crypto project and make videos about it. Like you can do vlogs. So the opportunities here for every crypto project is pretty much endless. And then finally, COSMWASM. I saw many shirts here at the conference as well. So COSMWASM is a crypto conference, and it took place in Lisbon in 2021, last year. And yeah, we created a lot of value to the community because we were like just 4 friends from the Cosmos community, together with my friend Fabian from DeFi Times, and also with Basil and CryptoCito. We said, okay, we want to have a Cosmos conference in Lisbon because there were so many other crypto conferences taking place, like the Solana Breakdown, ETH Lisbon, etc. So we said, oh, we need something for the cosmonauts as well. And we planned it for like just 150 people, but then at the end of the day we had, yeah, almost 800 people. It was a 2-day long event, and we brought all the cosmonauts into one room, and the people started talking to each other. New developments got kickstarted. So this was very, very cool to see. And yeah, we created a lot of value, and this got very appreciated. And now I want to show you a very short video.
Okay, so yeah, I'm really excited for COSMWASM, the conference here, Cosmos specific, organized by the community, by the cosmonauts, for the cosmonauts. And
I think the Cosmos community is like amazing. Cito and the DeFi Times folks, and you know, they just got into the ecosystem like a few months ago, and now they're like running the biggest conference. And I think that's what's like really exciting, that everyone's so engaged and active, and you know, wants to contribute back to the ecosystem.
So many different projects coming out, so many collaboration, so much potential.
Morning, guys. Really excited about this. It's been a long time coming.
And I think this is one of the greatest events we ever saw here in this blockchain community.
How many people are building with COSMWASM right now? All right, that's some good hands, that's good hands. All right, this is what I like to see. I like to see this.
10% implementation is better than 100% planning.
Hey everybody, my name is Jack Zamplin. Many of you know me from various Cosmos things.
Hello, Cosmos.
My name is Federico.
Joseph Falchami.
My name is Marcus.
My name is Nicholas.
I'm Jazir.
Hey everyone, I'm Michael.
All right. Hey guys, my name is Wasman. I'm just joking. Or am I?
The first COSMWASM. How is the party?
The party's amazing. The view is amazing. The drinks are amazing. You're amazing.
COSMWASM! Literally the largest Cosmos conference we've had so far.
So guys, you heard it here. Cosmos is absolutely going crazy. COSMWASM is lit, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah, and the next one actually will take place in Colombia, Medellin, in September. So if you're interested, you can follow it. And then, like, the Osmosis community really appreciated that we set up this event. So we didn't plan to make any profit with that. We just said, hey, we are 4 cosmonauts. We want a Cosmos conference on the ground as well. So thanks to governance proposal, the Cosmos community said we are delegating a certain amount of Osmo to the COSMWASM team to do more. We want to see more events. And that's why so far we did some multiple Cosmos meetups all around the world. And this year we did it, for example, in Denver. We had 2 meetups in Denver along East Denver. Our mission was to get all these ETH maxis into the Cosmos. and the people really enjoyed it, and it was pretty cool to see. And now we said, okay, we don't want to stop here. We want our annual conference year by year. That's cool. And we also want to see our meetups here and there. That's also nice. But we want to do a little bit more. So I want to share like an internal roadmap with you, what is up to come with COSMWASM. So of course, in September 2022, we will have the COSMWASM conference taking place in Medellin, Colombia, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. We can do a lot of cool things there. But by the end of the year, we also want to launch our COSMWASM incentive program so that people can basically say, okay, I live, let's say, in London. We didn't have a Cosmos event in London. We want to found a meetup, but we do not know how. We do not have the contacts for that, and we do not have the money for that. So you can come to us, and we can help you to make it possible. So it will work like this. You send us a business plan and say, okay, this is what we want. And then we can say, okay, we can make it like this. So we can make it possible or not. And then we will connect you with all the Cosmos projects. And if they're interested, they can fund your meetup, conference, whatever. So this is what we basically want to do. We want to incentivize the whole community to create value by real-life events. And in Q1 2023, we will open the applications so you can apply for it and send us your business plan, your idea, and then we can talk, and then we can finally have Cosmos conferences all around the world, similar to how Ethereum is doing it nowadays with ETH Milan, ETH Denver, ETHCC, etc. So if you have any questions, or if you want to keep in a loop regarding that, follow Friends Validator, follow COSMWASM, follow DeFi Times, follow me, Umee, on Twitter. And if you have any questions regarding the incentive program, you can just send me an email. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. This was amazing, and thank you for coming also after yesterday's party. We have a couple of questions that came through. So first of all, from the perspective of the project starting up, what would be the best practices actually to bootstrap a community from zero?
I see many projects that overthink a lot. So a friend of ours also started a validator business, and what they often do is they overthink things. So they hesitate to launch a Twitter account if they don't even have a website, for example. So just go wild. I mean, Friends Validator also had 0 followers at one point. So this is what I would really recommend, is start on Twitter, make some noise, create a meme. So we have this handshakes. And in the beginning, we just posted a lot of memes with the Friends series from the 90s. I mean, everybody loves this series. So this is what we did. We created a meme, and we're very active on Twitter. I think that's the best way to start.
And are there some other also powerful strategies that the teams could employ, except going on the Twitter and trying, the Twitter way?
Yeah, Telegram is pretty strong. I also underestimated that. It's basically Discord was, from our experience, not that successful. But Telegram is also a very good way to do so. And of course, real-life events are very powerful, but for that, again, you need an existing community already. So I think starting with Twitter and from there going to other social media platforms is the best way.
Understand. We also keep hearing that the onboarding of the people into the DAOs is a very complicated process, and that's one of the major pain points where people are not able to activate themselves and actually contribute. What do you think the DAOs itself can be doing actually to activate the communities?
Incentives. I think incentives are the most important thing, because I see also many DAOs who just say, oh, come to us and we provide you this and this value. I think at the end of the day, especially now in a bear market, we all need also something to live from, and basically create incentives to really join your DAO and also stay in your DAO. I think that's a very crucial aspect.
And do you think that the models will be moving more towards not the DAO models, but the model where actually people are paid, similar that we see in the companies? And because when you are saying incentives, it implies pay people money. So then the contribution actually moves from public good to actually maybe employment or freelance type of gigs.
Yeah, I think that DAOs basically created a new marketplace for human capital. I think COVID was a very good example So I was like back in university then, and I saw the crypto prices, and I really wanted to earn some money to invest all of the money in crypto, but it was very hard to find a job back then. And I think DAOs are basically a perfect infrastructure like for the freelancer space, because you just join the DAO, you create value, and it will be appreciated. So I think it is inevitable that we will see something like this. I think DAOs are still affected by multiple problems. For example, the effectiveness of a DAO. Many DAOs struggle with that. Most DAOs do not even have a structure. Most DAOs just call themselves DAOs for branding reasons. So yeah, it's still a long way to go. And I think what many ETH maxis say regarding 2022 is going to be the year of the DAO, I don't think that we will see this in this year.
Understand. And how do you think the DAOs can actually address the coordination problem? Because what I also see, like once the DAO becomes like very popular, the leadership team is having sometimes trouble to coordinate and take the leadership. How do you think that the teams should actually approach this coordination from the leadership point of view, right? Because like everybody strives for decentralization in the teams, trying to disconnect themselves from the tokens for legal reasons, decentralization reasons, and other reasons. However, at the same time, there is a clear need in some instances for a leadership and for somebody strong to actually pull through.
Yes, actually I have a very, I'm friends with a very cool Ethereum project called Idle Finance. They're like a yield farming protocol, and what they did it in a very elegant way. You can imagine this DAO like a Discord group. So they have different leagues of responsibility. So if you say, I'm just the guy who follows you on Twitter, then that's your position and you're just like a normal community member. But if you want to do more, you basically go one league up, and then if you do even more than that, if you really take a lot of responsibility, you also get paid and also get one step up, and so on and so forth. So this is like a very elegant and effective way to structure your DAO, and I think that's also kind of the future.
And do you think this will also like come through even to the governance, where like we have different tiers? Like I am seeing some projects already implementing this, where like voting is either parallel to how active you are, or like what's the stake that you actually have. So
that's very interesting, because I think that's also the discussion that we have seen after governance proposal 20 on Juno. Because many people just voted with yes, we should seize the whales account, because like normal community members, if you tell them, hey, my funds are at risk, they can vote on everything. But Vitalik Buterin from Ethereum, for example, said that this is not a very good governance structure, because the governance structure should be orientated in your responsibilities and to your status in the community and in the project, so that other people can have like a stronger say in governance procedures, because they have like not only more skin in the game but also more experience, etc., etc. So I think this will be like a discussion that will be held throughout the next years, and we will figure out a way how to make governance proposals more effective. So I don't think it will stay like this. I think we will see many more developments around this.
Understand. And maybe one more question, last one, and that's on the personal. I feel like everybody in the Web3 is like connected to many communities. In some of them you are contributing, in some of them you are following, some of them you are actually investor. And like there's like mixed roles that people are having. Personally, I'm already in like 100 Discords. It's very difficult to keep track of like what's happening. Like what are your tips and tricks actually to know what is happening in the communities that matters to you?
Yeah, what I did is like I deleted 200 groups or so on Telegram, because you can't keep track of it. I just picked like a couple of projects, especially in Cosmos. I said like a couple of months before, I was also like following Ethereum very closely in the Ethereum communities, but I really realized that Cosmos is my ecosystem, so I just picked like 3 or 4 Cosmos projects that I really follow closely, and I also just want to cover like them like media-wise. So I do not do like content for all the Cosmos projects, but just for like 4 that I'm really interested in and that I really know about what's going on there.
Thank you very much, Yuri.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, it was amazing, and thank you for the talk.
Oh, and
Thank you very much. So without further ado, we will continue with our next part on the panel, and it's going to be a panel around DeFi. So without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage Henry from Penumbra, Zaki from Sommelier, and Zero X Brainjar from Composable Finance. Welcome and thank you for coming. This is a pleasure on my side to actually be here with you. Can we maybe start with a bit of introductions and the project that you are involved with? I know that some of you have been already many times on the stage. Looking at you, Zaki.
Yeah, so I'm Zaki. I have many projects that I'm involved in, but Sommelier is a DeFi project, DeFi strategy manager that is running on top of Cosmos SDK chain, but oriented towards EVM DeFi, which I think is somewhat unique. We're not doing as much like IBC DeFi.
I'm Brainjar, founder and CEO of Composable Finance. We're focused on essentially bringing IBC to as many ecosystems as possible and then serving as an orchestration layer to build cross-chain applications on top of this infrastructure.
I'm Henry. I'm working on Penumbra, and we're building a shielded DEX that lets people do private trading and market making.
Thank you very much. I mean, my first question is building on Cosmos, why did you actually come to the conclusion that you would like to build stuff on Cosmos? Some people, go to EVM-focused chains, some people go on Solana. Why was the decision for you to actually start building on Cosmos?
I mean, I guess our decision is actually the opposite. We have been, it's sort of an interesting question. It's when we started this project, Sommelier, IBC DeFi didn't exist, and you could certainly build using where the IBC stack is kind of now with interchain accounts. You could actually build Sommelier around the IBC stack, and we probably will add IBC DeFi components into the system, but we started out focusing on Ethereum DeFi because it was a more mature ecosystem. But I think that there's a lot of things that are very exciting about what's happening with EVMOS, et cetera. And as IBC DeFi comes into its own, you can imagine a product like Sommelier also existing in the IBC DeFi ecosystem.
Yeah, and so we're actually a Polkadot parachain, but we have COSMWASM on our chain. We also have, obviously, we're also extending IBC to multiple ecosystems. So I think for us, we're adopting the Cosmos primitives to do with orchestration, logic, and interoperability. And for us, our actual chain is a substrate-based chain. And I think the reason for that is because these primitives just function so well within the Cosmos ecosystem that extending them out across to new ecosystems that are could be compatible with IBC, I think makes a lot of sense for instance, Atom being able to move to different ecosystems and Dot being able to move to the Cosmos ecosystem, et cetera. And so we're hoping to provide the railways and the pathways to do so, but also the application layer to allow people to build cross-chain DEX aggregators, cross-chain lending aggregators, all from sort of one central location written in COSMWASM contracts.
For me, I guess there's sort of two classes of reasons. The first one, which is probably a less kind of interesting reason, is a social one. And at the time that Penumbra was starting, that you can think of a whole bunch of people that I knew who worked on Cosmos, and so that makes it a lot easier because I can just text Zaki and be extremely annoying and be like, how does this work? How does this work? How does this work? Right? That one I think is not as interesting to the wider question.
You can all text me too.
There's a really interesting kind of technical aspect of it, which is that building in Cosmos lets us first of all reuse a whole bunch of off-the-shelf components, right? So we have our thing that we're trying to build. We do need to have some kind of deep integration between our product and having consensus in order to be able to do things like advanced threshold cryptography, et cetera. But like, we don't want to write a consensus engine, right? We just want to take Tendermint off the shelf and just use it. We don't want to write a cross-chain mechanism. We just want to take IBC off the shelf and use it. And being part of the wider Cosmos ecosystem is really cool because even though we're building our own L1, a lot of the work that would traditionally come with that, we just don't have to do because we don't have to build our own ecosystem. We get to be part of an ecosystem. We don't need to have a fantastic implementation of every possible thing. We can just say like, look, if you want to do programmability, you should make an IBC transfer to Juno and use COSMWASM there. We can very sort of tightly scope and narrow in, here's our differentiated thing that's our purpose that we're trying to do. And for everything else, there's this whole ecosystem of other projects that we're interoperable with.
Thank you. That's very insightful. And maybe like reflecting, how is Cosmos DeFi different from the other ecosystem for you?
So I think one of the things that is exciting about Cosmos DeFi is the sense that there are a set of things that are that as this shared infrastructure gets more mature, it sort of creates an ever more powerful ecosystem around of like sort of shared capabilities. So for instance, like if you want to, when we bring the Sommelier product to Cosmos, we needed interchain accounts to do it, but we didn't have to build interchain accounts. The IBC team built interchain accounts, and we don't have to be the first people to put interchain accounts into production. Like most likely, like folks like Quicksilver will be the first people to put interchain accounts into production. So this kind of shared infrastructure and like where you're able to build unique differentiated products, but on top of shared infrastructure and a shared go-to-market and a shared like putting the thing into production is, I think, pretty unique to the Cosmos ecosystem.
I think there's sort of like two layers to this. Like the first layer is this is an ecosystem that already has IBC live, so people are already experiencing moving their assets across multiple different chains, using multiple applications on multiple different chains, and just like seamlessly being able to do all these things using Kepler and just also being able to like move from Discord to Discord as well. So I think there's just like also a cultural component, which is the community is just quite used to just using applications on multiple different chains. And I think what this then introduces is kind of this, modularizing of functionality. So essentially having the Cosmos ecosystem be, have a place for lending, a place for trading, and sort of being able to build applications that then sit on top and can abstract away the complexity for future users who may be new to the Cosmos ecosystem or might just not even want to know that they are using the Cosmos ecosystem under the hub. And so I think in the future, Cosmos DeFi sort of will become the bedrock for new types of applications that hopefully will bring in more retail, more institutional players as well, as kind of we expand this vision of cross-chain to just abstraction as well.
I think what's really interesting is the ability to make different choices, right? So if you look at the way that the whole ecosystem is set up, right, everything gets like fragmented into all these different chains, and then there's this technology that allows you to like bind those things back together. And the result is that different protocols, different applications are free to make their own choices for whatever makes sense for their use case. And I think that that allows a significantly wider range of technical experimentation. If you compare it to, say, Ethereum, there's this expectation that even if you go to some L2 or something, oh well, we'll still be able to like settle everything back to some state transition in the EVM, and that carries with it a whole range of kind of technical assumptions or requirements that evidently have been very successful for a large range of use cases, but I don't think are sort of like the be-all and end-all of all applications ever, right? And having the ability to make different choices to say like, oh, well, we have a completely different state model, we have whatever, is a very powerful tool.
So flexibility, modularity, and compounding of the modularity, basically. Thank you. That's very exciting. So, what are you like personally like excited about? What's coming up in the DeFi ecosystem on Cosmos?
I think that we have made an enormous amount of progress on. We have made an enormous amount of progress on DEXs, like decentralized exchange, and decentralized exchange is like the core primitive that enables everything else in an ecosystem. But lending is like a very interesting problem, and especially like less well understood in this sort of asynchronous environment that is IBC. And so lending protocols have taken more time to sort of come into the IBC ecosystem than the DEX sort of use case, which is sort of an obvious extension of like existing IBC primitives. And so I'm very excited to see like lending primitives start to take off and sort of in Cosmos. There's a lot of teams who have been here who've come up to me and be like, Zeki, I have a lending protocol, and I'm like, sure, I have lots of thoughts about these things. I'd love to help. So I think it's very exciting to see. You have projects like Umee and various others that are like in production, but I don't think anyone has really cracked the lending user experience yet. On top of the IBC ecosystem, also very relevant to like Inter, because in many ways, stablecoin protocol is like a lending protocol.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's just going to be most interesting to see when just new assets. I think we're already starting to see some examples of this with some EVM assets moving into the Cosmos ecosystem, but I think in the future, just thinking about how also assets originating from the Cosmos ecosystem will behave and how people will use them in other ecosystems, I think will really teach a lot of the DeFi builders within Cosmos about sort of what makes people the most excited about these specific assets or how people are using these assets, which can then sort of influence the next generation of builders.
One thing in particular that I'm super excited about is whether or not like Agoric is going to make object capabilities like real and like a thing that exists and is practical, instead of just like, oh, like this is this like idealized thing that would be so much better for security, but has never, quite, ever sort of.
I mean, every single person who uses IBC is using an object capability system that's in the SDK, and none of these people know about it. So it seems to be working.
Anyway, so I'm super excited about that. Like the prospect of, a lot of the time you can have an idea that's like very good technically, and then actually doing the execution work to turn that into something that is like real and widely used is this like incredible amount of work. And I'm super excited about the possibility of Agoric doing that for sort of the idea of having object capability systems.
I have one more thing I'm excited about that you mentioned, which is IBC queries. So IBC queries are like a new capability that sort of we didn't really realize how important they were going to be, but they really surfaced in the last few months as like a very important primitive in like the Cosmos DeFi ecosystem. And it's basically the idea of being able to read state from any other Cosmos chain into another Cosmos chain, using the same sort of core technology that we use for reading IBC packets from one chain into another chain. And so you can imagine using that to build Osmosis can become the price oracle for the entire network of Cosmos DeFi in a trustless ecosystem based on IBC queries. We can use, with the whole, like a big subtext of the whole like Prop 69 debate was, do you want to have programmability built into the Cosmos Hub state machine so you have immediate access to the state, or do you want to access that state via interchain queries? It's pretty clear that the Cosmos community wants us to push forward on that technology, and I think that enables a whole new set of DeFi primitives.
Very interesting. And like maybe like pushing on this, like like at the moment we are already like living in the multi-chain world. Like we see the fragmentation of the either protocols, also the liquidity across different chains. Like what's your view? Like what's going to be the role of the Cosmos ecosystem within this like broader ecosystem?
So I think the Cosmos ecosystem, the Cosmos DeFi ecosystem will finally have product market fit when it is kind of exploiting the ability to operate outside of these constraints of like settling back to the EVM or operating within one giant shared state machine, and actually produce products that are unique and differentiated and like can't exist in these other ecosystems. And I think Penumbra is a really good example of that. Agoric is another really good example of that, of things that would be prohibitively difficult to build or impossible to build in other ecosystems and can be built on top of Cosmos.
Yeah, echoing that, I think we really don't understand what a cross-chain application actually looks like, as far as being able to have something kind of sit on top of multiple different protocols and have them all communicate with each other for like one specific function. I think the future of Cosmos is one in which you perform a swap on osmosis, and you're able to essentially tap into liquidity potentially outside of just osmosis as well. And I think once we start to see more of these kind of generalized applications and more of these applications that are unique use cases of cross-chain, which obviously everyone talks about cross-chain, but when you see like the list of here are the applications that you could build with technologies like IBC, the list is like 6 or 7 things, right? And so I'm curious to see what people can come up with kind of beyond this initial set and how unique they can really be. And I think that's really where the Cosmos ecosystem can shine.
So a bunch of stuff that I was going to say is kind of already covered, but maybe one thing that I think is worth paying attention to as sort of this like potential like dark horse thing is the idea of solo machines. I think is very cool, and it's something that is also very unique to the Cosmos ecosystem. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't actually have to be on a blockchain, but it would be useful for it to be able to communicate with them. And the fact that, when you're doing IBC, you don't necessarily have to be doing, although we think of IBC as a cross-chain mechanism, you could just be doing IBC to some database, right? And there's a lot of really interesting, like I think that there's this really interesting sort of spectrum of decentralization that IBC just kind of is totally agnostic to, and it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out. Like I think we're going to end up having these sort of like big, very decentralized public networks, and then there'll be like smaller sort of like niche decentralized networks, and then maybe there will be some semi-centralized entities that you can still just interact with, and it just is sort of all part of this one kind of cohesive internet of state machines.
And can you maybe like share with us, like Henry, like what's your vision in terms of like the privacy and the role of the privacy within the DeFi? Like let's start with you because you are always the latest. So
sure. Yeah, I think like the ability for people to control what information they disclose while they're doing things is, I think, a really fundamental blocker for a lot of the real-world kinds of coordination that people might want to do. Like the idea that, for instance, somebody is going to do trading, and anybody can just like open up a block explorer and see a complete list of everybody else's trades is kind of nuts. And you have in the ETH ecosystem, right? There's like all of these like analytics firms that are like, how do we like data mine all of these like retail traders so we can figure out exactly what they're going to do and then like extract more value from them. I think that's an example where people, I think in blockchains have historically talked about privacy as being this sort of issue of principle or of human rights or this kind of this abstract concept, and that's all true. I don't I'm 100% on board with that, right? But it's much more than that. It's just this like very basic kind of practical thing. And we're in a kind of unfortunate situation because actually building that technology is very hard. And so there's kind of this race of like, how fast can we improve the tooling to build private systems relative to the speed that we're trying to advance the entire rest of the ecosystem. And if you look at the, the development of privacy tooling for building private systems and like ZK infrastructure over, say, the last 4 or 5 years, it's incredible. It's like this night and day thing. And I think that trend is only going to accelerate.
Maybe, Brainjar, like, would you think that the lack of privacy could become an inhibiting factor in terms of the adoption?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we're seeing exactly what happens in TradFi now is like your data and what you're actually doing in the public markets is much more valuable than probably the trades that you're putting down yourself, right? And like large hedge funds operate by purchasing huge amounts of data from various data providers and from people who you may not necessarily think are selling your data, but they are. And I think this very same concept is starting to happen, and I think will definitely progress even more into the future as like literally everything becomes, retrievable and people can very easily see what you're doing on chain. And I think in the future, if we want this paradigm of being able to do things with money without people being able to see what you're doing, we're also going to have to solve cross-chain bridging in a private manner as well. And these are some things that we look into, but it's obviously a very difficult problem, but I think a problem that if it takes multiple years is worth solving, because otherwise we're essentially just copy-pasting the same problem from TradFi back into DeFi.
So the one of the things I think a lot about the privacy component is the protocols are very complex, but privacy actually like sort of ripples out into the entire user experience. You'll need block explorers that you can input a viewing key into to like decrypt a transaction. You'll need a completely different sort of wallet infrastructure than what we currently do with Kepler in order to both like interact with your funds, preserve privacy, etc. There is an enormous amount, there is like a sort of an exponential amount of ecosystem work that comes with actually building privacy preserving versions of all of like the DeFi ecosystem that we're building. And so I think that there's like a huge, the privacy is both incredibly important to grow the space. On the other hand, we should not underestimate like the complexity that comes with privacy. And it is generally not like, oh, it's like you do things exactly the same as we are doing it right now, and you just like change one thing.
I think Henry had that reaction.
Yeah, just a quick plug there, which is that like all of the examples that Zaki gave are things that we're going to be building. So if you would like to build those as part of the ecosystem, do get in touch.
Yeah. No, I like there are a lot of privacy projects inside of Cosmos, not just Penumbra, Anoma, which has been like sort of less in this conference, but that's another extremely exciting team in the Cosmos ecosystem. And I think one of the things that essentially that Penumbra is having to do is, but Anoma and Penumbra are doing, is they're building like an entire Rust development ecosystem and like privacy development ecosystem that is sort of parallel to the Cosmos SDK development ecosystem. And that ecosystem will be then is again a bunch of shared public goods that other teams will use to build other privacy preserving things. And so if you wanted to start, building the privacy, the block explorer for privacy preserving Cosmos chains, now would be a really good time.
Very cool. Maybe last question from my side, and that's I left it at the as the last question because if we would start with it, I think we would spend the whole panel. But it's the Terra situation. Is there any ramifications that are maybe not seen? And also what's your view on the path forward? The team has put forward a plan yesterday, or what is there a way out?
So this situation is the biggest stress test. It's the kind of stress test that we imagined when we were starting to develop IBC, interoperability. We were like, stuff like this will happen, like a chain will collapse, it will fork, like all of this stuff. And we have all of these mechanisms for potentially interacting and dealing with these things. There's a lot of tools in the toolkit for how these things will work. We don't know how it's going to play out. It's like, but we just largely the entire system was able to manage this catastrophe without having a single centralized actor involved at all in coordinating response, figuring out mitigations. Osmosis did a bunch of governance actions. Terra did a bunch of governance actions, all designed to mitigate this catastrophe. And all of that happened, and so I'm pleased with this.
I think it really sort of has put kind of almost immediately just other teams started saying, hey, COSMWASM builders come deploy on our chain. So I think now it's really shined a massive spotlight on COSMWASM. I do also take a pretty bearish take on the entire situation because obviously this was one in which neobanks were getting set up, retail was getting brought into the ecosystem, and then sort of everything just blew up. So I think it's going to take some time for us to be able to attract the same types of people who were just kind of throwing money into Anchor and sort of other protocols within the ecosystem. But I do also think that the general ethos of Terra, which is kind of building applications for retail use, focused on sustainable yield, which obviously we're not going to get into that. But basically, I think these things will recover and just will shift to other ecosystems. And I think a huge positive result of this is because these applications are built with COSMWASM, they can now sort of easily integrate into chains such as our chain that now have COSMWASM on them.
I guess this is the kind of thing that's a lot easier to say in retrospect, but I think one lesson is that maybe different Cosmos projects and different zones should just have a little more kind of distrust of other zones. The whole architecture of IBC is technically set up so that you have this kind of fault limiting, zones don't necessarily have to sort of completely trust each other, etc. But if you look at what happened with the Terra implosion, although there was relatively contained sort of damage from that stress test, or catastrophe really, it did not was not perfectly contained. And I think that going forward, I think it makes sense for zones, different chains to be a little more opinionated about sort of protecting their users from various kinds of counterparty risk.
Very interesting. Maybe let me take one from the audience. Somebody's asking, when the ETH moves to the proof of stakes, what kind of impact will it have on Cosmos, if any?
The only thing that's actually is it gets us incrementally closer to the day where you could imagine where you could do IBC with no compromises to Ethereum. The proof of work thing is a huge challenge with trying to do IBC to Ethereum. It would also, but a roll up on top of Ethereum that could do IBC natively gets a lot closer in a proof of stake Ethereum world.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else?
I would just echo that. I mean, this is something we're actually already looking into. Yeah, so I think definitely excited to be able to sort of trustlessly bridge between ETH and the IBC ecosystem.
Then thank you very much for the participation and sharing your knowledge with us.
Thanks.
Thank you, Marek. We learned a lot, and we saw bull or bear, we don't care, we continue building. Thank you. Yes, and speaking of building, the next project founder that will enter the stage very, very shortly is the founder of a very interesting project because it combines the best of the Interchain with the EVM world, and it was formerly known as Ethermint, and now it is called EVMOS. Please welcome with me very loudly the co-founder of EVMOS, Federico Kunze-Kühlmer.
What's up, what's up, what's up? My name is Federico. I'm the co-founder of EVMOS, and today I'm going to introduce you EVMOS and the future of blockchain interoperability. When we talk about interoperability, we often think about like three main interoperability clusters. We have, on one end, the Cosmos ecosystem with the IVC protocol. We have the Polkadot cluster with cross-chain method passing. And then we also have like the Ethereum or EVM ecosystem with all the different bridges and different bridge solutions that they have. Until now, these three main interoperability clusters could be seen as like different local groups where you couldn't send transactions between themselves until IVC was launched and bridges like started to spin out between like these different chains connecting different EVM chains. So the goal here is to try to create like a interoperability supercluster where you can send all these transactions between these different EVM chains, Polkadot chains, and Cosmos chain. And this is where EVMOS plays in. So EVMOS is an EVM IVC-enabled chain in the Cosmos ecosystem that is able to bring all the interoperability, composability, user experience, and developer experience to the Cosmos ecosystem so that all the developers that are coming from the EVM world can come into the Cosmos and like start using the applications and toolings that they're already familiar with. We see EVMOS as a main point of entry from all these different applications into the Cosmos ecosystem. But when we start about thinking also about like all these EVM chains spinning up in all these different ecosystems, like what makes EVMOS different than any other EVM chain? So EVMOS has novel tokenomics, has a community and user experience. It has the EVM component, which is composable and built on the Cosmos SDK, and it has the interoperability component through IVC. Now I'm going to talk about all these different things, but with a special focus around interoperability. So, economics. The EVMOS token model was built when we saw that there was a misalignment between all the different users that the Ethereum ecosystem had. So we saw like there was a imbalance between like token holders, DeFi users, application developers, core developers, and also miners in Ethereum, in this case, validators, because we're using proof of stake. We designed a token model that is able to create incentive alignment between all these different users through like staking, user incentives, the decentralized app store that we introduced, grants and the community pool funds that are able to fund new development teams, and also like transaction fees and block rewards for validators. So the main thing that we're trying to focus here is the developer incentives. When we think about EIP 1559, currently the base fee, which is like how the feed market was structured through EIP 1559, is burning all these tokens that are on Ethereum at the moment. And the priority tip goes to miners or validators. Whereas for EVMOS, the base fee, instead of being burned, is shared between like the validators and the developers of this smart contract. So every time you send a transaction to a decentralized application, you're sending and you're funding the development for these decentralized application teams. This way, we're able to create incentive alignment and create a new source of revenue for all these different teams and validators and also developers. And the other part is how do we incentivize users to interact with these applications? And the main thing that we saw is like we took like the DeFi approach into like an L1 of how do we incentivize, the same way you find on an AMM, how do you incentivize different LP pools, how can we replicate that with smart contracts? So we took the model that we had for the grass drop, and we were able to distribute 25% of the block rewards to usage incentives. So for example, usage incentives work by every time you interact with a smart contract, you have some number of gas that you spend in this contract. At the end of 1 week, you're able to distribute all these rewards from all the users that interacted with this protocol to the users of these applications. So you're, through governance, deciding on which applications are going to be incentivized, and you're able to reward the usage of these governance-approved usage incentives. In this case, it's already live right now on mainnet through Diffusion, who created a governance proposal to incentivize their AMM. So every time a user interacts with Diffusion, they're able to get transaction rewards as rebates after 1 week. So the EVMOS token model works as follows. Developers or any user can propose new usage incentive to bring more growth into their decentralized applications. Then incentive drive users and reward them with more EVMOS tokens. Then users spend these EVMOS tokens they got from the usage incentives to use these different decentralized applications and services that EVMOS provides. And then through this usage, whenever like a user spends the transaction fees, developers get 50% of those transaction fees, and they're able to like incentivize more growth and propose new incentives in order to create a positive reinforcement cycle for all the applications that are deployed on EVMOS. So this way, we're incentive aligning all the validators, the users, and the developers. The next main component of EVMOS is the community and user experience. EVMOS is introducing the first ever decentralized application store where we are introducing a product on top of an L1 that is able to serve as like a decentralized marketplace for decentralized applications and users to interact with these applications. Right now, we have more than 50 applications already deployed on EVMOS, and they're all going to be part of the decentralized app store. They're going to be like also COSMOS applications through IVC are going to be able to be displayed in this decentralized application store. Like region, if we want to, for example, incentivize like ecological regeneration. So we have like all these applications natively deployed on EVMOS, plus the entire Interchain cluster of Cosmos, Ethereum, and Polkadot ecosystem applications that we'll be able to display in this decentralized application store. Now, the third main component is the EVM. And why Ethermint, which is the main EVM in the Cosmos ecosystem library, is able to create programmability and composability through the EVM, but also sovereignty and interoperability, which is the main selling use case for application-specific blockchains on Cosmos. Ethermint provides an EVM and EIP 1515.9 modules for the Cosmos SDK chains. And also, it provides a JSON RPC for Ethereum endpoints, so that users that are already familiar with Ethereum can interact with MetaMask. They can use their Block Scout, Block Explorer, as usual, as they're already familiar with on Ethereum and EVM environments. And this connects with all the other modules that you can provide to your decentralized, to your chain on Cosmos. One of the main selling points that Ethermint also provides is the ability for you to sign IVC transaction using MetaMask. This is able to send IVC transfer, for example, from EVMOS account to an Osmosis account connected via Kepler, so that you can connect both MetaMask and Kepler and automatically send EVMOS and ERC20 tokens between your two chains, just using like MetaMask without having to connect any other external wallet. This is able to expand the EVM environment also to the Interchain and to the Cosmos ecosystem. And then the fourth main pillar of EVMOS is interoperability. And the main thing of how we're bringing all this liquidity and all this development ecosystem from the EVM chain is through EVM bridges. So users right now on EVMOS can choose different bridges based on the security and latency guarantees of each individual bridges and according to their preferences. For example, with Nomad on Comdex right now, you can choose whether or not you have like an optimistic bridge, or you want like a fast bridge which is able to send transaction between 7 and 10 minutes. And already there are like more than 25 chains connected to Cosmos, expanding the limits of the Interchain ecosystem to the entire EVM world and the Polkadot ecosystems. Then we have IVC-enabled ERC20. EVMOS is the first ever chain that is introducing IVC-enabled ERC20s through a governance mechanism that is able to map an ERC20 with a Cosmos token. Then you're able to send your convert your ERC20 token to a Cosmos representation of the same coin and send it via IVC to another chain. Right now, this is going to be enabled on mainnet tomorrow. And it's already live on our testnet. And as you can see here, Diffusion on their testnet application was able to create an LP pool between ERC20 representation of the Graph token and the wrapped EVMOS. So that you will be able to send Osmosis, Atom, and all these different coins that already exist in the Cosmos ecosystem into the EVMOS EVM and interact with the different applications that will be deployed in the App Store, decentralized application store. Another cool thing that we're building is IVC precompiles. When we start thinking about like, okay, we have one EVM chain on Cosmos and another EVM chain on Cosmos, ideally we would not like for all these different applications to be deployed twice and increase the state of both chains. So one thing that we're doing is creating an IVC precompiled contract so that we are able to so that two smart contracts are able to interact with each other without the loss of composability. So right now, for example, EVMOS could deploy a smart contract on the EVM on Ethermint and interact that contract via IVC with a smart contract that is deployed on Kronos, and vice versa. This is able to enable new use cases that weren't possible before in the Interchain ecosystem. So the general benefits of the IVC precompiles is that it enables interchain composability and it scales horizontally all the different applications. You can interact with the smart contracts no matter where they're deployed, whether they are deployed on EVMOS, whether they're deployed on Ethermint chain. You can interact with them via IVC no matter what. And then you have, this is turning the EVM chains on Cosmos, making EVMOS the primarily EVM hub, as EVMOS will be the main service provider and infrastructure provider for all these different applications, and we'll be able to connect them via IVC. The next thing that we're working on is IVC Ethereum transactions. So with the IVC precompile, I explained the use case between connecting two different EVM-enabled chains on Cosmos. But what happens when you have a Cosmos chain that doesn't have an EVM necessarily? How is this application able to call a smart contract that is deployed on EVMOS? And this is where IVC Ethereum transactions come in. So for example, Sommelier is an Ethereum coprocessor that currently uses Gravity Bridge in order to interact with smart contracts that are deployed on Ethereum. Unfortunately, due to latency constraints on how Gravity Bridge is built, they're able to send all these transactions to Gravity, then the transactions is approved and confirmed on Ethereum, and then you have to wait for the confirmation period in order for Sommelier to interact with this response and manage all the sellers or strategies that they currently have deployed. They currently have this Quarks module that is able to create new strategies. So with IVC Ethereum transactions, they can turn this module into an IVC-enabled application that is able to send an IVC Ethereum transaction via IVC to, for example, AVB3 that is going to be deployed on EVMOS, and then reduce the latency for all their users and have the same user experience that they currently have, but for the user is going to be better. So the main benefits for this is also that interchain composability, again, horizontal scalability, because it expands the utility of these smart contracts beyond the EVM. Now, non-EVM applications can interact with the smart contracts. And it's also lower latency and better user experience overall for the end user. Finally, I'm going to talk about share security and interchain security. EVMOS will be the main EVM hub in the Cosmos ecosystem. Unfortunately, compared to 3 years ago, it's way easier to bootstrap a validator set in Cosmos. You basically create an incentivized testnet, and you already have your validator set. The main thing is, how do we create a package deal for all the different applications that are going to be using this EVM and this Ethermint module? How do we create value for all the EVMOS users and overall all these applications that not necessarily have to redeploy? I had an issue. To redeploy all these applications twice. For example, like talk to these different block explorers, the wallets and infrastructure. So EVMOS is going to be able to provide all the decentralized applications, infrastructure, and services connected via IVC so that it can provide an entire package for EVM sovereign chains that are going to be focusing on DeFi, NFTs, gaming, etc. It's going to be able to provide security, it's going to be able to provide explorers, it's going to be able to provide wallets, like Gnosis Safe, and it's going to be able to provide infrastructure services like the graph. So you will be able to export this state of EVMOS. You launch your application on EVMOS, you can export your state using one click into a new consumer chain. And with all the tools that we will be able to provide as products for user acquisition, the gas drop calculator or a hard spoon mechanism, you're able to bootstrap your new chain and be able to create the new consumer chain as is by just one click deploy. And we believe that this is going to be beneficial overall for the entire EVMOS ecosystem, because all these different chains that are going to be using the gas drop calculator and the hard spoon mechanism are going to be able to give commission to the EVMOS community via airdrops. So this is how it's going to look like. This EVMOS is going to be able to provide all the wallets, infrastructure, the dApp store services for these new consumer chains, and all the infrastructure. And through IVC, they will be able to connect all these different applications that are going to be deployed on the consumer chain with all this infrastructure and services that is going to be available on EVMOS. So we're bringing the entire interchain user experience together by just creating an entire package for IVC-enabled consumer chains that are going to be connected through EVMOS and share this security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Federico. We have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So the very first question, we basically have two similar ones, so I will pack them into one question. So the one question is when Kepler claim and then when claim with Ledger.
Yes, so right now, Kepler users can connect their ledger and import their claim records via the dashboard. This is going to be enabled today when we also enable the model that I showed you to sign with MetaMask and Kepler and send transactions to Osmosis or any other IVC connected chain. This is going to be enabled by the end of the day today, and tomorrow users will be able to import their wallet directly into EVMOS.
Nice. And another question is a little bit more about DeFi. So are you happy about all the EVMOS dApps that emerged on EVMOS so far? I think this question is like for all the dApps like Diffusion, for example.
Yeah, so generally there's two ways of interacting with decentralized applications, like coming to a new ecosystem. Either you have like the blue chip applications that are able to that were able to be deployed on different chains already, and then you have like the new applications that are spinning up natively on the ecosystem. We're trying to balance both in a way that we want the blue chip applications like Aave, the Graph, etc., to be deployed on EVMOS and provide value for the entire Cosmos ecosystem. But then we also want these new applications, these new teams that are able to leverage all these interoperability components, all the novel tokenomics, for example, like Diffusion, that created these LP pool under testnet already, and are soon going to be able to deploy the LP pool with IVC-enabled RVC-enabled ERC20s and EVM-enabled Cosmos coins through the ERC20 module. So we are trying to balance both in a way that they're bringing value to the entire Cosmos ecosystem.
Yeah, that's pretty cool because also more developers are being incentivized to join EVMOS. So I mean, we have many layer ones like Nia that have like all the Ethereum dApps on top of it, so I think that's more exciting. Another question that is very good is, with all of these block incentives, are you not worried about inflating the base token value?
You can go to our token model blog post where we explain our reasoning behind having like a really high inflation initially. Also because like all these user incentives and staking will be able to create more value. Like it makes financially sense to deploy your decentralized application on EVMOS as opposed to any other EVM chain because of all these economic model that I just showed you. Because you're able to incentivize all your development team, and you're also enabled to incentivize all your users via these usage incentives. And plus, you're able to connect your application with the rest of the Cosmos and Interchain ecosystem. So you're not only bound to one specific EVM, you're able to expand now the limits of interoperability towards like all these different EVM chains and Cosmos chains that are going to be connected through IVC.
Another very interesting question is, that's the last question for today. From the developer's perspective, what does it mean for EVMOS when ETH is switched from proof of work to proof of stake?
I think it's going to be it's going to make bridging or like IVC connections way easier, as Saki said. I think there's going to be like IVC connected EVMs to like an Ethereum L2 rollup, for example. But as I mentioned now, EVMOS is just not an EVM. It's the entire ecosystem of user experience, the community, the novel tokenomics that are able to first incentivize users, developers, and validators in the same way so that we're creating a sustainable growth for the entire ecosystem of applications. So it's not just, I'm personally not afraid of ETH2 launching because we're able to create all these novel use cases and novel economic model through the Cosmos SDK.
Thank you, Federico.
Thank you very much.
Before heading to the first coffee break, just wanted to grab your attention. So if you're a developer, you can find all the juicy bounties by Agoric, Juno, and Exela in their hacking lounges. And with that being said, I see you in half an hour. Enjoy coffee, guys. And yeah, see you later. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your coffee, guys. And we will start right away with a blast, with a keynote that I will follow very, very, very closely. Because you all know, Terra kind of messed up. And now there's a lot of human capital on the market. Many developers are looking for new opportunities where to build. And two Cosmos projects are like very attractive for these developers. Juno and Osmosis. So there's a high chance that all the Terra community, all the Terra devs will join either Juno or Osmosis. And now I'm more than pleased to welcome the co-founder of Juno to this stage, Jake Hartnell.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Got this clicker. We're here to talk about Juno. Title of this talk. The title of this talk is called DAOs All the Way Down. The saying holds that Juno is supported by a series of increasingly large DAOs. Beneath each DAO is yet another, it's DAOs all the way down. So who am I? I guess I'm someone who wants to build a better future. You know, that would be nice. I'm the co-founder of a few projects. I'm multi-chain maximalist, or @JakeHartnell on Twitter. And I'm someone who's about to say the word DAO a lot, so just get ready. Someone told me I should put this slide in for those who don't know. What is a DAO? It is an organization constructed by rules and coded as a computer program. There are many types of DAOs. Conspicuously on this chart, we don't see any Cosmos DAOs or Cosmos chains, because Cosmos chains are also DAOs. So what is Juno? It is a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. It is a bold experiment. It is a permissionless cross-chain smart contract network. And it's a community. I'm also going to say the word community a lot, so get ready. Why build on Juno? Well, we have an engaged and extremely passionate community. But seriously, it's the best way to launch a new Cosmos chain. You can build your protocol and iterate rapidly on Juno. You can deploy your smart contracts permissionlessly. You don't need to do anything special. You can just deploy them, put them up there. You can get product market fit. You can engage with our awesome community and really get a large amount of users and really prove out everything you're building. And then when you're ready, you can launch your own sovereign chain. And that's something you can only do in Cosmos. You can't do that on Solana. You're just stuck there forever on VC chain. And you know, you could launch your own sovereign chain and use shared security. Oh, and we've got Max. No one else has Max. We've got him. He's ours. You're not getting him. Okay. This is my favorite one. Just strong community, strong Juno. So what makes Juno special? It was airdropped to Atom stakers. There was no VCs, and there was no pre-sale. There's not even a company behind it. It uses the latest COSMWASM, which is actually really important because the latest COSMWASM has really great low-level features for interacting with IBC, for building truly awesome smart chain, or cross-chain smart contracts. And we'll talk a little bit more about the kind of things you can do with that in a bit. But like, also shout out to the COSMWASM team. WASM is the future virtual machine for smart contracts. Just is. Get ready. Juno has a strong developer ecosystem. So we're gonna like show off some of the really cool things that people are building. But we have, because of there's no VCs and no pre-sale, we give those tokens to people that actually create the value. People in the community, people that are building really awesome stuff. Those are the people that, you know, that's the kind of capital we want. We want talent, and we want people's time, and we want their love and energy. And we're also committed to fund public goods, because Juno is a chain that is built on public goods. And so keep on the lookout for that. Really excited about Cosmos Builders Foundation. Not my thing, but you know, also supporting COSMWASM development. Oh, and it's also one of the most active DAOs in crypto, at least in terms of on-chain voting. This is a tweet from Larry, who's a May 22 survivor. And Ethereum's top DAOs, 300K votes from all the on-chain votes they ever had combined. And a Cosmos Zone, which is Juno, the chain that must not be named. Over 70K votes for a single poll. Now, does that mean those are all unique people? Don't know. But have you been on Twitter? Everybody's talking about it. What's our secret? Max DPS at all time. And if you don't know, DPS stands for drama per second. Some highlights, because I'm sure people want to talk about, some of the highlights. There was Prop 16, and I kind of feel like this dog after going through that. But really, Prop 16 was groundbreaking. That's the story. This title gets it. It's a watershed for blockchain governance, for better, for worse. It was actually really important, and it was a big wake-up call to all the other Cosmos chains that are using the same governance module. And it was complete chaos. Also, you should get some bad kits. They're awesome. Yeah, this is Prop 16 illustrated. It was messy. But more importantly, it was a wake-up call. Politics is coming to a blockchain near you, and like no chain with on-chain governance or DAO is really like immune from this. For a while we've had the Cosmos SDK governance module, and it hasn't really changed much since Sunny wrote it in 2019. And now the Cosmos is a lot more popular. It's growing really, really quickly, and it might be time to start thinking about how do we evolve on-chain governance. All right, so after Prop 16, there was a lot of drama, a lot of fighting, but eventually the community did reach consensus. The consensus was, put the funds in a community-controlled smart contract, which is actually kind of a first, at least in the Cosmos world. A smart contract that's managed by like the community of the chain. That's cool. Thank you for the Confio team and COSMWASM for making things like that possible. It's really awesome. And then, yeah, basically decide the rest in future proposals. To be continued on that front. We'll see what happens. But the point there was to provide space for people to put together quality proposals and really give time to explore all the options, without making a moral judgment on what should be done. I think that's actually good. That's governance evolving. And Unity Prop passed by a large margin, and so we were ready for the upgrade. What's really funny is we tested this upgrade so much. Strange Adventures has this amazing thing called IBC testing framework, and we use it to do simulations, and that's how we recovered from other things, and we use this amazing tool to simulate the upgrade, and we're doing a really complicated thing, and we were so focused on testing that, and that went flawlessly. But no one, I will never live this down. I literally wrote the instructions to verify the smart contract, and I forgot to run this one line of code the address was wrong, and also none of the validators caught it. So that does open up some interesting conversations. Maybe we can talk about that in Q&A. But there was Prop 21. There was a mistake, and we fixed it. That's the story. Someone go write a news article about that, because that's actually really cool. On other chains, those funds would be locked in a smart contract forever. Yeah, how many billions of ETH is just sitting locked in smart contracts? And so this, I think, gets at something that I really want to be the takeaway of this talk. Is governance is a feature and not a bug. We shouldn't just trying to be copying Bitcoin, because Bitcoin already exists. It's perfectly fine. If something bad happens, social consensus can do something about it. And that's great. That's really cool. I love this tweet from Zaki. All there is social consensus. Nothing else exists. It's beautiful. And so governance is a paradigm shift in crypto, and it's going to be fun, it's going to be really important, and it's going to be messy, and that's okay. So we have to level up. We have to level up our governance tooling. We have to level up our DAOs. We have to improve our governance processes. I think there's already been, in the wake of Prop 16, a lot of really great discussions and suggestions. I've heard Sunny offer really numerous ones for how we can improve, that core governance module. But also really thinking as our community of what's the process for proposals to even come on chain? How do we make sure that proposals that do go on chain for a vote are well written, that don't contain, really inflammatory language or, are just accurate. Coming up with a process for proposals to get on chain. I mean, there's a ton of improvements that can be made. Communities need to explore ideas like codes of conduct and charters. One of the great things about Cosmos is that we can support diversity. Not every chain has to be the same. We can have radical governance chains. We can have chains where nah, you can't change anything. That's fine. And as a community, we'll figure out what we want to be. And I think more importantly, we need to support more complex governance structures. We're shoving everything through this core Cosmos SDK governance module. And that's only going to scale so much. If we want to run a big, truly decentralized, autonomous organization, we can't just do it through the current system. Oh, well, that's what I get for writing this presentation on Linux. But so we're launching Juno sub-DAOs. We're launching DAOs that will maintain various functions within the Juno community. Some examples. The core dev DAO. This DAO is going to be responsible for the release process and the development of the core chain. So Juno D contributing upstream to WASM D. This also came out of basically the typo error that caused a whole media sensation. But we need to have a team that's very, very focused on core dev, and more importantly, has their own budget and autonomy to be hey, we need to fund testing for this, or we need to pay this developer to do this kind of simulation or whatever. They should just be able to do it. They shouldn't have to go to the community and ask, oh, we need to do this thing. Or they shouldn't have to go to Core 1 and ask, oh, they should just have autonomy to go focus on their true mission. We have the Hack Juno DAO. So with Hack Juno, more on that in a bit. We're going to, that DAO is going to be basically processing all the nominations and running Hack Juno and assigning prices. There's talk of an events DAO. I think there might be some announcements or proposals about this soon, but basically a DAO that's responsible for creating and sponsoring Juno events all around the world. And then recently there's the Terra Dev Fund, which looks like it's going to pass. Over 5 million, I think it's actually a lot more now because Juno's gone up. But over 5 million in funds to help Terra devs find a home on Juno. And that's run by a multisig that is using some new DAO tooling we're building because we build DAO tooling. So this is DAO, and it's cool. What is DAO? It is fully on-chain DAO tooling, and it's built with COSMWASM. It's no-code DAO tooling, so you don't have to know code to use it. You can just go and use a nice little UI, this little template builder thing that will help you do things like instantiate a smart contractor, mint some tokens, or call a smart contract without having to know anything about code. And it's Interchain DAO tooling. I'm going to unpack that in a bit. Moreover, it's next-gen DAO tooling. I'm going to unpack that in a bit. So what can Interchain DAOs do? Is that it was Interchain DAO tooling. Interchain DAOs can hold cross-chain assets. They can make IBC transactions. So a DAO on Juno can make a smart contract call on another chain. And thanks to interchain accounts, they can actually control accounts on other chains, which enables some really cool things. So a DAO on Juno can launch NFTs on Stargaze, or LP its treasury on Osmosis, or host a server on Akash. Interchain accounts is really cool. And they can stake on the hub and secure the hub. DAO is next generation DAO tooling. And by that, our DAOs can do some things that you can't do in Gnosis Safe. DAOs can actually instantiate sub-DAOs with admin abilities. So like parent DAOs can have control over child DAOs. DAOs can also launch smart contracts, which is really cool. This is actually something that's pretty hard to do in the EVM, but thanks to the awesomeness of COSMWASM, it's possible. And so that opens up a whole new possibility for DAOs to actually launch protocols. And it's completely customizable. We're really trying to build governance Lego blocks. So the DAO V1 contracts, they're modular and composable. You can combine them to create more complex governance structures. And guess what? Middleware is supported. So you can do things like approval flows. So some DAOs on Juno, aside from DAO. Well, we're kind of just running everything as a DAO. Again, I said DAOs all the way down. We're serious about that. This is core 1. You can see everything we're doing. And it's all completely transparent on-chain. This is Dog DAO. You might hear about this soon. There's this mysterious dog token. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but yeah, Dog DAO, one dog, one token. This is a proposal to mint 2 tokens for 2 dogs. So, judging from the vote turnout, and it's currently 100% yes, I think this one is probably going to pass. DNS is a decentralized naming service on Juno, and they're also launching a DAO. There's Juno Tools. Juno Tools allows you to do things like create airdrops, sign and verify messages. They're launching a DAO to build DAO tooling, or just build really cool, useful tooling. And I can't not mention Raw DAO. Look at this. Look at this beautiful thing. This actually demonstrates something else we're shipping with DAO soon, which is called an SDA, or single DAO app. You'll be able to make a custom website for your DAO. Nice and easy, and beautiful too. So yeah, this is Raw DAO. What does Raw DAO do? Well, it's token governance for Juno Swap. This is Juno Swap. This is the raw Juno pool. There's some pretty nice 406.55% APR on that. That's pretty fun. So Juno Swap is a cross-chain DEX, and I'm pretty psyched for it. So long raw. And we're just getting started. That's the really cool thing about Juno is we've got such an active community of devs, and all this development and traction has really created a nice little ecosystem. And we're already people are talking about like lending protocols, and we've already got some teams like starting on those kind of nice little building blocks. We've got NFT projects. We've got there's this real like snowball of momentum that's starting to build up, and it's really, really exciting. One of the great things about building on Juno is that as all these pieces are built, as this DAO tooling is built, you can leverage that in your own protocol. Maybe you want to do a DAO for AI stuff, or maybe you want to do, I don't know, do whatever you want. We're just getting started though. So what's the road forward? We're going to evolve our governance processes so that Juno can really, really scale as an organization. It shouldn't revolve around one core team. It should just be this really true decentralized autonomous organization. We're going to support the Cosmos ecosystem because that's what all this was built off of. And we need to continue to improve the performance of the core SDK. We need to contribute to COSMWASM and make sure that that ecosystem keeps growing and developing. And we're going to implement we're going to incubate a ton of really cool projects The Terra Dev Fund is really just the start. And we've already been doing Hack Juno, and we've already been doing dev grants where we're building. And then we're going to spin out new zones. And I think that's great for Juno holders. Rather than like, one of the things that was not so great about Terra is that people were trapped there. You could launch a CW20 on Terra, but you couldn't list it on Osmosis. We let you list it on Osmosis, even though there's obviously Juno Swap 2, which is awesome. But Osmosis is awesome. And I think it's great that we're actually letting people come build with our community, grow their own community, and then spinning out their own Cosmos zone. I think that's like really awesome and provides a lot of value to Juno holders because they get early engagement with all these projects like up front. And it's pretty sick airdrops. And so we've got Hack Juno that's ongoing now. It's been actually happening for a while, but phase 1 is coming to an end, June 16th. There's a month left. There are 287,500 Juno in prizes, and I think current price is like $8 or whatever, so do the math. The way it works, build something cool in open source, tell the world about it, hashtag HackJuno, or post it in HackJuno on Discord, and then someone in the HackJuno DAO will nominate you, and then go off and like launch your own protocol in Juno and launch your own token. So I'm coming to an end here. It was a long night last night. And I just invite you to come hang out in the Juno Hacker Lounge. We're actually going to be hanging out there. We might actually do some impromptu presentations, show off some of the really awesome things that are being built with COSMWASM. So we'll walk through the DAO V1 contracts. We're going to show you some amazing tools that will really streamline front-end development, including like awesome code generation tools. Yeah, there's this code generation tool. You write a smart contract, and then you run this program, and it generates like all the front end for you for interacting with that smart contract. That's pretty, saves a lot of time. And if you're watching online, Hack Juno and Discord. You can still join us and hang out, but yeah. So with that, we've got 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Ask me your juiciest questions. Q&A. Let's go.
Thank you, Jake. And indeed, we have multiple questions.
Oh,
so
wow, I hope they're good.
First of all, why would I, as a Terra developer, go to Juno or EVMOS or like one of the other Cosmos layer ones right now?
I think it's just kind of like the most freedom. Like if you, I mean, Juno especially because it's like if you've already got COSMWASM code that's written for the Terra ecosystem, it's really easy to convert that. Like you can probably do a pretty complicated smart contract in like a couple hours, and everyone in Juno is willing to like help you do that. So just don't be shy to reach out. We have many channels in Discord, or you can DM me personally, and I'll connect you to the right people. So it's really easy for Terra projects to switch over to COSMWASM. But in general, why Cosmos is because there's the opportunity to launch your own chain. And I think that eventually projects get to the point where launching your own chain makes sense. Cosmos is all about horizontal scalability rather than vertical scalability. Solana runs into issues because someone does an NFT drop and everyone wants to get the latest monkey and piles in and like shuts down the chain. And if you're a DeFi protocol, you don't want that to happen. So I think that roadmap of being able to like iterate with a community like Juno and then launch your own sovereign L1, which gives you also the most control and the most amount of customization, like that's really cool.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And another question that is very interesting is, what if the social consensus decide that plane does not need the wings on the fly? Isn't there certain things that should be treated differently?
Wait, can you read that question one more time?
Yes,
I just
like
did not understand it.
What if the social consensus decides that plane does not need the wings on the fly? Aren't there certain things that should be treated differently? Sorry, I had to rephrase the question a bit.
plane that doesn't have wings, like social. It's just I don't know. I think it's kind of a nonsense question. I'm just gonna really.
Yeah.
It's just like.
But it sounded smart. So, anyway, speaking of highest DPS, what do you think of the Terra revival plan?
I don't think it's gonna work. I think the key thing for Terra was the whole package. It was Anchor, it was UST, it was all the other stuff, and frankly, it was all the trust too. And I think the trust has kind of been lost. And you know, if it relaunches, like it won't have the same level of excitement as before. So, I mean, I think they should do it. Why not? At least it's something to like all the people that lost stuff, and it'll probably have some value to it. But like, are they just not going to like innovate at all? Are they going to still use the same old version of COSMWASM, but they're not going to have UST, and they're not going to have? Just makes. That's my take. NGMI.
Yeah, and another one, and then if you have more questions, you can ask Jake right after the talk. Is the Juno community big enough and engaged enough for sub-DAOs, or will the super DAO has veto rights, etc.?
It's a really good question. And I think with a lot of this, we're kind of just figuring it out as we go along. That's what happens when you do new things. You have to, you know, have the best intentions, do as much thought as possible, but ultimately like ship things and make decisions and move forward. And yeah, it's a great question. I think in many ways these sub-DAOs are actually could be like operate more like multi-sigs. I think in some cases they'll be like tokenized communities. I actually want to do a lot of experimentation with sub-DAOs. Like I think for certain things like the core dev, for example, the people that are committing code to the chain, we want that to be a multi-sig. Trusted, vetted people that know how the Cosmos SDK works. You know, we don't want just random token holders who don't know anything about the technicals like making these decisions. For something like an events DAO or maybe like a merch DAO, I think there's some interesting possibilities in terms of how that could be organized. So experimentation is good. I don't think there's going to be a one-size-fits-all for these sub-DAOs. And I think in terms of admin rights, again, I think there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. Sometimes there will be, you know, kind of more structure. And really, the thing that really makes me excited about Juno is the chance to experiment with all this. Like, that's really cool. And I think that because you're doing something experimental and awesome and interesting, like that attracts great people.
A big round of applause for Jake, please. So, and now let's move forward with another very exciting project. A project that, like some people claim that this is the better version of Ethereum, and it's coming to Cosmos. So I'm very excited to talk about Celestia now. And therefore, I introduce you now to the beast from Cologne, Ismail Coffee.
Hey, good morning, GM. Thanks for the introduction. I'm going to talk about Celestia, the first modular blockchain, and how it brings scalable shared security to the Cosmos, to Cosmos chains and beyond that. So let's jump right into it. So first about me, I'm Ismail Coffee. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Celestia. I previously worked as a Tendermint core engineer. And before that, I started my journey in blockchain scaling and crypto at at EPFL as a research engineer. Before that, so you can find me on GitHub and on Twitter. So what I'm going to talk about is briefly an overview on Celestia, what it is, how it works roughly, and then what benefits it brings. And also, Celestia introduces a new paradigm. It's like the first modular blockchain. And so I'm going to talk about like the benefits of Celestia and modularity in general, or like modular blockchains in general. So what's the motivation? Like why Celestia? And I'm gonna start with something that most of you, like at least the developers in the audience, are familiar with. So if you think about like the why Cosmos is like why it's easy to like deploy your own like application or your own app chain in like the Cosmos is mainly because like one of the main reasons, I think at least, is because of the separation of concerns in the software, right? Like you have Tendermint, the consensus engine, and you have on top of that communicating via ABCI the state machine and the execution engine. Usually a Cosmos SDK app, but it could be anything, right? Like there's also applications that run on Haskell, or I don't know. You have like a rich set of like execution environments, and that's only because of that like simple abstraction and separation of concerns in software on one chain. So Celestia basically takes this idea and takes it way further in the sense that instead of doing this on one chain, it applies that same paradigm onto like separating it further, that the state machine, like the execution, basically runs on a separate chain. So what's the problem with like current shared execution environments, so like current blockchains? If you think about it, like how does a blockchain work? How do you validate, how do you verify if a block is valid? There's basically two things. You check if a block has consensus, and then you verify if all the transactions are valid. So why is this problematic? If you think of like, for instance, Juno, as was presented before, if Juno becomes very, very successful and you have like these many applications on there, you will eventually hit the problem that you cannot execute or like verify efficiently the like all the transactions because there are just too many, right? Like it's like a main bottleneck on shared execution environments. You can see this in Ethereum, it becomes slowly more and more expensive, or you keep the blocks really small, right? And Celestia changes this paradigm, and instead of asking like, does the block has consensus and are all the transactions valid? It instead guarantees two things. Like if you want to verify if a block is valid, instead you go and ask, does the block has consensus like before, like the header, does it have consensus? But then instead of asking like, is every transaction valid, you only check if it's available. So that's the main difference. If you think about it, that's all you need to build an application on top of a blockchain. Because if you have the transactions available, you can go and download them and reapply the state, right? So, but this means that the base layer here, like this new design, doesn't have knowledge about what the application transactions actually are. It sounds counterintuitive, but this is like the main idea, and I explain why this is very beneficial. I mean, it removes the main bottleneck, right? Like it removes the execution bottleneck on the base layer. So how does this work in more detail? So it's like I want to cover like how do we guarantee, what does it actually mean for transactions to be available? How do you guarantee that the transactions are available or the data is available? How do you make sure in a shared execution environment, how do you make sure, in a shared security environment, how do you make sure that you only need to care about the transactions of your application? Because I said like in like this previous paradigm with like shared execution environments, you have the problem that you basically need to download and execute all the transactions. Here, we only want to download the application-specific transactions that you care about. How do you do this? And then also, I said like, okay, we just remove execution. So where does execution actually happen? So to the first point, like how do you ensure that the data in a block is actually available? Is sure, you're like in traditional blockchains, you just download the whole block, right? And here we apply a technique which is called erasure coding. So you think of like the block data, and you arrange it in a square, and then you apply erasure coding, which is like a very simple technique used in CD-ROMs, for instance, right? Like if you scratch a CD, you can still listen to it to some extent because you can recover the data. And so we apply the same technique and add parity bytes. And by this, you get the property that if you sample like random samples from the block data, you get probabilistic guarantees that all the data is available. And this means you can only download like a percentage of the whole block and you have almost like 100% guarantee that all the data is available. So that's how this validity check on availability is done. To the second point is like, how do we make sure that you can, as an application, only download the transactions that are relevant to your application? Is instead of using a binary Merkle tree, we use something called a namespace Merkle tree. It's like it's also a binary Merkle tree, but you each node there basically has a range of namespaces, like basically application domains, so to say, and they are ordered. And every descendant of that node only includes that namespaces. So then you can go as an application and only get your application-specific data. And execution, where does actually execution happen? So when my co-founder Mustafa Al-Bassam came up with the idea, back then he wrote a paper called Lazy Ledger, and there he had this idea of client-side smart contracts, right? Like client-side execution, where you post the data on chain and then you execute them somewhere else, basically, like on the client. The problem with that was that you do not really have like light clients. But shortly after, this concept of optimistic rollups gained more and more traction, and there the execution happens on a separate chain. So basically, it's still client-side execution, it's still the same concept, but basically what you do is you have a chain that doesn't do its own consensus, submits the data onto this data availability layer, onto Celestia, for instance, and you guarantee the validity to light clients, you guarantee the validity to these block headers and the data by either having validity proofs, like ZK rollups, or you have state fraud proofs. This is the other paradigm where you like have to wait a certain period of time, and if no one challenged that block, it means that it is valid. So this is like the two paradigms. And basically a rollup is just another blockchain that doesn't, just to reiterate, another blockchain that posts its data on a data availability layer and doesn't does all the execution, and the data availability layer doesn't need to do that. So just to summarize, like previous blockchains are what's called monolithic blockchains. They do all these tasks on one layer, like on one chain, right? Like you have consensus and execution, and on top of that you could have an execution environment, like for instance Juno or Ethereum has, right? And we introduced this concept of like modular blockchains, where this is more decoupled. You have like the base layer only does one thing, and is consensus and data availability, and the execution happens completely somewhere else, like in a different layer on a separate chain. And on top of that, you can have like many different, so this also allows you to have like many different execution environments. So for the developers in the audience, I want to like briefly give an overview on our software stack. Like how do we go about the implementation briefly? So at the core, at the bottom, we have this namespace Merkle tree that I mentioned. We have an implementation for that, and then there's a Reed-Solomon Merkle tree library that does use this Merkle tree and this erasure coding to commit to the data as mentioned before. So we plugged this into Tendermint. So we had to fork Tendermint because like it's not easy to swap this out. And we call this Celestia Core, but Celestia Core is essentially Tendermint. So the validators in our chain, they commit, as I said, to the erasure coded data. So on top of that, we have, as most like Cosmos chains, we have like a Cosmos SDK app called Celestia app. And why do we need this? I previously said we do not do any execution on chain, but if you want to use proof of stake, you have to have some execution at least, right? So this Cosmos SDK app is very minimal state execution, but only specific to like the base layer, which is like proof of stake, transfers and fee payments. So basically, you could think of it as the base app in the Cosmos SDK, but augmented with one additional transaction type, which is called pay for data, which is like a data carrying transaction. So you you basically point to a blob of data and you pay for the inclusion of that blob on the main chain. So loosely coupled to that, around that roughly, is what we call Celestia node. And Celestia node is the layer that does provide you with like replying and requesting these like data availability sampling requests, which is like these random chunks that you download to ensure yourself that the data is fully available. It's interesting because like here we use a different peer-to-peer stack, which is like based on libp2p, and we also make heavily use of BitSwap currently. Okay, so this is like basically on the left what you see is the base layer. And to be able to develop applications, you still need like dev tooling around this. So we hope that a lot of this dev tooling will be developed outside of like in the ecosystem, but we also provide some of the dev tooling, and I want to briefly touch on some of the things that we're doing. So we have one software artifact called Optimint, which is essentially a drop-in replacement for Tendermint. So Optimint can be used as Tendermint from the point of view of application developers. You just need to replace the imports, and then you can put on top of that, you can put any Cosmos SDK application. So this gives you like the possibility to build something like Ethermint or Juno, or just any Cosmos SDK application that does only one thing on top of Optimint, right? So if you wanted to build a rollup, you could potentially use Optimint. Optimint, as I said, it doesn't do consensus; it just posts the data onto Celestia. And additionally to that, completely like different stack, or a different targeting different developers as well, is the quantum gravity bridge. It's not really comparable to like the gravity bridge that some of you might have heard of. It's a one-way bridge that just posts headers and attestation of data availability to Ethereum. And why is this useful? In Ethereum, there's this concept called validiums, where you have like an execution environment outside, and then you have like use Ethereum as a settlement layer, and then you still need, even if it's like a ZK rollup, you still need to have the data available somewhere, right? And a lot of like Ethereum rollups or Ethereum, they call them validiums. They use what's called a data availability committee, which is like a closed set of nodes that serve the data essentially. So in using the quantum gravity bridge, we and related to like validiums, we introduced the name Celestiums that Ethereum developers can use to, instead of a data availability committee, use the proof of stake validator set of Celestia to develop their applications. So these are only like 2 options that you can use to develop an application, and we hope there will be like a great variety of execution environments developed further. For instance, like one of my co-founders also has another project called Fuel, which is a very innovative execution environment. Oh yeah, and also worth mentioning too, if it's an optimistic rollup that you're developing, you have to have fraud proofs to have like trust minimized bridges between those. So for that, we are also looking into developing fraud proofs, general purpose state fraud proofs inside the Cosmos SDK. So if any of this sounds interesting to you, come work with us. We're hiring, so we're like currently a team of 20 people. If any of these areas like DevOps, if you're a Cosmos SDK or Tendermint, or familiar with Tendermint, a Cosmos SDK dev, or an EVM expert, or you're familiar with like database optimizations, peer-to-peer networking, or protocol design, if this like fraud-proof stuff sounds interesting to you, I want to talk to you. Please find me after this presentation. So, and then to this maybe quite technical part, I just want to briefly touch on like what are the benefits of this design? What are the benefits of this modular software, like a modular blockchain paradigm that we introduced? So let's recap what is actually a modular blockchain again? So we define a modular blockchain as a blockchain that fully outsources at least one of the components that like a current monolithic chain does, like execution, settlement, consensus, or data availability. So if you at least outsource it completely and don't do that still on chain, that's what we define as a modular blockchain. So this doesn't mean, for instance, like I mentioned in the beginning, if you do that in software, like in Tenement with like ABCI, this is not what we mean with like a modular blockchain. So what is like the benefits that it gives you? I think one of the key benefits that you gain from that is scalability. If you think of like decoupling these layers and separation of concerns, this means, for instance, that like the data availability layer can focus on one thing and does that one thing very well, and you can optimize for that one task only. And similarly, with execution environments, you can like completely focus on your like execution environment to be fast and efficient. So it's safe to say like the more you specialize, the more you can focus and like optimize there. So like in the case of Celestia, we'll try to optimize for like data throughput essentially, and that's the only thing we'll optimize ever for. Another point is that I didn't really touch on that, but like with data availability sampling, you also gain and fraud and validity proofs. You also have like trust minimized light clients. So light clients get almost the same guarantees as full nodes and traditional chains. And also with like data availability sampling, like light clients have the possibility to contribute to the network, to the security and throughput of the network. So this also contributes to scalability in that sense. Another thing that I already mentioned briefly is like flexibility as a developer. So I'd assume that developers will experiment more and more with like execution environments and innovate there. And also like Cosmos SDK devs might also use like existing execution environments and port them onto Celestia. So like a few of those like the EVM or Optimism or Fuel that I already mentioned, COSMWASM that was mentioned before, Cosmos SDK obviously. So there will be like a greater variety of like execution environments and also maybe new ones that we didn't think about yet. Yeah, and another point is sovereignty that you only gain with this separation of concerns. If you think about what makes a blockchain valuable, it's actually a social consensus. It's also something that was previously mentioned. So what makes the hub, for instance, valuable is that people say it's valuable, and there's social consensus. The hub is important, and by separating these concerns further, for instance, by separating computation out of the data consensus layer, you gain the possibility to sovereignty fork out your state machine, for instance. Like you can innovate much faster. You can if you want to fork on Ethereum, you basically borrow into the social consensus of the Ethereum base layer, and you cannot just on your chain or in your application do whatever you want. By separating this, you can fork out your chain as you please, and I think that's something that we will see a lot. Basically by having more and more forks, and it's actually a good thing if you think about it. So one last slide, and I wanted to touch on is what does this all mean for the Cosmos? Why is this relevant for the Cosmos ecosystem? So I think, so I think the main point is having a scalable shared security layer. I mean, there's also interchain staking, and I think is an important step for the hub. But if you think about this here, you can have a layer that gives you shared security, but completely permissionless. You can just deploy your application and immediately start using it and have gaining traction and having users. You do not need to like convince anyone, participate in like the hub's governance to like be part of that the validators validate your chain as well. You can just like immediately start. And also because of the simplicity of, because of the decoupling of like the, execution and the data availability layer, the base layer doesn't need to understand what you're doing. While in interchain staking, you basically validate, or a subset of the validators validate the other chain as well. So this, I think this will lead to the fact that you will capture much more applications. Users that usually, or developers that usually would go to a shared execution environment like Ethereum or maybe Juno would also just deploy their own sovereign chains. And I think you will capture, with this, you will gain much more adoption as well, right? Like you can have all these application-specific chains that do not run their own proof-of-stake network and consensus. Yeah, that's basically it. Thank you. So, questions?
Yes, we have a bunch of questions, and sorry about this. Somebody forgot to turn off my mic. Anyway,
no.
So yeah, there are a lot of questions, so I will pick 3 of them, and I'm sure you will be on ground for the rest of the day.
I'm here all day.
So the first question is, what is your opinion? Are there main downsides of the modular paradigm compared to the monolithic one for blockchains?
I mean, of course, there are trade-offs. I wouldn't say it's like there's only benefits, but I think the benefits overweight the trade-offs are worth it. So I think composability for like, if you have like a monolithic chain and a shared execution environment, composability is very easy, right? Like if you think about on Ethereum, all these Ethereum apps, they can like natively bridge on Ethereum. So bridging becomes more tricky. That's, I think, slightly more nuanced and complex. But I think it's worth it because you have like all these sovereignty. No.
I see. And another question is, what are the main differences and trade-offs between Celestia and Polygon Avail?
Okay, so Polygon Avail is very, very similar to Celestia, that's true. The main difference here is that Polygon Avail, as far as I understand, so I talked about like this erasure coding and how we commit to the data is like a plain old Merkle tree. Polygon Avail uses vector commitments instead. So instead of like a Merkle tree, it uses vector commitments. So this is like a bit more expensive to generate these proofs because like it's polynomial commitments. I think that's the main difference, but it also has some benefits. I think from my standpoint, I think using a Merkle tree is way more practical right now, and it's much easier to run like a validator for Celestia than it is to run a prover for like vector commitments. I think that's the main difference. I think we're a bit ahead of like development, but that's, yeah. That can change.
Yeah, and the last question is, in sharing the data availability layer, does a bug or issue that potentially take down all the chains built on top? Is there a risky dependency?
I mean, the coupling is very loose in the sense that, I mean, yeah, if the chain halts and you're building natively on top of Celestia, then potentially your chain would also halt. But you could also, in your rollup, optimistically continue and then post all that data retroactively. As long as it is, I think as long as it is in like a reasonable time frame of like days or weeks, it wouldn't matter too much. Like it wouldn't take down all the applications on top. Potentially, or if you use like this Ethereum like quantum gravity bridge approach where you run like Celestiums, you could like continue using Ethereum for settlement and wait for the chain to go back live and then post the data there. So no, it's not. It is not an issue, but it's not a big deal, I'd say.
You heard it here first. A big round of applause for Ismail Kofi, please.
Thank you. Thanks.
So we had so many projects on stage already that are Cosmos related, but what is actually with the Cosmos Hub? What is going on there? What can we expect? I think this is a question that is very relevant nowadays, and I'm more than happy to welcome now the one and only Billy Rennicam to the show.
Hello, Prague. It's nice to see you. I'm going to be talking about the Cosmos Hub, the OG application-specific blockchain, and the founding member of the IBC gang. Because the Cosmos Hub's vision and purpose is really to make successful an internet of blockchains. It's created the technology that's made all of the projects in this room possible today. First about me a little bit. My name is Billy Rennicamp. I am from Louisville, Kentucky. So if you want to talk about bluegrass music, thoroughbred horse racing, or bourbon whiskey, feel free to put those questions in the prompt at the end of this talk, would be great. Previously, I was the grants manager at the Interchain Foundation. I'm currently the Cosmos Hub team lead at Interchain GmbH. I was also the DevRel engineer at Tendermint Inc. Prior to that, I worked on bonding curves and early AMMs on Ethereum, NFTs. I did web development, as well as a background in electronic art. Independently, like all Cosmos people who have side projects, I have a NFT gallery called Folia App, and I was the founder of Clover's Network, a generative NFT project. But today I'm going to be talking about what's coming to the Cosmos Hub. This is a little bit of a preview of a kind of white paper 2.0. It's being worked on currently. I'm going to talk about it in the context of the next 3 upgrades. There's the Rho upgrade about public goods. There's the Lambda upgrade about interchain services, especially interchain security. And then Epsilon upgrade, which is all about Atom monetary policy. So first, the Rho upgrade, referring to it as the public goods upgrade, but it's also a bit about governance. One of the first updates is to the governance module itself. What's exciting about this is that it makes the governance module more like a shared account. It's as if the community pool and the Cosmos Hub blockchain is a community, is an Atom DAO. It means that it can execute arbitrary messages instead of just proposal types. So previously, you would do a spend proposal in order to send money from the community pool to somebody. Now it acts much more like an account, which uses the bank module to just transfer money from the governance module account to a new user account. One of the things that becomes really exciting here is that it has access to a message like delegate. So this is the message that a user submits when they want to delegate their atoms to a validator, secure the network, and start earning staking rewards on behalf. Now that the community pool can use the governance module updates, it can execute a message delegate itself. So if you're a public goods validator who's really giving back to the community by creating block explorers or different things that everyone benefits from, you kind of deserve to get public goods delegations. You can come to the community pool, make a proposal, and say, hey, I'm really giving back. I think that the community pool should delegate some atoms to me. Should that proposal pass, not only would you be subject to receiving a substantial increase to your delegations and earning more as a reward, but the community pool itself starts earning rewards. We're able to activate the atoms in the community pool and leverage it in different ways. And I'll talk a bit more about other ways that I'd like to see the atoms in the community pool leveraged. But that's a pretty exciting one that you get out of the box with the governance module update. The other change in the governance module that's exciting is the fact that you can now batch messages into a single proposal. So similar to the way that a user can batch messages into a single transaction when they submit them to a Cosmos SDK blockchain, the governance proposal can have multiple messages at the same time. One example of this is, for instance, an upgrade proposal, where the actual software that runs the blockchain gets voted on. You could imagine that the team or the people who contributed to that might say, hey, if you really like this work that we did, we'd also like to be paid for it. You can combine a spend proposal with the upgrade proposal, and they get voted on atomically. All of them pass, or none of them pass. Another new update to the public goods Rho upgrade is the message authorization, I also call it the MOTH module, for interchain accounts. So this is the second part of the interchain account story. Earlier this year, the interchain accounts host module went live as part of the Lambda upgrade on the Cosmos Hub. The second part is called the controller account. So with the host module, it means that right now in the Cosmos Hub, another blockchain would be able to create an account on the Cosmos Hub and start acting as if it were a real user. With the controller module, it means that now the Cosmos Hub can create an account on a corresponding blockchain. So for instance, there's the Quicksilver blockchain that you might have heard already, or I don't know if Joe's spoken today. They're going to be a controller chain who has an account on the Cosmos Hub that does things controlled by their entire blockchain. Flipped around with the message authorization module, the Cosmos Hub controls an account that exists on other blockchains. Some of the example use cases that I'm excited to see initially will be things like the Cosmos Hub buying carbon credits to offset the impact that it's had on projects like Region Network. You can also imagine the Cosmos Hub beginning to participate in different DeFi protocols across the Internet of Blockchains. A great example would be that atoms inside the community pool could go over to Kava or Agoric and be deposited into a collateralized debt pool, generate a stable token. That stable token could then go and buy more atoms, be put into a CDP, more stable token, more atoms. It's basically a way for the Cosmos Hub to bet on its own success. If the Cosmos Hub doesn't believe in Atom, who else would? And really, it should be able to benefit from this in the massive sort of expanding realm of DeFi projects that are expanding across the Internet of Blockchains. It also means that technically the community pool and the Cosmos Hub could participate in governance on other chains. If the community pool becomes activated and starts acquiring tokens for other projects, the Cosmos Hub could be a large stakeholder in those projects. If, for instance, the community pool had Osmosis tokens, with Interchain accounts, it could take them to the Osmosis chain, delegate them to a validator, start earning staking rewards, but also vote on proposals. The Cosmos Hub could have a real say on the different blockchains that exist across the ecosystem. One sort of expanding brain meme idea is the idea that technically the Cosmos Hub could try to register as a validator on another blockchain. I mean, there's a few kinks to work out there, but it really does open up possibilities for really crazy designs in which entire blockchains might be block producers for other blockchains. Another module coming in the row upgrade is the groups module. So this is an application level multi-sig account. We currently have cryptographic multi-sig accounts, but they're a bit clunky. One thing that you really get out of a application level multi-sig is that you can swap membership. Means that if somebody who's participating in that multi-sig should be removed or somebody new needs to be added, these can be adjusted. This is really exciting as well beyond the use at sort of a DAO level. If you want to use the groups module for a personal account, it means that you can use account recovery. We all know that the user experience of blockchains is one of the largest barriers to mass adoption because of things like account recovery. If you lose your private key, it's over. With account recovery, you'd be able to have multiple accounts controlling a single account. If you lose one key, you use a different key to remove that key or add a new one. You also have adjustable voting policies. So this is really valuable, of course, in a DAO setup in which different members need to have different voting policies. How much participation do you need from which members before something passes? But it's also useful, again, for that individual use. It basically reproduces two-factor authentication. If you go back to this example where you have 3 keys controlling one groups module account, you control all those keys. One is on your laptop, one is on your mobile phone, and one is in cold storage. You're able to limit the execution of accounts until it's been approved by not only your phone, but also your laptop, reproducing the security that we've come to rely on inside of the Web 2 space. It's also ideal for working groups funded by the community pool. So DAOs in general, small groups of people coordinating and participating to execute upon a shared mission. The Builders Foundation, previously known as the IBC DAO, is a likely user of the groups module. This is a project in which they're accepting funds from many different blockchains in order to public good fund the development of different IBC endeavors. By having it on the Cosmos Hub and interfacing with Interchain accounts, it means that they actually don't need to deploy multi-sigs on every single blockchain that they're collecting funds from. They can control all of the accounts that they use on all the different blockchains from a single point. And it means that if the membership changes on that single point, they don't need to go and change the membership at all of those other places. One stretch goal for the row upgrade is called the budget module. Essentially, X% of block rewards and fees are distributed to an account address every Y blocks for a duration of Z blocks. It's essentially streaming funding, and it sits right between the mint module and the distribution module. So typically, during block production, 2% of block rewards are siphoned off to the community pool to be managed by the blockchain. You could take some percentage of those and stream them to some other address. It could be a groups module, it could be a working group, could be for development of open source technology like the Cosmos SDK, Tendermint, IBC, or COSMWASM. It could also be streamed funding for relayers. That would offset their fees and operation costs, or streaming funding for node operators, because everybody deserves access to a public endpoint, but we shouldn't all suffer for the people who make it available who get hit with DDoS attacks. It becomes a tragedy of the commons. This is all important because the Cosmos Hub is and has been a coordination point for public goods funding and open source development. It means that if we leverage this system even further, we can have truly decentralized development where there's never a single point of failure or a single entity, if they go down, that this critical technology doesn't continue to get developed. What's also great is that if we really nail it and getting this pipeline for public goods funding through the hub, other projects can leverage it. It goes beyond Atom. The same infrastructure and governance can be used to coordinate funding on behalf of many networks. I mentioned relayers a minute ago. Currently, there's pairwise agreements between relayers and the foundations of each of the different networks that they facilitate. This is a huge operational overhead. We could reproduce the same infrastructure on the hub for paying relayers to keep the Internet of Blockchains running smoothly, and let all of the other projects who want to make sure their routes are serviced correctly leverage the hub to pay for these. The hub can really become used for the public goods infrastructure across the Internet of Blockchains. So that's a summary of the row upgrade. I call it the public goods upgrade or the governance upgrade. After that is the Lambda upgrade. You've probably heard a lot of talk about interchain security. And so this is under the category of interchain services. I'm going to talk about interchain security relatively briefly, though, because there's going to be another talk from Marius Poke, which is really great. It goes really deep into interchain security. But things you need to understand is that the hub is what we call a provider chain in interchain security. It's providing security. We also have consumer chains, which, as the name would suggest, consume security. Atom holders at the hub level will vote on whether or not a consumer chain should receive the security of the hub. Should that pass, the validator set is sent over IBC to this new consumer chain, and that populates the registry of who is allowed to produce blocks on this child chain. You replicate the validator set. Projects which will likely launch with interchain security this year are ones like Quicksilver that I mentioned earlier. Joe Bowman also had a talk. And after Prop 69, when we got a loud, clear call from the community that they don't want to see COSMWASM deployed on the hub directly, but that we should be leveraging this technology to have a separation of concerns, likely we'll see a governance-gated COSMWASM chain as one of the first consumer chains. So the same Atom-denominated validator set gets replicated over IBC, but also the slashing offenses get carried back up to the hub. So if you're producing blocks on this child chain and you have downtime or you double sign a block, evidence of that misdeed is carried up to the provider chain, and you are slashed in a similar way that you would be if you committed that offense on the hub itself. The upside, of course, is that fees and rewards from these consumer chains are also ported up to the provider chain, which essentially looks like a constant airdrop to validators and the delegators. Last, I'm going to talk about Epsilon upgrade. So this is the monetary policy upgrade. Just a disclaimer, this is an overview of developing ideas. This whole talk is essentially a preview of an upcoming white paper, what we see coming down the pipeline for the Cosmos Hub, and this is the area that needs the most input from the community, and actually my largest call to action is for everybody in this room. These decisions are all going to be subject to governance, and the discussion is extremely encouraged. There's forum.cosmos.network, which is a central place to really add your questions, add your comments, and also get involved. This is also likely going to span beyond the Epsilon upgrade. We might see some of this stuff take place before the Epsilon upgrade, but blockchains are living things. So this is going to be a continually developing aspect. Let's briefly talk about what the current Atom economics look like. Atom is a staking token. In a way, it's a membership token for the best-in-class block producers in the world. Most validators out there got their start on the Cosmos Hub, cut their teeth, and became experts. And right now, it's sort of a membership criteria for really best-in-class validators. It's also a fee token. It's primarily a fee used to pay for block space inside of the Cosmos Hub. And the more actions that take place on the Cosmos Hub or interchain secured zones, the more benefit it is for Atom holders from the fees that are paid up to the people securing the network. It's also a governance token, of course. It actually dictates what happens on the Cosmos Hub and why. Similar to the way that the staking token is sort of a membership criteria for the best validators in the world, the governance token is sort of a membership criteria for some of the best users in the world. Some of the brightest, boldest developers, participants, and investors in the Cosmos blockchain ecosystem are all represented by the fact that they hold atoms. For this purpose, they've been targeted repeatedly for airdrops. If airdrops are seen as user acquisitions, these are some of the most valuable users in the world. Of course, the Atom and the blockchain also operates as an on-ramp and an off-ramp. And that way, it's really the access point and the starting page of the Internet of Blockchains. I'm sure many of you have the experience. Somebody says, I'm interested in this project, I'm interested in the Cosmos ecosystem, how do I get started? Usually you tell them to go to a centralized exchange. It's one of the best listed across all the space. Acquire some Atom, come to the hub, and then start using IBC. Start checking out all these new apps, explore the Internet of Blockchains. But it really is the starting point and the stopping point. If you want to get the off-ramp, go back to the meet space, you come back to the hub, use centralized exchanges the same way. But what's important is we want to make sure that while the Cosmos Hub and the Atom has produced so much value across the ecosystem, that there's upshot in the Atom itself. How do we correlate the value of Atom with the value Atom has created? One thought is to ensure that it remains as a reserve currency, similar to the ETH is money meme. Make sure that it has the deepest liquidity pools, that it's able to sort of be correlated by the prices with all of the projects and all the tokens that it supports, that it has attachment between the various successful endeavors made possible with the public goods Cosmos technology. One version of this is sort of describing or thinking about what like an asset basket backed Atom would look like. Something like in the community pool, buying, leveraging, collecting a bunch of different tokens and projects and making sure that these are sort of core to the economics of how Atom functions. Really the important part here is we want to make sure that rising tides lift all boats. One very concrete way that's being thought about for how to do that is codenamed HAL for Hub Atom Liquidity. It's a protocol-controlled value mechanism in which Atom inflation is spent on acquiring pairs of Atom-aligned LP tokens. You could imagine beginning with projects like Interchain secured zones, which are extremely aligned with Atom and the hub. And so a budget of Atoms is spent on buying LP tokens at a discount in order to acquire more and more and more liquidity for these different Atom-paired pools. As such, there's going to be correlated upshot, and the LP tokens themselves will earn fees for the community pool over time. After beginning with Interchain secured zones, you could imagine looking to the most closely attached to Atom, projects which give back to the development of the open source technology. And you could even go all the way to think about extending this to purely strategic endeavors. That's what really brings me to my next section, leveraging Atom as an asset. And this is my call to action for all of you. Whether you're a developer or not, you can participate in the development of Cosmos through the community pool. You can activate the community pool, especially with Interchain accounts. You can sort of use the Cosmos Hub as an Atom DAO and implement strategies to leverage the funds there. The Cosmos Hub is a fund that you're a member of, and there's ways to leverage those through working groups, groups module, that really should go beyond what the Cosmos Hub is currently doing. Might need to make radical new proposals. Maybe we increase the community pool 10x. Maybe we change the inflation. These are all levers that you have access to as Atom holders and participants in the Cosmos ecosystem. One thing that really I'm excited to see about is leveraging especially the venture capitalists and the degens who says, what's going to make it worthwhile for me to spend my time and my brain power making this hub valuable? Go to the forum at cosmos.network and discuss it. What would it be for you to be worthwhile? Getting a chunk of Atoms, doing something with it, taking a cut of it and putting the profits back. I mean, there's so many sort of like strategies here that are completely underutilized. This is a big chunk of money that could be used for different things besides public goods. I mean, making Atom interesting and valuable is a public good itself. Basically, ask not what Atom can do for you, but what you can do for Atom. So again, go to the forum.cosmos.network. I've made 3 new posts, each for the upgrades. Inside of the posts, I listed just bullet points of what's inside of the roadmap at a technical level. But this is where you can begin asking questions, giving comments, making suggestions, and really getting involved with the development of the Cosmos Hub over the next year and beyond. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Billy. We indeed have many questions for you, so again, we won't be able to pick all of the questions, but I think you will be around today, so people will be able to reach out to you, right?
Yep, I'll be around.
Perfect. So the very first question is it's like regarding a very hot topic at the moment. So do you personally feel that COSMWASM is well developed enough to have been added to the hub?
I do. So as the team lead of the Cosmos Hub, I basically was making that proposal to get a signal from the community. Whether you want it or not is in many ways not my business. I need to know how to develop or how to coordinate the development that happens across the ecosystem. As an Atom holder, I personally think that COSMWASM of the hub was safe enough and would be a good move, but I don't think it's like a make or break strategy. Either of them I think have really great outcomes, and I'm pretty happy with either one. I do lean towards COSMWASM being on the hub because I think it's safe enough. I think it's well enough. But I mean, I got to say, I am glad as an engineer that it's like less work for this upgrade.
Follow-up question regarding COSMWASM. I have to reconstruct the question a little bit to bring it into perspective. So, I mean, there was a discussion on the hub whether like adding COSMWASM or not, and Jay Kwon said that people will receive an airdrop if they will vote no or no with veto. So the question is, how do you feel about this and about his opinions?
I mean, it doesn't set a great precedent, but you know, it's funny. It makes me think of the Blockchain Wars article that Gavin wrote a little while ago. And like, we're still in this very friendly zone of blockchains. A lot of people are happy to like provide time, money, space, expertise to other people for free. There's a lot of collaboration. And I mean, I'd like to take advantage of this time period as much as possible where you have goodwill from everybody. But it does point to the fact that, you know, eventually we can get to very sort of antagonistic places. And the point of this technology is actually to be okay in those scenarios. You know, it's all supposed to be battle-proof, or in the worst case scenarios, it's optimizing for the worst possible behavior out there. And having some people actually start to throw rocks like that is maybe a sort of good way to start testing those assumptions. You know, maybe we start getting people to accelerate private voting, different ways to prevent this kinds of essential attacks.
Interesting thought. And now another question is there any movement to the feature to update validators' operator keys?
Great question. We have a check-in on that topic regularly. One of the engineers at Occlusion, I think, was the last one working on it. I can get a more concrete update after the next Gaia stand-up.
Last question. Why are you so pretty?
Wow. I love you, Prague.
Yeah. Billy Rennekamp.
Thanks very much.
Okay, guys, we will have lunch for 1 hour, so get some food, and I see you in an hour. On? Okay. And now, so thank you, Spencer. The next panel, or sorry, keynote will be very specific on Web3. So the next keynote will be about how to gate to Web3, and it will be held by Stefan Schmidt.
Hey guys, it's my pleasure being here. Thank you very much. Stefan Schmidt from Deamon, and I want to talk about access to Web3 and yields, or what we do at Deamon in just a bit. However, I have one question first. It's great seeing so many people in person, and so my first question would be: please raise your hands if you have heard of Deamon before this conference, just out of curiosity. Okay, I can say this is a better outcome than maybe expected. We are still somewhat undercover. I think our service is not one that grabs a lot of attention, but that is really important nonetheless. Second question would be, who of you is actually actively using our service? Okay, this is also something I expected, and actually a lot of you might be wrong, because as said, we are not the attention-grabbing service, but running more or less undercover. And so I want to talk about what we do, why we are here, well, have you learn about us, but also after this, learn about your project, see how we can actually help you, see how we can stay and become an even better actor in the Cosmos ecosystem. So, access to Web3 and yields, I would say, is a really fancy way of saying what we actually do. We run nodes, meaning RPC nodes, full nodes. We give people access to blockchains to do whatever they want to do with it. Pull data, send transactions, build their projects on top of these nodes. We are running the underlying infrastructure for a lot of cool projects and enable developers of startups to connect to RPC endpoints. We help startups, projects that are growing to run their infrastructure in a way that it's performant, that they can really rely on it, that their service is up 24/7. This is one side of it. This is the access side, the access to the Web3. And obviously yields, I don't have to explain staking here. It's basically this trade offer. Someone offers security for yields. And this is also what we do. And looking at the numbers, you can see we've grown quite a bit. So I want to say 1.5 years ago, we were around 20, 25 people. And now we are 10 times that, and probably getting close to 300 soon. So we might not be the typical company or project that is speaking here, Might seem like we're not the typical cosmonaut. We are not building on top of Cosmos SDK Tendermint. We are actually enabling others to build on top of it without worrying about running nodes, right? And also another reason why we might not see like, your typical project is we are Cosmos agnostic. And I don't mean this in a bad way, but we support 40 plus blockchain protocols. Meaning, obviously all the big ones, but also we have reached a critical stage now, I would say, where we don't have to support only the Polkadots, Cardanos, and so on, the really huge protocols, but where we have a lot of freedom to do research, to find out, to figure out, which are the protocols we believe in, what is actually cool stuff, where can we help, what can we support. And this is part of the reason why we are here, because as said, we might look like the big company now that does a lot of corporate decision making, but this is actually not the case. For example, we have Jan here. Jan is part of our protocol research team. This is like, I think, 5, 6, 7 people now, and we're looking for more. And like their job all day is read white papers, talk to projects, talk to foundations, look into proposals, discuss, hey, what should we vote for, what is best for the ecosystem, and helping us decide which are the protocols we want to support. So this is part of the reason why we're here. So if you are part of the Cosmos ecosystem, please talk to us. We want to learn more about your project. We want to see how we can support you. But also, for example, we have Jer here, who is our Tendermint squad lead. By the way, we are actively hiring. And so we are looking to get more and more talent in the Tendermint, with Tendermint skills to build more cool stuff, to support more projects, and to figure out what we can do besides just running nodes. But yeah, and I guess the numbers more or less speak for themselves. We're a big provider for blockchain infrastructure, the biggest for institutional business, I guess, but I think this is not what most of you are here for. Let's go to the next. Oh, this was too fast. And just some logos. And they're really small, I can see that. But I think what is somewhat exciting about Blockdaemon is when we started out, we got backed by a lot of crypto funds, obviously. And they are easy to spot. Everything with coin or block in it is apparently crypto. But also the idea behind Blockdaemon is obviously to make it easier for developers, to connect to blockchains to run infrastructure, to take some of the pain they might have away. But also our mission is to enable basically everyone to access Web3, everyone to connect with blockchains. And this is exactly why the company was founded in 2017, because during this hype phase, when a lot of money went into crypto, when a lot of attention was on it, our founder, who's a German living in the US now, Konstantin, who's been working his whole life in tech and telco, figured out, a lot of these services are not stable. They are going down all the time. They can't handle the massive requests that come in with the attention. And so if the first step already is hard to achieve, right? Running your service in a manner that it is available all the time, performant, if that is already is a hurdle, how can we expect mass adoption? And so this is what we're here for. We want to bring as many people or make it as easy for developers that are maybe not crypto native to get into this space and contribute and build cool stuff, to grow the ecosystem and have more attention on crypto, what you do, what everyone wants to achieve. And I think this is reflected perfectly also in the companies that invested in Blockdaemon, which is now also some of the largest banks of the world, normal VCs. And I know this might not, for this audience especially, this might not sound too exciting. Personally, I have my doubts when it comes to VC-backed blockchains, but this is just a personal comment. Then again, it shows that the crypto system gets more and more attention, and we're excited to see where these guys are going and enable them. And so, I talked about it already. This is basically what we do. On the left, you have the access side. We can run dedicated nodes. We have a multi-tenant system and an API. And basically, if you want it for 15 protocols, you can basically connect with a few clicks, use the API for free, I think for the first 500K calls a month. By the way, also on Cosmos, or staking. And these are some of the protocols we support. And as I mentioned, of course, as a company, we had to support the big protocols first. So stuff like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, and so on. But you can also see we have Cosmos here, but we are already supporting some of the Cosmos ecosystem stuff, like Juno and Osmosis was added. And this was also not a corporate decision. This is actually 2-3 of our engineers being massive fans of Cosmos. Early stakers that run our Cosmos validator 3 years ago and still do, and they said, hey, we need to support Juno, we need to support Osmosis. And so this is some of the stuff we do, and we want to add more. For staking, I'm just going to skip that. You guys know what staking is, but I think it's important to say we don't just do staking, but we do a lot of extra stuff on top of it. So for staking, some investors, there's risk of slashing, and which I guess keeps a lot of people from running their own validators, but also being a little hesitant going on in, especially the institutional money. And for them, we offer a slashing guarantee. We work with a lot of custodians, wallet providers of all sorts, and we also offer reporting because and this might actually be a pain for a lot of you as well. How do you actually do tax on crypto? How do you get your data? So this is stuff we do in the space. But really, I'm here to talk about not all that stuff that probably a lot of you are not, we're here at the Cosmos conference, not interested in, but actually what we do in the Cosmoverse. And obviously, we've started our journey with both Cosmos, Atom, and Terra Luna, protocols that we have supported for quite a while now. And obviously, what happened to Terra in the last 7, 8, 9 days also hit us. I want to say we're terribly sorry to what happened. And we hope to be able to help in any way, shape, or form. As said, we're looking for a lot of Tendermint experts, so if someone basically lost their job and is looking for an opportunity, talk to us, see if this is a fit for you. But also after that, I want to say we were one of the very early validators in Cosmos, so probably 3 years ago. We have, of course, RPC access through dedicated nodes, but also through the API, which you could create an API key for free in 5 seconds, sign up, use it, connect to it, build on it. Especially, if you want to test something out, instead of using a public endpoint, you can use our system as well. which should be performant all the time and not go down, which, most public endpoints are great as well. Don't get me wrong there. We are big fans of osmosis. I have to say, I'm not an engineer, so I have a lot of respect for the audience here. I learned a lot today. Some of the presentations went a bit over my head. But personally, I'm also a big Osmo fan and of other protocols. And so I think it's pretty cool that not only do we run validator nodes and RPC nodes, but also just very recently we provided some seed nodes for the community because we were made aware, hey, there's only a few. Would be great if you can help. And so, some of the people that are actually here sat down and said, hey, this is actually what we should do. Let's just run these and, try to be a good actor, try to help out the community. And also, what we just recently added, and the same way is, hey, why don't we have like the auto-compounding functionality? Let's add restake, and this is exactly what we did. Also, an effort of some of the engineers that just care about the ecosystem and wanted to get it done. The same is true for Juno, just recently added a validator, added RPC access as well. And obviously the cool thing about the Cosmos ecosystem, and part of the reason why we are here as well, is that, and again, not me, quoting the engineers, once I guess you understand and are an expert in Tendermint, you can add new projects fairly easily. And so we do our due diligence. We don't just randomly want to support everything. But certainly I can say we want to support more. We want to add support for more of these protocols and figure out how we can do more than just run a validator and try to make money of it, but also how can we give back to the community and help you build stable, robust products that can scale and get a lot of attraction. And lastly, we've seen the presentation of EVMOS just like 2-3 hours ago. We are one of the, I want to say from an infrastructure side, one of the key supporters of EVMOS. We run a massive RPC cluster for them. For the endpoints that you can use. And it has been a joy working with the team behind it. We're a Genesis validator. We have done a lot of testing, providing feedback, and being just in very active conversations. And this is actually how we want to do it at Blockdaemon. We don't just want to add support and grab some money, extract some value out of it, and then run away. We want to get involved in projects as early as possible. Best would be in the testnet phase. Provide infrastructure really early on, learn about the protocols, learn about the mistakes you can make to ensure once it's on mainnet, once it gets traction, once people have to trust that these nodes don't go down, that they are performant, that we have as much knowledge and experience with the protocol as possible to provide the best service possible and have other projects trust us running their infrastructure. And so, oh, wrong button. So I want to say we also have some plans for Cosmos. Obviously, one person in our research team, I think, has been looking into IBC at least for the past month, more or less full time. We're looking into running an IBC relayer. We are exploring Horcrux for MPC. And this is something that is already in the past, but I put it there as well because it didn't fit the other slide. We would on Axelar and also some other proposals to become the ETH bridge for osmosis. As said, we do our due diligence. We don't just randomly vote on stuff. We look into proposals, have our research team discuss what would be best, and then come to a decision. We're planning to support other projects like Axelar, Persistence, and so on. Like we're running test nodes already, and look what else we can do. And so what I can certainly say is we continuously look into growing our protocol support, obviously not only for Cosmos, the Cosmos universe, but also for other products, but especially here. And so I want to say, if you're a builder, if you're looking for a new challenge, if you think, even though we're getting bigger and bigger, maybe a bit corporate, we have a cool approach about things, come talk to us. We have 2-3 open positions for Tendermint experts, for engineers, for people deeply involved in the community. And you'll play an active part in shaping what we actually do. And if you're a protocol, a project, if you're building on top of Cosmos, also talk to us. Maybe we can help you. Maybe we can help you build your project, be a node provider to your community, make it easy for devs to interact with your blockchain. This is what we're here for. And with that, thank you. I almost needed my 15 minutes, but if you have some questions, please go.
Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, we actually have time for 2 more questions, if you don't mind. So the very first question is, do you think it will be harder to onboard more people to Web3 during a bear market?
I certainly think so. I think right now we have a time, and I think this is what everyone will say now, it's like heads down and build. I think it was like this during 2017, 18, 19 as well, or not 17, but the time after. I think right now, especially what happened to Terra, is the time to build robust products, see that everything is built in a reliable, secure manner, and then, again, attract people. Like someone said previously, I think Terra and UST lost a lot of, or made us lose a lot of investor money or institutional money as well as retail trust, but I'm sure we will get there. However, for now, I guess, build good products and gain the trust and attention back again.
Last questions, the other questions can be asked on ground, I guess, is I don't want to contribute to DPS, but 35,000 nodes deployed and managed by one company, isn't this Web 2?
Yeah, I can see that. Actually, I didn't hear the term DPS before today, or I thought it was like damage per seconds, but now I know what it's supposed to mean. I can see that. To be frank, a lot of you guys are developers, engineers here. The 35,000 nodes doesn't really mean machines, and a lot of them, to be frank, are ETH2 validators. I can still see that this might not sound very decentralized. I guess it really depends on how you personally want to view the topic. I would say we never hold the tokens. We are not really in control of what happens, but it's true we are a single company running a lot of nodes, which, like by definition, is not decentralized. However, we try to do so in a responsible fashion. We offer you access to a lot of different data center providers. So I guess the question is always, how do you define decentralization? I would say if you look at protocols, if you look at validators, a lot of stuff is run on like GCP and AWS. Most of the blockchains probably. So this is also not decentralized. Really depends on your definition, but we're happy to discuss it. And also hear what you think, how we could maybe structure this in an even more decentralized way.
Thank you, Stefan. The next keynote is one I was very looking forward to, the whole day actually, because it's a very hot topic at the moment. First of all, we had an interesting governance proposal on the Cosmos Hub about adding COSMWASM or not. And besides, we're struggling with Terra right now, and maybe we are able to get all the Terra developers to Cosmos with COSMWASM. And who could be a better speaker to talk about COSMWASM than the man himself, Ethan Frey.
Hello, I'm Ethan Frey. I'm here today to speak about the future of COSMWASM. Before I get to the future, I need to tell a little about the present of COSMWASM. So first of all, what is COSMWASM? COSMWASM is the only Cosmos native smart contracting platform. Yes, there are other smart contracting languages like EVMOS and Agoric that run on Cosmos. But this is Cosmos native. It's easy to plug in any Cosmos SDK chain. It runs on many, many chains. It's not an overhaul. And it's deeply integrated into other native Go modules. It's built from the ground up to be compatible with the Cosmos SDK. So we tie into your native modules like osmosis swapping. We tie into stuff like Desmos is tying it in there. And we also tie deeply into IBC, so contracts are IBC compatible. I think it's a very important point because you play really well with the Cosmos SDK. The second point is it's the only platform outside of the EVM to run on multiple chains. Like, there are a few other ones, but multiple public blockchains that really have adoption. There's EVM, everything's EVM. And all the other languages are basically on one blockchain. And this is really independent of blockchains. There are many different blockchains. You can move from one to another to another. And I think it's a very key point as you scale up in the future. And finally, it's a secure and performant foundation to build your applications. So yeah, if you're looking for something solid, you can build it on this. And adoption's really speeding up. I've seen this. So in 2020, summer 2020, we released a more or less basic version we said was okay to use, 0.10, and that started getting adopted right away by Terra and Secret. And by the time I went to Lisbon in November, we had 5 chains running on that. In a year and a half, we did 5 chains to adopt it. And since then, I pitched why your chain should use COSMWASM, and it's just exploded. In the last half year, we've seen 8 more chains adopt it, and I don't know how many have in testnet discussing adding it, and a lot more coming out in the next few months already. I expect this to another 2 or 3 in the next month. So this is really nice adoption. It's really impressive, and thank you very much for everyone who's trusted us and put COSMWASM on your blockchain. Thank you. I also want to point in this graph that Terra is maybe down, maybe coming back in Terra 2, but it definitely won't be as big as it was before. So before, basically, COSMWASM was Terra and a few small chains. And as Terra is maybe rebooting, definitely losing its clout, it'll be a smaller Terra. Some devs will move, some devs will stay there. We're entering a multipolar world. So you see all these blockchains, they'll all coexist, and there won't be one big blockchain showering over it. So I think it's very interesting what we're getting to. A lot of these blockchains are focused on certain things. CyberCongress is focused on the AI. Desmos, social networking. Stargaze on NFTs. Osmosis on DEX. So a lot of these will focus on a niche, gather around that niche, and communicate between each other. So I really expect this to happen, not just one big chain like Ethereum has still, with a few L2s. There's no L2s, we're all L1s. We're all equal chains talking to each other, running COSMWASM. So I really think it's a very interesting place to be in the present, because we're building a new ecosystem with a new platform that runs on many compatible chains. They can communicate with each other, and there's no single central point. So we're really building a distributed center of many blockchains working together. So I'm looking forward to that. And we've built a stable foundation. So the last month since Lisbon, we've really worked hard. We've gotten the COSMWASM 1.0 release. I don't know if you heard that yet. We took off the beta tag. We spent 7 months going through it, auditing it, going through it, got very good results, fixed a few small security issues. It's polished. It's 1.0. The Rust libraries are 1.0. They're stable. They're stable. I recommend for everyone to use them. It's a really big achievement for us. And we've also got WASM-D 0.27. It's coming out in the next day or 2, and that is more or less feature complete for 1.0. We added state sync, people wanted for years. We've added IBCv3 interchain account support. We've added Cosmos DK 45. So this is really a nice basis. We'll be auditing that one, also going through that one and checking every possible thing, really polishing it off. And this is a really stable basis we're at now. So this is where we are. We have a stable basis tied into multiple chains in a really big world, and it's adopting. Well, how can we get better? Thank you. So how can we make this better? So what we need to do is, first of all, better dev onboarding. So a lot of people that learn COSMWASM are quite happy with it, right? They take some hurdle. Once they got into it, like, oh, this is great. I like it. I learned APIs. I learned this. But getting that first step into it is definitely a little daunting. And we want to improve that. Our main focus now is to improve stuff like that. Tooling. There are lots of tools, and I'm scattered, incomplete. Like, we have processes. I like it, but yeah, a lot of stuff still to manually understand lots of levels of stack. We understand it, but yes, if you come new to it and you want to do one little thing, sometimes you want better tools, and I appreciate that. Something else to focus on. Another big thing we want to focus on, this is like the year of IBC. Last year, IBC launched, right? ICS 20 came out, and they proved IBC existed. That all these blockchains, you've seen the map of zones. You see 40 blockchains connected with IBC, tokens everywhere moving around. It's beautiful. Show this connected. But this year goes beyond tokens, right? And I think we really can contribute to true multi-chain contracts, really tying these applications that run over multiple blockchains in harmony together. So that's really another focus you want to have for this year. So yeah, dev onboarding is hard. You come into it, you have to learn Rust. The tutorials, some of them like worked for 0.16, not 1.0, or you have a video of mine from 2020 you're still looking at. And there's not a clear intro path. There's documentation here. Some chains have their own documentation. There's not one place you go and say, I want to learn COSMWASM. Where do I start? And you get a bunch of random links. And when you go through it, you learn it. There's documentation or repos, there's tutorial, there's stuff, but it's not clearly organized. And it's unclear how to connect to different chains. So you then, okay, I run my app, where do I connect to? We don't have a starter like Ethereum just connect to, with a testnet. There's no clear chain, right? There are 10 chains, so how do you make a doc for them all? And so we're working better onboarding. It's really a major focus of ours right now. We stuck multiple devs on it already and pulling off product to focus on onboarding. And we're starting the COSMWASM Academy. So check it out, academy.cosmwasm.com. The site is live, the Academy will release soon. And we're going through choices. If you have a great contract dev, a great front-end dev working this full-time now, building out better tooling, building out tutorials, working on the documentation, working on training it up so people can just get onto it, take these courses, learn how to build contracts, learn how to build front-end, learn how to deploy it, and then start working full stack. And from there, you can pick it up. Once you get the basics down, you can learn, okay, quite the different RPC endpoint. Okay, I want to add this extra feature, the advanced tutorials. But really walking people in with video tutorials, with trainings, with stuff up to date, best practices, how to do it. So we're really focusing on that one. And yeah, another big thing for onboarding, it's been talked for a while, COSMWASM contracts in Go. These do exist now. Now, there's a repo, you can check it out, COSMWASM Go. It exists, it compiles, I've run contracts, they upload to 1.0, they're compatible. The tooling is not great yet. So I think it's really for explorers, not to load in production yet. They work, but the build system's a little, yeah, you have to read the README for it, and there's no example contracts for it. And yeah, so Archway's working on that one. They will be building this out. I don't know their timeline, but they're definitely working on their beautiful ORM they created for it. Some stuff there. They're working on some example contracts and documentation. And I expect sometime this year that they'll be releasing like a very nice, easy way for people that are don't want to learn Rust. They can use Go and COSMWASM contracts and really make a second language. Another problem we have is tooling. It's a bit scattered, right? So there's a bunch of people who have built stuff for their chains, for their application. There's some amazing scaffolding tooling I found about type generation for front-end apps. This is buried in some DAO library. And it's great. They're using this stuff. It's out there, but it's not easy. So we really want to make this easy, clear, how to deploy it. Again, like documentation, tutorials, just clean it up, find the missing tools that exist somewhere in the ecosystem, bring them together, maintain them, link them from a standard site, and then build a few pieces that are still missing that do not exist anywhere. There are various things like IDEs people have been working on, and we need to see the 2 or 3 projects working in IDEs. This needs to get shipped, so we have a thing. Running something like local Terra. This is doable, it's not really packaged up as a product. Various things like that. Examples how to build apps. Tooling to auto-generate application scaffolding from your contract. Working on that. Verifying contracts, that's another thing. So you can upload the source code that Etherscan does, right? It's one of our plans to work on that or work with partners to build this year is like Etherscan, you can upload the Solidity code and it will hash it and then it verifies that contract hash. Same thing, you can point to that Rust code and it can verify it and say, we compile it with this version of the Docker image, it'll verify it, and then you say, great, that is the contract on this blockchain. So we're working on that stuff, and we definitely want to give this tooling for all the people so that later on, when a new person comes in there, not so much to learn, the tools are really sharp, they're fine, they explain how to use the tools, and we'll walk you through using them. So I really hope with this, that, so all these constructs, we're building also a new contracting system. So we have a basic Rust contracting language. It works, it's stable, I love it. But some people think it's a little verbose. You have to define all the things by hand. We're using some macro, which will wrap it. It's not a new framework. It's wrapping it to auto-generate some of the boilerplate stuff to make it less verbose. But you can still see the under the hood if you want. It compiles the same stuff under the hood. We are also working on COSMWASM.js, which is a wraparound COSM.js. COSM.js is beautifully powerful. It can do everything for you. But it's too hard to start with for some people. If you only want to build a COSMWASM D app and a website, it gives you too many choices. So we are focusing on making that really a simple interface to focus on one use case, which is I want to connect to a website, deploy a COSMWASM contract, and interact with it. That's really the one use case people want to know. We're building tooling focused just on the use case. Yeah, and we definitely want to support all kinds of different efforts on this. So if you guys work on tooling and you have a project working COSMWASM tooling, whether you work on Juno, whether you work on Secret, whether you work on Osmosis, whether you work on Terra and want to move somewhere else and just support the ecosystem in general, we're very happy for this. And we want this tooling to support all the blockchains. So we're really looking forward to bringing support for everyone. The last major point we're working on improving this year is IBC. So IBC is right now only tokens. So the vision of IBC is And if you look at the white paper they're pitching in 2020, it was really this like TCP/IP could build any protocol possible on top of it. And actually, if you've looked into it, if you're an engineer, you've looked into the design of it, it's very complex. It's really powerful. It's well done. But it allows all kinds of composability, all kinds of layers of abstraction. It's really nicely done, but it's only really been applied to one thing, which is token transfer, which is valuable. And if we're comparing it to TCP/IP, we need to build all kinds of other things on top of it to really show the power of it. You know, email was an amazing use of TCP/IP, and it was great. But it's not the only one. All kinds of things built after that. So we want to work on that one. Interchain accounts is coming. It's technically complete. It's being shipped slowly. I think in the next few months it'll cut live on more blockchains. It's a really, really big milestone. I think it's awesome to see a second protocol out there and be adopted. So I think it's a really big milestone. But that was over a year now. Interchain security is coming out too. And these are great protocols. I think it's a very, very valid protocol. I look forward to seeing the hub. I look forward to seeing it deployed. I look forward to seeing interchain security be a new way of launching zones. These are great ideas. But currently, they come out slowly. They're long research areas with a team, usually these large teams that are more focused on research, is not accessible. It's devoid from product, which is fine. It has been a hard job to do it. But they have laid the course. They've showed us how to do it. The first bridge you build, right, is hard. Once you build a few of them, it becomes out there. So I think, really, it gets a little slow now. And it is a huge technology thing, and we want to speed that up. So really, we want to bring the idea of IBC development to app developers, right? Take it out of the research and bring it to app developers. And we've done that in COSMWASM by reducing a lot of the complexity. We produce basically most of the stuff you do in the IBC application, we handle already for you and expose a simple interface to the contracts. And we are going to work on that. And so my goal in 2023 or 2022 is really to focus on this, my personal goal. So as Confio, we are going to be maintaining this. We are going to work on building more applications on there, improve our ICS 21, so we can send tokens with a contract, work on ICA implementation, work on other new protocols that you can build. And so I talked to various projects that would love to do cross-chain applications, like a DEX on 2 chains, connecting a lending protocol here with a DEX over here, other stuff like that, NFT swaps, using NFTs over here as collateral, and not just moving an NFT, but actually like having complex interactions between blockchains. Liquid staking is one example they want to do, right? Running on one chain to another. So interchain accounts is one way. We can build more complex protocols as well. So really focusing on that is one thing, and using that not just like, oh, we're going to build it now. Now there's one more team building more research stuff, devoid of everyone else. But I want to really bring that as examples to the hands of all of you. So all of the people here building products, all the engineering teams, all the product owners want to build it, say, okay, we build a contract, we build an app chain. No, you can build ICS protocols too. So I really want to democratize this and work along with Interchain GmbH and Informal Systems to really bring this, democratize and train people how to build applications on this so we can all build them. And we see that when those are in the hands of product developers, we're going to see an explosion of IBC. And I really see that, second half of this year, early 2023, I think will be a space that we can actually start doing that. I really look forward to that. So yeah, with all that power, when it gets to 2023, this is how COSMWASM is going to be. You come in there, chill, it's just nice. Everything's working. All right, so thank you. So there's a little more. I got this question. So that was basically, that's where we're going COSMWASM, right? That is what we are building. That's what we're building is tooling for you guys. We're providing infrastructure and support for the rest of you to build your applications. I got a very interesting question though once, and this was passed me in March. So one developer, he asked me, Song, who asked me, was saying, what should we build with COSMWASM? And my first understanding was very technical. What should we build? Well, you can build governance applications, you can build DeFi, composability, if you want interchain connections, complex testable apps, like what can you build? And he said, no, not what can we build, what should we build? He was asking for direction, what was meaningful? What is meaningful to build in COSMWASM? Why is it different than building Solidity? Why is it different than building some other platform? What makes it different? And that was a very interesting question. I hadn't thought about that, right? Like I'm just thinking about trying to make things easier for people, but not where I should go. And I thought about a lot. So I was off on vacation a lot in April and thought about this. And I came back in a totally different market. So I came back and we're not in the bull phase, we're in the bear phase. It actually is a great time to build, in a way, long-term stuff. And so I think really what we should build is real-world impact. It's something's missing in this space. Like when I came in this space, 2015, everyone's dreaming about a different world, right? It's, decentralizing finance wasn't just about making Wall Street again. It was about building something different to oppose a state, not just create another centralized caste, a bunch of VC funds on there, but really a wholly different system. And that was like this ethos that was out there. There's an idea of using blockchain to really produce something different, to be meaningfully different in the system, not just in quantity or in form, but in quality, qualitative different. And there were lots of early experiments on that, and recently I feel, especially in these markets, it's all on token value, which is fine, but should not be all we're building. So yeah, I think we're supposed to build something else. We're supposed to build something. And Bucky, if you talk to Bucky, Ethan Buckman, he's been pitching this for a while now, right? He always talks about community currencies, other things, and this idea's been around. And I appreciate he's carried this vision with him this time. He's one of these visionaries I'm talking about. Jaquan's also pitched ideas like this, right? But I've not seen them manifest. And so I think now is this bear market, and with the tooling we have now, that's really reduced the cost of development a factor of 10 or even a factor of 100 since 2015 to build applications much, much easier. We can really start experimenting and building out these ideas that do not just say maximizing value, but building different values. So I'd like to look at how we can build real-world impact this year, and that's what I personally would like to support in this bear market. So one area I think that could really use is open governance. So DAO is doing amazing work. So big shout out to Jake there on the talk today. It was an awesome talk. They're building amazing work and building this tooling for everyone to build DAOs, build their own governance structures, and experiment with governance. Right? If you want to have something that's decentralized, you need good governance. It's obvious for me. Like the first step you do is good governance. And that's not just having the tooling on chains, also communities and discussion forums and how you communicate. Because if you don't have governance, how can a group organize itself? It becomes one person or a small group of people deciding. But if you want a big group, you need good governance. So I think building those tools is great and wonderful. T-Grade, I'm working also on T-Grade. It's Confio. It's proof of engagement. And we're bringing something there. It basically takes idea of one level you have proof of stake, another level you have engagement points, people active validators, active developers, active people in marketing. And when you want to get voting power as a validator, you mix them together. So the idea of mixing together not just a multi-sig, which is kind of proof of authority, or stake tokens of proof of stake, you can mix them together in some curve, even a sublinear curve, so basically anti-whale curve, and you both must have some authority, some engagement, some trust and reputation, and you must have stake together and make some other mechanism. You can mix and match these things. It opens a whole space of design. So I'd like to see that ported to DAO, for example, and used other places. And I'm working on a project called Wind, also supporting a project called Wind, and they're also building a V-curve, like a time-weighted token contract. So you can stake your tokens, the longer you stake them for, the more voting power you have. So I like these experiments. I think DAO is a great platform. I think other platforms come out there. And I'd love to see experiments in this, because if we want to keep a decentralized future, we need governance. We need to figure out what that means. And I think the Terra attack, if nothing else, they had to stop their blockchain to stop people validating, because the token value shot too low. There's obvious, this theoretical attack that someone might attack a blockchain by buying the tokens and taking over the validator set was theoretical, and people joke about it a bit. But it was practical. They had to do an emergency fork to stop that, because it was very practical at that point that someone could just buy it out. And for low cap projects, it's very big risk that if you have a valuable project, this low cap, someone could buy it out and just take it over, right? So you need something, it can't just be pure token value. Some sort of lockup, longer lockups, long reputation. So building this out, I think, is very important to be able to build the future of decentralized systems, if we want to keep them decentralized and not turn into another just centralized platform. And yeah, other research ideas like self-sovereign identities, private voting, these are beautiful things to encourage. I'd love to see more work on that. Another area I think is more important than ever is regenerative finance. So that's using DeFi to fund ecosystem restoration in that world. So there's been a lot of work, and what I've seen in Ethereum is nice ideas, but not really well implemented. I think like Climate DAO is like Umee, but YCOP is Olympus Ponzi scheme to make regenerative finance. But if you look at Cosmos ecosystem, we have some good examples here, right? Like Regen Network is an OG here. They've been doing it forever. Like 2017 and before that, they've been involved in this. They've been working in the long term and to issue environmental assets, like real high quality environmental assets on a blockchain to be able to use a primitive for other people to make investment. So really, that brings money to people actually fixing the environment. I think it's a wonderful project they're doing. We need more of that. So this is maybe not the quickest 10x your token in 6 months, but it's a really long-term growth vision, and this is where the world's heading. We need this, right? Like, in 20 years from now, if no one's working on this, where are we? So I'd love to see contributions in Web3 to support these contributions. And personally, if you're working on these projects, reach out to me. Yeah, T-Grade is working a little bit. They want to support ESG funds, which is maybe not as radical as Regen, but it is still supporting projects that are doing environmental impacts, positive environmental impacts, to help get financing for them. IXO had a nice piece about impact DAOs. I don't know if you've seen the Medium article. It's a pretty good article, the discussion on impact DAOs and how to build DAOs focused on real-world impact and bring that beyond philanthropy and avow just investments, but bring world impact. Again, this Wind project is supposed to bring some form of refi using DeFi primitives, and I'd love to see the experimentation there. So this is a wonderful area to experiment on. It's a long-term growth market. We all need that more and more energy and people and money has to go into restoring our environment, or we as a species are dead. So it has to be long-term. It's not going up 10x, but it's going up long-term. And in a bear market, I think it's a wonderful place to be able to focus on and build something meaningful. I'd love to see that and support that. And finally, empowering communities. Because, yeah, it's not just crypto communities, there are real-world communities on the ground. I don't know if you've looked at these projects, but there's a thing called grassroots economics, which is really cool. They're using the blockchain Kenya for community currencies. I think in Cello blockchain, actually. But yeah, it's cool that basically it's community-governed and community-issued currencies to be able to provide liquidity so they're able to trade and help raise everyone together, work together to raise their quality of life. There are beautiful projects out there. Informal is talking about a project called collaborative financing, which I love the idea of it. I don't know how it's going to shape out, but I like the idea is this direction of reaching out to real-world communities and helping empower them using blockchain technology. So I just want to bring back some of the ethos that I heard, 5-7 years ago before the ICO boom, and love to bring that back in this space and take advantage of this bear market with the tools we have now, with the talent we have now, with this huge ecosystem of Cosmos we have now, and really invest in building this out. So if you're building any project in this way and you want to talk to me, please just reach out to me, reach out on Discord, and I'm around. So yeah, time to build. Any questions?
Thank you, Ethan. And yes, we got a bunch of questions. So the first one is, can you make a COSMWASM Celestia execution environment, please?
I don't know how to do that. I talked to Celestia about 6 months ago, and they need some sort of proofs on WASM. The problem with doing that in general, I'll say it quickly, I don't think it's possible, frankly, because we're tied to SDK. Because you call COSMWASM contracts, call into the SDK, the bank module, the staking module, and the IBC module, and you actually need a Celestia environment that will be able to replicate the entire SDK. So once you have a Celestia environment to run the SDK, I'll give you the COSMWASM environment, no problem.
Another question is, will the Academy be suitable even for someone with no prior coding skills at all?
No. We are focusing on people that know some coding skills. So not advanced, but intermediate devs. If you know React, the DApp Academy is for you. If you know, you don't have to know Rust, but you should know a static language for the Rust Academy, right? Pick up basic Rust through tutorials, spend a week learning Rust, have a basic knowledge of how to use Rust to pick up the Rust Academy. Assumes like minimal basic knowledge of Rust. But yeah, you should have some knowledge on it, some coding academy, and it's bringing you from a developer into a COSMWASM developer.
Another question is, when COSMWASM in TypeScript?
So you cannot write contracts in TypeScript. I'm assuming they're contracts, not building the whole VM. There are no contracts in TypeScript. You have to use assembly script, not TypeScript, because TypeScript cannot compile to WASM. Assembly script actually has types, that are integer types, is possible. Near did that. They abandoned that project. They said it wasn't stable enough to use in DeFi applications. I need to talk to them more. The only reason I thought it was possible is because Near had done that. They can compile it. It's compilable. It works, but they didn't trust the stability after using it for 1.5 years on their mainnet, so I'm not sure it's the best choice.
The next question is, are there any plans in the future to have an Open Zeppelin-style contract library?
Yeah, CW Plus is more or less that. That was my first take on Open Zeppelin. We provide things, everything in CW Plus is ready to use, basically. It's all these primitives. The DAO took our CW3, CW4 contracts, they took them and then forked them and built them off there, right? A lot of people use our CW20 base contracts. These is Open Zeppelin. Look at our CW Plus, and that is your Open Zeppelin library to start with. If you have more requests, let us know. We have CW tokens, which is more community experiments that extend it. But CW Plus is really like our version of the trustable Open Zeppelin.
Last question, where can we find the NG contracts framework?
Aha! There is a branch. If you look in CLV Plus, I just mentioned, there is a branch. It's called CLV1 Whitelist NG right now. We are trying to rename it currently. This should be usable for early adopters in a month or so. It's a work in progress. So there is generation. Some of it still needs to be cleaned up a bit more, but we're getting pretty close to a first version of it.
Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
So we have a keynote about the Cosmos Hub in the books. We have a keynote about COSMWASM in the books. And now it's very important to talk about one of the most exciting and interesting developments in the Interchain, which is, of course, Interchain security, as it will strengthen Atom's tokenomics. And now I will welcome Marius Poke on the stage. He's from Informal System, and he will talk about precisely this topic. Welcome, Marius.
Yeah, thanks, Yuri. Hi everyone. My name is Marius Poke, and today I'm going to talk about interchain security. In a nutshell, interchain security will enable the Cosmos Hub to share its high security with the rest of the interchain ecosystem. Essentially, this means that IBC-enabled chains will be able to leverage the trusted and decentralized validator set of the hub and deploy their projects without actually worrying about bootstrapping their own validator set. So before I go into all this, I would like to say a few words about myself and the company that I'm working at. So I'm a research engineer at Informal, part of the protocol design team. The goal of the team is to design and specify protocols with an emphasis on correctness. Basically, this means that we make sure that the required properties, safety and liveness properties, are guaranteed. The focus of my work is to design and specify protocols that bring value to the hub. One of these protocols is interchain security. Informal System is a cooperatively owned organization with more than 50 members from all over the world. Our work revolves around three main things: applications, infrastructure, and the Cosmos Hub. First, we offer tools and services to improve development velocity, testing, and the confidence of blockchain applications. For example, we develop formal verification tools such as model-based testing and Appalachian model tester that enable us to provide security audits to the blockchain ecosystem. Second, we build and operate robust nodes and relaying software that power the interchain. We've seen yesterday Adi mentioning in his talk the Hermes relayer, which is developed and maintained at Informal System. Also, our partners from Cephalopod Equipment are operating nodes on multiple chains and relaying packets between these chains. Finally, we improve the value of the hub by enabling it to provide sustainable and scalable services to the rest of the interchain. Interchain security is one of these services, and we will see by the end of my talk that it brings value not only to the hub, but to the entire ecosystem. So, since interchain security is about providing security, it will be smart to start with seeing what's the security model in Cosmos. Cosmos chains are based on proof of stake, most exactly delegated proof of stake, which means that token holders are delegating their tokens to validators, which are then responsible for providing security, for making sure that the chain is secured. We can split this proof of stake into 4 main operations, right? So to participate in the consensus algorithm, validators need to bond their tokens. This is a well-known mechanism against the nothing at stake attack. These tokens are giving validators voting power. This voting power can be used to validate and vote for blocks. To encourage voting, validators get rewards that are then distributed to the delegators. Now, this voting power can also be used to misbehave, which means basically that the validators are not following the rules of the protocol. This can be double signing or light client attacks or things like this. As a deterrent for misbehavior, validators get their tokens, their bonded tokens slashed. Finally, to enable the detection of this misbehavior, the validators and the delegators need to wait for a certain period of time, known as the unbonding period, before they can unbond their tokens. During this period, evidence of misbehavior can be submitted to the system. Interchain security basically can be seen as a multi-chain proof of stake. What it means is that we distribute the for operation from before across two chains. One is the provider chain, also, for example, the hub, the Cosmos hub. And the other one is the consumer chain. The two chains are connected through the IBC protocol. So here on one side, we see the Cosmos hub, and we'll focus on it for a while. Right? What's important to understand with interchain security is that it doesn't change the security model of the hub. We'll have exactly the same actions as before. Validators are bonding atoms. As a result, they get voting power. They use this voting power to produce blocks on the hub. Right? They get rewards as a result, which are distributed to the atom delegators. If they misbehave, their atoms get slashed. And to unbond these atoms, you need to wait for the unbonding period to elapse on the hub. Now, what we want to do with interchain security is to replicate the validator set from the hub on the consumer chain. For that, we use the same bonded atoms as before. Right? So validators have their bonded atoms on the hub, and as a result, now they get also validating voting power on the consumer chain. This grants them permission to participate in the consensus protocol on the consumer chain and vote for blocks on the consumer chain. As a reward, they get fees on the hub, which can be distributed then to atom delegators. If validators misbehave on the consumer chain, then their bonded atoms are getting slashed. Finally, to ensure that evidence can be submitted also to misbehavior on the consumer chain, to unbond atoms, now you have to wait not only for the unbonding period to elapse on the hub, but also on the consumer chain. Now that we've seen at a high level how interchain security works, we can move on to the why. And in a nutshell, interchain security provides sharding with shared security. Without interchain security, we can have either one or the other, but not both. For example, we can have sharding without shared security. This is the typical example of application-specific blockchains deployed in Cosmos and interconnected with IBC. It's basically the interchain. All right, so here on one side, we have the hub that we all know and we kind of love. So the hub is secured by 175 validators that are trusted and decentralized, and these validators have a total bond of more than $2 billion. And this is today in a bear market. Also, the hub is secured by Atom. The Atom has the highest market cap in the Cosmos network, or at least in the interchain. On top of that, the hub acts as an on-ramp and off-ramp to the rest of the ecosystem, which means that it gets value from the entire ecosystem. On the other side, we have an application-specific blockchain. Right? This is built on top of Cosmos SDK and also has its own native token. The advantage of such an approach is that the application running on this application-specific chain do not have to compete with applications running on the hub. They do not have to share the same block space. However, The downsides are that this chain now has to bootstrap its own validator set, which has to be sufficiently decentralized, has to be trusted. Even more, depending on the market cap of this native token, the security can be lower. Finally, to get an incentive alignment with the hub, what happens now in practice, a lot of these chains are airdropping tokens to Atom holders. And we've seen in the past that this is riddled with problems. Alternatively, we can have shared security, however, without sharding. So this is an example of actually deploying COSMWASM on the hub, bear with me. And basically, this will allow having multiple smart contracts be directly on the hub. The advantage of such an approach is indeed, all the smart contracts will share the same security as the hub. Right? They will not have to worry about validator sets or anything like this. However, such an approach has limited scalability. Since the smart contracts are sharing the same block space with other applications running on the hub, you cannot really scale such a solution. For the same reason, the gas fees are unpredictable, and potentially they can be high, as is the case with Ethereum. And finally, and quite relevant today, is Proposal 69, which we tried to put it and it didn't pass. And that's actually for some good reasons. There were security concerns, and the good part is that the interchain security can solve all of these problems. Can actually provide sharding with shared security. So in the middle here we have the hub, again with high security provided by 175 validators that are trusted and decentralized, secured by the Atom. Great. So the hub now is using the interchain security protocol to share its high security with the rest of the interchain ecosystem. Right? And basically is giving the shared security to consumer chains. We distinguish here about two types of consumer chains. On one side, we have the custom consumer chain. This is a chain with its own native token and built on top of Cosmos SDK. This means that developers can customize the entire chain logic. A good example of this is Quicksilver, and we'll hear later a talk from Joe about it, so yeah, quite excited. On the other side, we have the so-called contract consumer chain. This is a chain that has COSMWASM or EVM enabled on it, and deploy on top of this only a smart contract we deploy. The idea is that now developers can customize only the contract chain. They don't have access to the chain logic, right? So only the contract logic. Also, to keep it simple, the gas fees will be paid in atoms. Good. So this can be seen, if we think about it, as a very lightweight chain, or as we like to call it, a supercharged smart contract. Regardless of the type of consumer chain, what's very important to understand is that all the consumer chains will have exactly the same security as the hub. The two flavors of consumer chains that we described before have different implications when it comes to developers and operators. In both cases, all consumer chains have to pass a governance proposal on the hub to be accepted as consumer chain. Why is that? Once the chain is accepted as a consumer chain, validators need to start running a full validator node of that, so a validator node of the chain, unless they will risk getting slashed for downtime. The difference between them is the following. So the contract chain on one side, as we said before, developers can only customize the contract logic, right? Also, the fees, the gas fees, are in Atom. This makes this chain very likely to be accepted. It doesn't really have any major impacts on the hub, right? So this will be the perfect scenario for projects that do not want to care about a native token or about security or about any of this, just deploy on a secure chain and have the benefits of such a technology. On the other side, we have the custom consumer chain, right? As we said before, this is built on top of Cosmos SDK, which means that developers have access, can customize the entire chain logic, and the native token, then the gas fees are in the native token, right? And these gas fees, some of them at least, will go to the hub. As a result, to get these chains to be consumer chains, most likely the validators will have to be more careful when accepting them, right, when passing the proposal. This can be seen as a clear incentive alignment, as a mechanism for having clear incentive alignments with the hub. We can think of the governance proposal as a method for the Atom delegators to actually audit this chain. This is quite cool. The two types of chains also have different implications when it comes to tokenomics, two types of consumer chain. So in the case of the custom consumer chain, as I said before, the gas fees are paid in native tokens. These native tokens can be furtherly inflated, as is the case with many Cosmos chains. A big chunk of this can be kept on chain, a big chunk of the rewards from the gas fees and from the inflated token can be kept on chain and used for things like governance, liquidity pools, and other protocols. However, a small chunk will be sent to the validators and delegators of the hub. This can be seen as a continuous airdrop. Billy kind of mentioned this in his talk before, and I think it's a very powerful feature of interchain security. This will enable basically the Atom delegators to participate in all these projects and not have to bother with weird mechanism for airdrops or anything like this. Next, the contra consumer chain has the tokenomics are a bit different, right? Because the gas fees now are paid in atoms. As I said before, these are chains that are running a single smart contract, so they do not have to share the block space with other applications or other smart contracts. This makes the gas fees predictable. This is quite a cool feature, right? And a part of these fees will be sent to the hub validators and delegators as rewards for providing security. However, big chunk can be kept on the chain, right, and distributed to the community that actually helped develop this protocol, to be, for example, to a community DAO. So to sum up, interchain security is almost here, and it will be awesome. Why I'm saying that? It basically will enable multiple stakeholders in the ecosystem to benefit from it. First, it will enable the Cosmos ecosystem to grow by allowing projects to easily deploy on secure chains without having to worry about bootstrapping a validator set that is sufficiently decentralized, with sufficiently market cap, and all these things, right? Second, it will enable the Atom delegators to receive rewards in different tokens and to participate in all these projects. Will basically make the interchain more connected, which is quite nice. And finally, it will enable the Cosmos Hub to experiment with new features. We've seen recently how, with Proposal 69, we wanted to put COSMWASM on the hub, but it failed. And again, there were some security concerns for that, right? Now what we could do is to just deploy COSMWASM on a consumer chain, and in case that consumer chain fails, the hub will not suffer absolutely at all, right? So this is quite a nice feature. Finally, I would like to say that we are hiring core developers, and in case you want to talk to us about interchain security or in general, you can contact us at hello@informal.systems. Thank you. Now, any questions?
Yes, there are.
Cool.
So, first question is, onboarding new consumer chains for interchain security can be seen as a block size increase of sorts. How do we manage this to manage full node requirements?
A block size increase? Not really, because basically what you have minimal communication between the two chains, and that will be the only increase on the side of the Cosmos Hub, just to send validator updates and things like this, which at the moment will be on a per block basis, but this can be easily changed epoch basis, for example. right? So I don't see any reason to have to increase the block size on the Cosmos Hub, for example, as a result of interchain security.
Okay, I see. And another question is
just one other thing, I think actually to reduce the block space, because now what you have, you can literally shard. You can move whatever is not related to the Cosmos Hub, which should be providing high security, providing routing. The main features of the hub can stay on the hub, but everything else can be moved away in a consumer chain.
I see. Another question is interchain security the only way to strengthen Atom's tokenomics?
Oh, no. Billy talked before. There are a lot of other ideas, and we are very excited about all of them. I think having a stronger community and figuring out how to go about it and how to actually increase the value of the Atom as a result of all the features enabled by the Cosmos Hub, right? And that are bringing a lot of value to the entire interchain. So that feeding that back into the Atom, that will be great. And there are many other ideas. So I think, yeah, interchain security is only one of them.
Another question is, why are validators not forced to have a reserve to pay for slashing in case of misbehavior?
Sorry, can you go? So why?
Why are validators not forced to have a reserve to pay for slashing in case of misbehavior?
I don't really get. I'm not sure I get the question. So validators do have a deposit. They have to make the deposit, and which will get slash in case they misbehave. So I don't know if I really get the question, what it means.
I'm not the expert for interchain security, so that's why I asked you.
So how I understand this, it will work exactly like in proof of stake, like how it works at the moment. We are trying actually to keep on the consumer chain the same security model as in the rest of the interchain. And this is actually one of the most important things that we are trying to achieve. We don't want to go now and create these new chains with different security models that will have some whatever problems that we didn't encounter. We know that proof of stake works to some degree. It was tested for so many years on so many chains, and we want to replicate exactly the same mechanism, just that we do not want for these new chains to have to bond their own tokens.
Okay, and speaking of battle tested, what is your point of view in the COSMWASM discussion? Billy had a very similar question on his keynote as well.
So on it being deployed in the hub or not?
Yes.
I think, so it's an interesting topic, right? I think, yes, it could have brought more value to the hub. However, we are so near of actually deploying it as a consumer chain. And I think we have this, there is this mantra within the Cosmos ecosystem, right? Application-specific blockchains. And I like that, right? So if we start building up different applications on these blockchains, we'll end up with having Ethereum, a bunch of Ethereum chains connected to each other. So I like the idea to have application-specific. I like the idea to minimize the risk, to keep the hub minimalistic, right? And to deploy COSMWASM on a consumer chain that will enable all the functionalities that of COSMWASM to be on Cosmos Hub, however, without the risk of crashing the hub.
Okay, and earlier in your keynote, you mentioned Quicksilver, the first project that will leverage interchain security. And there's a question, if the hub is a provider chain for Quicksilver, would validators on the hub need to execute blocks of Quicksilver transactions?
Yes, so basically, for every consumer chain that is accepted through governance, that's the reason it's through governance, that's the reason it's not permissionless, at least not at the moment. Because validators actually, once they accept it, they have to start a full node of that chain and run that full node. So in the case of Quicksilver, yes, the validators of the hub will have to run a full node, a full validator node of Quicksilver.
Okay, and I think this is a very interesting question that needs to be asked. Is interchain security, from a physical perspective, even effective? I mean, how will small validators be able to validate hundreds of other chains parallelly?
That's an interesting question. So we are thinking about whether we can go and move on this to selecting just a subset of validators, right? It's this idea of interchain security V2, V3, where we are trying to have an opt-in, opt-out. We still have to figure out some things that we don't really know how they will work, but we are looking into this. I think at the beginning there will not be so many consumer chains that will impede validators to actually participate. But yes, that's a very important thing, and that's the reason we are talking with validators and trying to understand what it means for them to run these multiple nodes. The cool thing is that they will get rewards out as an outcome, right? And they do not have, now if a validator wants to get more rewards, they need to go and convince that project to join or to buy the token, buy enough of it, or get enough delegations to actually be able to run there. Now you will just get your atoms, you will stake your atoms, you'll get enough atom delegations, you'll become a validator, and then you get access to all these chains.
I see. Last question. Has there been any thoughts on how to encourage data availability into interchain security by allowing interchain security to function using a DA committee?
Yeah, so I was actually talking with Ismail about this. It's a very good question. There are in my personal opinion, yes, I think the two solutions are very complementary, right? So I envision, for example, having a settlement layer from Celestia deployed directly as a consumer chain. I will even go as far as saying that you can even have the DA layer as a consumer chain. But that has different implications from tokenomics and things like this, right? Most likely Celestia will have its own native token that they want, and I think they can attract, being an important project, they can attract easily a set of validators, so that will not be an issue for them. But a settlement layer, yeah, sure, I think that will be something very cool.
Marius Poke.
Thank you.
Before moving on with the next keynote, just quick reminder, there are some bounties to win. You can check them out, for example, in the Agoric Hacking Lounge or in the Juno Hacking Lounge. And now the next keynote will be the first remote keynote. It's Brent True from Umee, and he will tune in live from New York, I guess.
Hey everyone, can you hear me? Hello, testing? Oh, wonderful. Hey everyone, really great to be here. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me remote. I wish I could have been there in person to see everyone, but wasn't able to make it this time around. And the organizers were graceful enough to allow me to present remotely. So I'll be giving a talk on Umee, on bridging the debt markets to crypto. A quick introduction about myself. So I'm Brent. I'm the founder of Umee. Umee is a cross-chain DeFi protocol that interconnects between the Cosmos and the Ethereum blockchain, and we're building many DeFi primitives with that further goal of bringing this entire debt markets, the broader debt ecosystem into crypto, while also retransforming them and changing them to make them a bit more efficient and just better for societal benefits. So in 2008, 2009, we saw close to $50 trillion of value disappear from existence. All this value just got destroyed and disappeared, poof. It really kind of puts things in perspective for us these last few weeks with the crypto downturn. But that being said, that value destruction was due to a broken bond market. MBS and other types of bonds were non-transparent. The value shifted away from each other. There wasn't a public ledger to track this value. So why are we talking about bonds? Why do we care about bonds? They're kind of this, people view them as this sort of boring, opaque topic that isn't as relevant to us in crypto. They have nothing to do with crypto. The truth of the matter is that the bond markets are already in crypto. People just don't realize it yet. Yield farming, yield aggregators, TVL, AUM, DeFi liquidity pools, structured products, platforms like MakerDAO, Compound, Savings Rate, stablecoin issuance. These are all forms of fixed income instruments that are basically reincarnated in crypto format. And so today I'll talk about Umee's mission of bridging the debt markets to crypto, as the debt markets are the largest market in the world. And I think that crypto is in many ways the solution to a lot of, if not all of the problems that we see in TradFi. Next slide, please. So I'll talk about the vision, mission, and the platform that we're using to building this. So the vision is that we're here to rebuild all markets in DeFi. To do this, we're going to need a few things. We're going to need scalability, interoperability, and privacy. So from that perspective, scalability means we need a unified protocol like IBC to allow for fast finality transfers. In a financial system, transfers, you look at something like Visa that's processing, hundreds of thousand transactions, in a day. We need something equally scalable in crypto. Also, interoperability is key. So being able to talk between one blockchain and another is a major component to how to make all this work, as well as instantiating privacy, whether it be ZK Snarks, Plonk, or some sort of secured execution environment. These are prerequisites to, bring traditional markets, in fact, all markets, into a crypto DeFi ecosystem. The mission of Umee, in order to fulfill that vision, we are building many cross-chain borrowing and lending tools. We're building primitives for allowing these types of DeFi primitives to evolve. We're building crypto debt primitives such as CDPs for issuing different instruments to further expound upon this vision. The platform we're using, Umee is built on the COSMOS SDK. The Umee blockchain is configured in the Cosmos network. We also have a high reliance on Ethereum. We're figuring out some of the interoperability dynamics between Cosmos and Ethereum. Additionally, I want to say that we're looking at this problem from a very multi-chain perspective. What this means is that we're looking to integrate L2 solutions, sidechain architectures, and alternative base layer protocols as well. The reason for this is that we want Umee to be a universal platform, something where, when you use Umee, you do not need to worry about which chain you're on. You just need to leverage assets from one chain, borrow another, and you essentially get access to this, to the different tokens in these ecosystems. Next slide, please. So what is the state of the current blockchain ecosystem? People are probably talking a lot about, this recent crypto dump. Terra absolutely comes to mind. So when you look at Terra, the collapse of this was basically a result of a misunderstanding of risk. So you look at Terra, what do you see? Terra was basically a way to manage assets and liabilities using crypto. Every time UST was minted, a liability was created on the balance sheet. On the asset side, you had Luna. You also had things like Bitcoin, AVAX, BNB, USDT, USDC, all assets that are held by the Luna Foundation Guard. The biggest problem for Terra is that the debt could be instantly liquidated for so you call equity in the chain. And you can think of equity as a form of the Luna tokens, later BTC as well, because it's an asset on their books. But no debt market should work this way. Debt is supposed to be outstanding. When you have a 30-year loan, a mortgage, it's outstanding, and it can't get immediately liquidated for the equity in the home. So when you look at the system, Terra is basically broken mathematics. You also created UST, and you staked it on a savings protocol like Anchor. And so Anchor was designed as a risk-free rate, but a problem is that they were offering 20% as a risk-free rate. This is, not possible in finance. So there's this concept of you can't get something out of nothing. When value is created somewhere, it's taken from somewhere else. There's no free lunch, and it's a zero-sum game when it comes to economics. So there's never a situation where you can actually borrow at 3% and lend at 20%. The logic is broken. And so let's dive into math. Anchor was a weighted no need to switch to the slides. So Anchor was a weighted average of proof of stake yields. And this weighted average of proof of stake yields was supposed to be subsidizing the UST deposit rates. The problem is that there is an additional component of a yield reserve, and that was used to keep the yields at such a high 20% APY. And that's where the biggest problem was happening. UST was minted to prop up that 20% savings rate to a point where it was unsustainable. And more UST was, being created, and it was cycled through. This resulted in a broken protocol where money kept being cycled through, and we eventually saw this collapse. So where are we now? Now we're in a bear market. So in a bear market, people are a bit more, cautious, a bit more paranoid. Does this bridge work? Does the centralized solution work? One example is USDT fully backed? There was a time where USDT was being depegged from the US dollar. The sentiment is that there's a lack of trust in the crypto ecosystem. People are also looking at something like Lido. For example, staked ETH was trading at a lower price than regular ETH. Aave pools were, at risk of being, liquidated. And this was a result of people realizing that with staked ETH, they lacked the optionality of exchanging that staked ETH for, normal ETH. And, they realized that, in a bear market, optionality is key when it comes to your crypto. So what is my conclusion from the current state of crypto? I think that crypto is broken. There's currently no real way to manage trust and risk preferences related to different DeFi protocols, related to different, assets like USDT, staked ETH. And right now, yield farming is just, it maximizes on the Ponzi-nomics of a way to sustain a market. And it acts as more of a short-term stimulus, not a long-term solution for how crypto and DeFi should be used. Next slide, please. So, I mentioned crypto today is broken. What is one way to solve the brokenness? I think the answer lies in one of the most important concepts, if not the most important concept in economics and finance, which are interest rates. So why are interest rates important? Interest rates are a way to measure the value of time. And when you think of the world, when you think of like life is the one defining principle that is prevalent in all of life is time itself. And interest rates are the only way to measure time for long periods of history. So the way you can think about it is that every investor has a preference for time value of money. Sophisticated investors base this on the cost of funds that they borrow at, and they'll discount their investments based off of that cost of funds. Retail investors have an internal rate preference. It's generally really high. They look to like 90% APY. They want to get a 2x return as opposed to putting their money in a bond that yields 5% annually. You can also think of it from the perspective of someone from the poverty line. So, someone in poverty might actually have a negative rate preference. They'd actually prefer $1 today as opposed to $1.50 tomorrow because they need to buy food. This is why things such as pawn shops or check cashing systems work, where they charge a 60% APY, but you get your money today to buy food instead of having to wait to get your money next week. The other extreme can also exist for hedge funds. So with hedge funds, they might want to, borrow from their prime broker at Fed funds plus 10 basis points and invest in a strategy that can earn them Fed funds plus 50 basis points. Excuse me. And VCs are similar. They raise from endowments at 2 and 20 and they get an explicit mandate to get it 1 out of 10 winners to earn 100x return. So effectively, they're borrowing money at 1,000% over the life of the fund. Everyone is sensitive to their own internal rate preferences and their own measure of time value. Crypto is no different. So in crypto, someone would be happy to borrow stable coins at 15% interest rate in a bull market to catch a 200 to 500% gain. All coins have this rate preference, and they're carefully adjusted based on the emissions rates. The problem is that crypto does not have a market to value this time value of crypto assets. And protocols kind of just own up to their own protocol risk, and there's no real world way of measuring this risk. So the way you can think of interest rates is that they always tell a story. They are a living, breathing indication of risk in a system. When there's a war, when there's interest rate change, when there's political strife, interest rates shift. When there's a pandemic, this results in changes in the interest rate environment. And interest rates always tell a story of the perceived risks. It's a basis of how and it can be a basis for how we establish, risk in the crypto ecosystem. Let's take that USDT example. If there's a way to measure risk for USDT, we can actually give indications of how likely it should be to, lose its peg. We can establish a basis for credit. Same with Lido and staked ETH. If we have a basis for credit on how we measure the risk of Lido losing its peg for staked ETH, that is a way to establish certain forms of risk dynamics in relationship to these assets. The same applies to Terra. Terra is offering a quote unquote risk-free 20%. If we have a term structure of interest rates to measure the risk of Terra, we'll actually be able to have a sense on, is it really a risk-free 20%, or is there like a 50% chance that this protocol is going to suffer a downturn? All of this can be measured. This same concept applies to protocols like MakerDAO, Compact, Curve, Uniswap. You can also apply it to bridges like Wormhole or XLR or other bridging mechanisms to measure the riskiness of how you should perceive the effectiveness of this platform. Looking at this graph, you can see that interest rates reacted throughout history. During certain high rate environments, you have people's perception of what their internal rate preference for money should be. You see that during the pandemic, rates were artificially lowered by the government to keep economic development happening, and you can see right now rates are rising due to hyperinflation. The key message is that these rates always tell a story, and they give an indication on how the world should be viewing risk in a macroeconomic perspective. And the same applies to crypto. Crypto is effectively a new and improved way of looking at finance and economics. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a bit about what we're building at Umee. So next month, we'll be releasing a leverage module. So this is our Cosmos SDK-based leverage module. It's used for allowing Cosmos assets for borrowing and lending. This includes Atom, Osmo tokens, Juno, Umee, and many more. Any IBC asset will be used for leveraging to be able to borrow other assets, including stable coins and other IBC assets. So we want this to be the official money market of the Cosmos ecosystem. This will define how leverage is created in Cosmos and how different borrowing and lending applications can interact with AMMs like the Osmoses of the world, the Crescents, the SIF chains, and create this cohesive DeFi ecosystem throughout Cosmos based on IBC. We have this a powerful Oracle system. So, in our development of this money market platform, we realized that there's not a great Oracle solution in Cosmos right now. Chainlink isn't really supporting IBC assets effectively at the moment. They're focused a bit more on the Ethereum ecosystem. We think that protocols like Band are not doing a good job of supporting various IBC assets. And so, we want to develop our Oracle to be, this platform that can support other IBC assets, and we're putting a lot of resources and support and just expanding that Oracle side of the equation to make sure that there's a very useful, powerful cross-chain Oracle out there. And the third point I'd like to make is that we're putting a lot of emphasis on native borrowing and lending. What does this mean? So a lot of people ask us, we have our Cosmos borrowing and lending applications, but we also have one on Ethereum. And so why did we build the network this way? The reason is that, excuse me, we wanted to allow folks to keep their assets on their native chain while being able to access other chains. So with this configuration, you can leverage assets on the Cosmos blockchain to borrow on Ethereum, and you can leverage assets on Ethereum to borrow on Cosmos, and you don't actually need to bridge your assets between the two chains in order to access the other one. This is effectively what can be known as a bridgeless borrowing and lending transaction. Instead of having to bridge your assets from one chain to another, you can natively access them without needing to rely on a bridge to wrap them to the other chain. We think that this would be a major innovation to the ecosystem, and it helps folks access and adopt other chains without having to necessarily go through the processes of bridging your tokens across chain. Next slide, please. And so to touch upon what I talked about in the earlier slide on a term structure of interest rates, short term, we're focusing on cross-chain borrowing and lending. Medium term, we want to build out that term structure of interest rates as I described previously, basically an interest rate curve for crypto. So here's a thought experiment you can think about. Let's say I took Ethereum and I locked it into a 30-day smart contract. And then I put this Ethereum into an AMM pool with spot Ethereum. So this is a great AMM pool because you have two mean reverting assets. You have limited and permanent loss. But what's special about this AMM pool is that it represents the time value of Ethereum for 30 days. You can take this AMM pool and expound it from 30 days to 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year, 30 years. And you effectively have what is known as a yield curve or a term structure of interest rates for crypto. The same can be applied to a Cosmos atom. So let's say you took a staked atom, maybe a staking derivative, and you locked it for 30 days. And you put it into an AMM pool with a spot atom. The value of that atom for 30 days is not only the opportunity cost of atom itself, but also a prediction or a perspective on what you think the staking yield is going to be for 30 days. Take this and extrapolate it to 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, et cetera, and you effectively have what we have coined a staking curve. Basically a way to use proof of stake yield as a proxy for economic inflation. Proof of stake yield can be used to measure the value of time. And you can use proof of stake as a way to measure things that I described earlier, different forms of credit risk, different forms of trust that you have in a different DeFi ecosystem. This is the basis of what we're trying to build. We're trying to build the foundational structure for bringing the broader debt ecosystem into a crypto paradigm. And it's a step-by-step iterative process. So next slide, please. So I'd like to highlight our major testnet right now. So we have our Umee Mania testnet up and running. This is a incentivized testnet. The goal is to get as much TVL as possible. Users are incentivized to provide TVL. There's many faucets for accessing tokens to test out. This is a great way to test out IBC transfers, the supply and withdrawal functions, as well as borrow and repay. This is also a great way to test out bridging assets between blockchains and seeing how the overall functionality works. So far, we've gotten quite a bit of traction. There's close to 40 billion TVL. Right now, there have been 30 million transactions so far, and so far there's 120 unique wallet addresses. Umee Mania has been a very exciting opportunity to test out the leverage module for borrowing and lending Cosmos SDK-based assets, and we are very much looking forward to the mainnet release. We think that this is going to bring a whole new level of activity into the Cosmos ecosystem, and we're just excited about the different possibilities that we have with this. Next slide, please. So we've been getting a lot of questions about stablecoins lately due to this terrible situation with the UST, and we've been getting questions from folks in the community about whether or not we're thinking about a stable coin. And I'll put it this way. We think that there are a lot of advantages of using something like Umee. So think of something like Compound and MakerDAO. Technically, Compound and MakerDAO could be the same protocol. You can create a CDP that uses Compound C tokens like CDAI or CETH as collateral for minting stablecoins. And the reason why they're not the same protocol is that they were built separately. But perceivably, in a Cosmos ecosystem, you could easily create a CDP using collateral tokens such as the Umee U tokens to mint stablecoins. Additionally, there's the component that we have Ethereum borrowing and lending as well. And because we have Ethereum borrowing and lending, this is a way to kind of diversify the exposure. Instead of minting an IBC-based stablecoin that's only exposed to Cosmos assets, we can also make it a multi-collateral system that includes Ethereum tokens as well. So definitely a lot to think about. No official decision from our end yet, but we're constantly researching how to do this and just different advantages and disadvantages of using a system to issue a stablecoin like this. So next slide, please. I wanted to thank everyone for listening. In this, with Umee, we have a short-term vision of building a cross-chain borrowing and lending platform. Mid-term vision, we want to figure out how to bring a term structure of interest rates or a yield curve to the crypto ecosystem to better price risk. And long-term, we want to build and transform the entire debt markets and capital markets into a crypto format. Earlier, I mentioned that $50 trillion of value was destroyed due to a broken bond market. We think that crypto could have prevented that. We think that if these primitives were built using open source technology and better infrastructure, it could have prevented an entire financial collapse. You just need good auditing. You just need well-hardened code that's been tested, code that's built in a way that's anti-fragile, and you could have prevented entire TradFi financial bust using this open source code that doesn't rely on centralized intermediaries. So on that note, thank you everyone, and open to questions.
Thank you, Brent. Can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect. Yeah, we actually just have time for one question. So, which assets do you plan to add to Umee next?
Certainly. So far there's Umee tokens, Osmo, Juno, as well as the Cosmos Atom. Be on the lookout for announcements. For our testnet, we added Terra, we added Luna. We're also looking at some fun meme tokens like the Chihuahua. We got our eyes, set on things like, Secret Network, Comdex, other assets throughout the Cosmos ecosystem, anything IBC compatible. But the point of the matter is that we're able to add any IBC tokens, and we just want to be supportive of the Cosmos ecosystem and just figure out, how do we build the best bargain and lending platform for any Cosmos SDK based token.
Thank you, Brent.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
And now, quick question. How many of you guys hold NFTs? Nice. So, the next keynote speaker, first of all, congratulations, because they launched yesterday night while we are drunk. They launched successfully. Very cool to see that happening. I welcome the founder of Stargaze now to the stage. You all know him, Shane Veterana.
Hey guys, how's it going? Who here has an NFT from Stargaze? All right, I must be at a Cosmos conference. All right, let's talk about Stargaze. I think it's good to start about talking about what Stargaze is not. Stargaze is not just an NFT marketplace. It's not just an NFT launchpad. It's an app-specific chain for all things NFT. Right? It's a layer 1 for NFTs. So you can think of it like Osmosis, but for NFTs. It's a chain for an entire asset class. Eventually, it'll do everything and anything you can think of doing with NFTs. Launchpad and Marketplace are only the first two dApps that are built on Stargaze. Soon, we're going to have NFT DAOs powered by DAO. We'll have lending and borrowing. We're talking to the Confio team about building that. I think we need to talk a little bit about the macro picture for NFTs. NFT transaction volume across all chains went up in Q1. That's an increase from Q4 in 2021. Trade volume is nearly doubled this month from Q1. Sales last month were 5 billion, and that's an increase over the previous month. NFT trading now is a significant part of most of the big blockchains, Ethereum, Polygon, and Solana. It's not a big deal in Cosmos yet, but we're going to make it a big deal in Cosmos. Chris Dixon has this famous quote, "The next big thing will start out looking like a toy." NFTs right now are in their toy phase. It's really easy to look at a PFP and kind of laugh at it, right? But look around you and look at all the value that's stored in non-fungible assets, in non-fungible ways, right? We are building the infrastructure to manage that future. We're just getting started. NFTs really haven't been a thing until like a year ago. The CryptoKitties kind of cycle that happened in 2018 is not even a blip on this chart. If you look at Google Trends for NFTs versus DeFi, you see that NFTs started to overtake DeFi in the middle of last year, kind of peaked in January, it started to come down, but there's still this pretty wide gap, right? Mainstream audiences love NFTs and they know about NFTs. So when we started working on Stargaze, we were going to build just, we were going to start out with the marketplace. But all our users were telling us that they needed minting tools and they wanted a way to launch first. So one of the first things that we built was Stargaze Tools. Stargaze Tools is a command line app that lets anyone easily launch an NFT collection. You don't need to know how to code to use this. There are creators who have used this who can't code. You can pretty much describe your whole all the collection data in one file, the number of tokens, the price, and all that kind of data. And then you can run a command, and then it launches it on Stargaze. You can use this to airdrop tokens, mint tokens for other people. You can configure like a whitelist and stuff like that here. Creators love this so much that people from other ecosystems have reached out and they want to port this to their ecosystem. Okay, let's talk about Launchpad. So after creators launch, the collector, the first people that want to buy, come and buy it on Launchpad. This is the primary market. So it's pretty simple. You just kind of go in and you select the NFT that you want. You click on mint. You can see the royalties that are going to be taken out. You can see the price. You can choose the number of tokens. And this is a view of your wallet. You can see some nasty star chodes over there. People seem to love these things. OK, so after we launched Launchpad, the response on Twitter had a common word in it, and that word was smooth. There's literally thousands of tweets talking about how smooth it was. It was ultra smooth. Super smooth. Another super smooth. Smooth like butter. Super smooth, and another extremely smooth. So I think Stargaze has established itself as having great UX and UI. How do we do this? So we have a cluster of RPC nodes in the back end that serve the front end. We have our own custom IPFS gateway, CDN. All our contracts, our COSMWASM contracts are pinned. And we have a large IAVL cache on each node to handle the load. So unlike Ethereum, you have Infura and other services like this. Cosmos doesn't really have that, so we kind of had to build our own. Some of the numbers for Launchpad. Okay, 150,000 NFTs have been minted on Stargaze so far. Creators have earned over 25 million stars. 3 million stars have been fair burned. Fair burn is the fee structure in Stargaze. So Stargaze doesn't have gas, it has 0 gas, but it does have fees for doing certain things. So if you launch a collection, if you mint, you have a fee involved with that. This fee structure is loosely based on EIP 1559, where half the fees are burned and the other half go to stakers. Had to let the GIF animation go on. OK, we're working on Launchpad v2. Random minting is like the main feature that's going to come out in that right now. I'll talk a bit more about this later. And we're also going to have creator staking investing. We're adding creator staking investing because we want creators to be more aligned with the values of Stargaze. We don't want them to just come and launch and then dump their tokens and leave and rug, right? So if you go work for a startup, you have a token lockup period, and then you have a vesting period. And we're kind of bringing that same kind of functionality to Stargaze. We're also talking to Deuce Labs about building a UI for Stargaze tools, so then creators can go easily point and click and launch their collections. I talked about random minting a little bit. So the way it works, so generating random numbers on a blockchain is not an easy thing to do, because if one node generates a random number, the other one has to generate the exact same thing, right? So what we're doing is we're building a Cosmos SDK module that's a random beacon, and then the contracts are going to talk to that random beacon, and that random number is going to go into the shuffle algo that we're building that will shuffle all the token IDs for the NFTs. And when you mint, there's going to be another little secondary shuffle. So this way, all the NFTs that you mint are going to be purely random, and it's going to be very hard to snipe and have so this brings down the MEV or minter extractable value. It also has this has the element of time because anyone can call the shuffle function, yeah, that makes it even more random. Marketplace just launched last night. This just happened, I think. So in the first hour, there was about 500,000 stars of sales. 10,000 stars were burned. It's probably a lot more than that now. And people have already started building tools on top of Marketplace. Someone already bought like built a real-time like sales tracker on top of Marketplace. To list your NFT is very simple. Right now, there's only fixed price sales. You can go in, put in the price, click on list and list it. This is kind of what it looks like. A screenshot of a collection. You can go in and you can click on buy. Now, after the contract goes through an audit, we're going to add bidding, sales history, and all this other features that people want. The reaction for Marketplace is similar to Launchpad. You see the word smooth there a lot. All right, let's keep going on. All right, let's talk about some of the features in Marketplace. So we have these token-gated channels in Discord that people love. And we don't want you to lock your NFT into the Marketplace because then you won't be able to use all the other features that you get with the NFT. So you can keep the NFT in your wallet and still have it listed on the Marketplace. It's a two-sided marketplace. So you don't even have to list the NFT. If someone wants to buy it, they can place a bid on it. We have collection bids, which are bids across the whole collection, and that increases the liquidity in the marketplace. So if you want to list your NFT, you don't have to wait. You can just list it and have an instant sale. There's private sales. You can put in an address and sell it to someone specific. There's a thing called finder's fee I'll talk about later. And also we have incentives for bots to keep the state current in the marketplace. For example, there's a bit like bids could get stale, right? And you can make a bot that comes in and cleans up the stale bids, and you can get a little cut of that sale. So this is kind of based around makers liquidation bots. This is a kind of a cool NFT that renders live HTML. All right, the marketplace contract. So we actually pushed some features up to WASMD while working on this contract. It's fully governance managed. So that means there's no admins. There's no small DAO that is managing this contract. It's uploaded by governance, instantiated by governance, and governance can even vote to change the params in the contract so that you can change the trading fee and all that kind of stuff. Another thing it has is this feature called hooks. So all the functionality in the marketplace, like when you sell an NFT, when you place a bid, can have callbacks to other contracts. So if you're a developer, you can build on top of marketplace. And I'm not aware of any other marketplaces that has this kind of feature. Okay, IBC NFT transfers. So if you guys use Osmosis and Kepler, you're behind the scenes, so you're using ICS 20, which is the fungible token standard. We have built an implementation of ICS 721 that lets you transfer NFTs across chains. So the way it works is that you have an NFT on chain A, you'll lock it on chain A, you'll mint the synthetic version of that on chain B, and then you do something with it on chain B, and then you can lock it on that chain and then bring it back to chain A. And because ICS 721 is a standard, is agnostic to a programming language, right? So although ours is built in COSMWASM, it also works with SDK native chains. So we're talking to all the Cosmos chains to try and get them on the standard. If we haven't talked to you yet, please come and talk to me. And if we all speak the same standard, we can all have NFTs flowing across chains. But we didn't stop here. We're working with Gravity Bridge to bring Ethereum NFTs to Cosmos. And this plugs into the ICS 721 standard as well. So the way this works is that if you have an ERC 721 token, you can send it to Gravity. Gravity, the contract observes, Gravity Bridge observes that it got the NFT, and then it sends an ICS 721 packet to Stargaze and mints it there and locks it on the contract. So this is going to be really cool. I can't wait for people to bring Ethereum assets to Stargaze and then use it in a Stargaze and have zero gas. All right, so if you're a dev, what can you build on Stargaze? Launchpad. You can build different ways to mint. You can build raffles, Dutch auctions. There's one dev that's working on an on-chain generative art minter. So what that does is that when you mint, at that time of the mint, it takes the block height, it takes your address, and it creates a unique NFT that's on-chain. Integrations with DeFi, right? Peer-to-pool lending and borrowing, stuff with staking. And there's a lot you can do with DAOs, right? Party bid. Imagine you can't afford to get the most expensive star chode, but you might be able to do it with your friends. So you can collectively bid on an NFT. Now, if you want to build on Stargaze, you don't have to do it for free. Earlier, I talked about Fairburn. We have developer incentives built into Fairburn, right? So there's a developer address that you can put into Fairburn when you're writing a contract. And when the contract charges a fee, you get some of that fee. So now 40% will be Fairburn instead of 50, and you get to keep the rest of that. I talked a little bit about finder's fee. Now this is a way to monetize projects that are building like external tools, like rarity tools, mint trackers, floor price tools. Earlier someone just built a sales tool for the marketplace that came out 1 hour after marketplace launched. The way this works is that if you're placing a bid or you're placing an ask, you put in what you want your finder's fee to be, and then when the tool makes the match, it charges that fee, or the fee gets charged to the person that made the tool. Stargaze runs governance-gated COSMWASM. I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding what this means. This does not mean it's centralized. This means that governance is responsible for making sure that the contract is aligned with the values and goals of that chain. So it's just like you don't let a stranger into your house unless you know that person, right? This is exactly what that is. And because Stargaze is an app-specific chain, it doesn't make sense to have, like an Ohm fork does not belong on Stargaze, right? And it also prevents Ponzi's and hacks and stuff like that being launched. The community of Stargaze is amazing. We have a very active Discord community, Twitter. You get to work with art and code, which is pretty rare. Stargaze has never gone down. It's never been hacked. Upgrades has always gone smoothly. Our DevOps team is world class. We've also been building with the SDK since 2018. One thing we're working on is a dev fund for Terra, and we're working on a migration tool. So any Terra NFT projects, we're here to help. Come and talk to us. All right, and I got some links for documentation, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Shane. And again, congratulations for your successful launch. And yeah, we have plenty of questions. So, first of all, if tomorrow OpenSea integrates NFTs on Cosmos native chain, how do you compete with them?
Well, I mean, OpenSea is still a centralized company, right? They don't have the community that we have. They don't have a token. And I think people like Stargaze because they can easily come to the Discord, they can talk to us, we can help them, and there's just alignment with the community and the protocol.
So on Ethereum, we have a lot of very trendy NFTs like Bored Apes, CryptoPunks, etc. We haven't seen this on Cosmos yet. So what do you think is the reason for that?
I think the reason for that is just, the Cosmos ecosystem is still new. The ecosystem has a lot of people with backgrounds from like DevOps because of proof of stake. You have a validator, centric ecosystem. And the mainstream, which is a little disjoint from mainstream, right? But that's changing. As the UX gets easier, Osmosis, the UX is awesome. There's more and more people that are going to be coming in.
In the long run, do you believe that decentralized marketplaces like Stargaze will succeed in comparison to centralized marketplaces such as OpenSea?
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't think that, I wouldn't be working on it. Yeah, I mean, I think the value alignment is just better that way. Also, just in terms of technology, we have zero gas, proof of stake. And it's just experience is just so much smoother.
What happens when you sell an ETH-bridged NFT on Cosmos, or is this generally possible at all?
Yeah, so when each bridged NFT comes into Cosmos, comes into Stargaze, you'll be able to price it in stars and sell it, and it'll just kind of flow around the marketplace. And then you can always send it back if you want to.
Nice. Then also, how do you view the role of NFTs during a bear market?
During a bear market, well, I mean, we can build. So we're working on some protocols like lending and borrowing. So you can still get value from your NFTs. I mean, everyone has trouble during a bear market. So, yeah.
Are you also planning an integration with the Gravity Bridge?
Yep. Yeah, we're definitely working with Gravity. And actually, we just kind of started this working group with Gravity to get ICS 721 adopted.
Nice. Last question. Where can we get this amazing T-shirt?
Actually, I just got this on Amazon.
Shane. Thank you, Shane.
Yes.
So, quick coffee break, half an hour, and then let's get this thing over the finish line. the last 4 keynotes and then beer. So, welcome back. And yeah, before we really kickstart this, I want to remind you that the office hours for Exler are taking place as we speak. But now, I'm very happy to introduce the next keynote speaker. Why I'm so excited? First of all, it's about liquid staking, which is always cool. The other part of the story is that this keynote will be held by one of my favorite projects in the Interchain. It is the first project that actually will leverage Interchain security, so this is very, very exciting. And besides, this project came out of COSMWASM, one of the coolest validators in the Interchain. So please, welcome with me, very loudly, the founder of Quicksilver, Joe Boren!
Hey, Yuri. Thank you. So, I'm Joe Bowman. I'm the CEO of Ingenuity and co-founder of the Quicksilver protocol. And today I wanted to speak to you about liquid staking in the Cosmos. So, what is the problem that we face with liquidity in the Cosmos currently? So, for proof of stake, you have delegators delegating to validators, and those tokens are locked up as by way of security deposit. But the problem that we have is that only 5% of those tokens can ever actually be slashed. So we've got 95% of these tokens are kind of sat there, they're not utilized, and actually this ends up being quite a significant amount of capital. So, I mean, today's not the best example to kind of do the sums after our recent downturn, but at the moment we've got $5 billion staked across the Cosmos or the IBC ecosystem. If we look at these numbers from about 2 or 3 months ago, we're looking at 10x these numbers. So no, it's not unreasonable to say that when we come back to a more decent time of the market, that we're talking about tens of billions of dollars of capital that's sat there and it's completely not used. So, no, staking, as we are all familiar with, we delegate tokens to validators, and these delegations are locked, and they're subject to an unbonding period measured in weeks rather than days. Now, obviously, a higher bonded stake is what we aim for, because a higher bonded stake means that the cost of attacking a chain is significantly more expensive, and therefore we maximize security. So the more stake that is bonded, the better secured our networks are. However, this wasn't a problem historically, but with the advent of DeFi, with the launch of Osmosis and the existence of IBC and all these other DeFi protocols that have come about, users now have to make a choice, a conscious choice between, do I continue to stake and secure the network, which is attracting APYs of sub 100% normally, or do I ape into the latest degen craze and earn myself many times more returns for my money? And this is a difficult decision. Now, what liquid staking allows us to do is to have a protocol that controls delegations on behalf of the user. So rather than the user delegating directly, they delegate via a protocol, and this protocol can then offer or can issue a token that is representative of that staked position. This token can then, is still liquid, so it can be taken off chain. It can be put into protocols like Osmosis or Carver or Umee or whatever, lending protocols or DeFi protocols that you want to use. And you're still able to maintain that stake position. The security of the network's not affected. And you're able to continue earning both your staking rewards, but also the other rewards that you can get through DeFi. So this is kind of what we see as the solution to the staker's dilemma, where you can both stake and maintain liquidity. It maximizes chain security, and in fact, liquid staking allows us to go from a current average stake supply for most chains is somewhere between 40 to 60%. It enables us to converge upon closer to 100%, because in reality, once you have solved this liquidity problem, you don't ever need to have liquid atoms, liquid Osmo. You have the liquid version of these tokens. You can use them, you maintain your liquidity, but you also maintain the security of the chain. And there's no need to miss out on these DeFi yields. So interchain staking takes this process of liquid staking one step further. It is a protocol that is not aligned to a particular chain, but it allows liquid staking across a multitude of chains. And that's where Quicksilver comes in. Quicksilver itself is a sovereign Cosmos SDK blockchain, and it provides liquid staking to any IBC-connected chain, and it's completely owned and controlled by cosmonauts. And that's kind of one of the critical things for me about Quicksilver, is that the tokens will be distributed as far and wide as possible to make sure that everybody who has an interest in the ecosystem is able to have a say over Quicksilver. Now, Quicksilver itself uses a whole bunch of really cool technologies that have come out in the last couple of years, including interchain accounts, interchain queries, and the liquidity staking module. And it has some features that we'll go over shortly called risk socialization and reward socialization, an unrestricted validator set, and governance by proxy. So what are interchain accounts? Interchain accounts is a mechanism whereby a host chain can wholly control, a controller chain can wholly control and own an account on a host chain via IBC messages. So in this example, we've got the controller chain requests a new interchain account on the host chain. The host chain comes back and says, okay, this is your new address. And once that wallet has been funded, it can then be used to submit arbitrary messages from the host or on the host chain at the behest of the controller chain. So in this case, we send a message send for one new atom. The host chain executes the command, and then it sends an acknowledgement back. So why do we use interchain accounts in Quicksilver? So in Quicksilver, we have a couple of events whereby interchain accounts are used. So when a zone is registered, and this is as a result of a governance vote controlled by Quick token holders, a deposit account, a withdrawal account, and a whole bunch of what we call delegate accounts, which actually control the delegations themselves, are created. And the first thing we do is we set all the delegate accounts, set their withdrawal address to the withdrawal account, and that will come into play a bit later on. When we receive deposits from users on the on the deposit account, then we determine what the allocation of that capital is across the delegate accounts, and we send a transaction via interchain accounts to deploy that capital across and distribute it widely across those delegate accounts. And then we mint the Q assets. At the end of an epoch, we withdraw the rewards. So all these delegate accounts, we submit a message withdraw reward transaction. We withdraw the rewards. The protocol takes a fee, which is how we pay or reward our Quicksilver token holders for backing the chain. And then we determine the allocation of those rewards across delegate accounts, and we execute a message send to distribute that capital again. And when the delegate account then receives a message receives funds, it then delegates those funds again via interchain accounts. So we then have what we call interchain queries. Now, one thing interchain accounts doesn't solve is the collection of data or of state from the host chain. So we're able to control accounts, but what we can't do is say or assert what the balance of a certain value is, of a certain account is. So the problem is, how do we know when someone has deposited funds? And there's a couple of different ways that we could try this. The first of which is we could get every node to issue an RPC request. That's quite problematic in that as soon as a request fails, we end up with a difference in state, non-deterministic behavior. The second, which we're probably a bit more familiar with, is the concept of oracles. Oracles they're useful, they have their place. They're used widely across various ecosystems, but they do have trust implications. So if you have a smaller oracle set, you have to know that you can trust that small n number of validators, and they're mildly inefficient in that you have to submit n number of transactions for every value. So we can do an oracle with the entire validator set. Again, it minimizes that trust implication, but it's quite inefficient with, again, the number of transactions that need to be executed to be able to submit a single value to the chain. Or we can have what we call interchain queries. So interchain queries have the same trust assumptions as IBC. And there's a single transaction per value that you request. And what interchain queries do is that it retrieves the data from the target chain via RPC, but it requests the Merkle tree proof of that data. And then we can go back, use our IBC client to verify that the data is correct, and that's how interchain queries work. There's now a quick example of this. So interchain queries is a feature that allows the ingestion of data from a target chain validated by Merkle proofs. The requesting chain says, I need this data, which is a balance of the account, if I remember correctly, from a target chain, and I want to execute this function when returned. The relayer makes an RPC request for that data from the key value store with the proof. The target chain obviously responds to that request. The relayer packages it up again and submits it back to the requesting chain, which executes the transaction with that data in. It verifies the Merkle tree proof against the client state, and we're good to go. We can execute the callback function with data that we know is cryptographically verified. So the third piece we have is the liquidity staking module. So this is a feature that Ecological have built, and it's absolutely fantastic. And it allows users to transfer delegated bonded stake without unbonding it. So rather than having to go through the process of unbonding your atoms to be able to transfer them to another user, you can tokenize these tokens, send them across to another user, and who can then redeem them again. So Quicksilver can use liquid staking module to support onboarding new users without the need for an unbonding period, without the need to lose rewards. So in this example, Alice has delegated 10 atoms to both the blue validator and the pink validator, and she currently has 0 balance in her wallet. I don't know how she's paying fees, actually, but we'll ignore that. So Alice submits a message tokenized shares transactions for 1 atom from the blue validator, and you'll see that she no longer has a delegation as such to the blue validator, but she does have a balance of that's actually one atom's worth, but it's supposed to be 10. 10 atoms worth of Cosmos Valopper, whatever the hell that is, 1 tokens. So this is the Valopper address of the blue validator with an index after it. And that's how the liquidity staking module tracks where those tokens originated from. So these tokens are still bonded. They're still accruing rewards, and they're accruing rewards to an address that was specified in the message tokenized shares transaction. Now, because these are just tokens sat in her wallet, Alice is able to transfer them. So Alice is able to send these tokens. She can send them via message send, but then the ownership of that token doesn't get transferred as well. So she sends them using message transfer tokenized share. And she sends this to Bob and specifies the denomination in the transaction, and those transactions are then shared over to Bob. Sorry, the tokens are shared to Bob, and the reward accrual is also transferred to Bob. And then Bob can submit a message redeem transaction, message redeem tokens transaction, and convert his tokenized shares to a normal delegation. And now Bob and Alice both have 0 balance and 10 atoms delegated. The fourth and final technology I wanted to quickly go over was interchain security. And anyone that was here for Marius's talk earlier, he did a much better job of explaining this than I will do. So I'm just going to quickly scoot over it. But essentially, interchain security allows a consumer chain to use or utilize the security of a much larger producer chain. So in this case, the consumer chain is using all 5 validators that the producer chain is offered. And then if a validator on the consumer chain gets slashed, that slashing is mirrored on the producer chain. And similarly, if the validator falls out of the validator set, it will be reflected in the consumer chain as well. And conversely, if a validator gets added in, similarly, that validator set update will be reflected on the consumer chain. Now, why is this relevant? Because Quicksilver recognizes that maximizing security is the goal. The Cosmos Hub will be the leading provider of security within the Cosmos ecosystem. So, and liquid staking, of course, will allow for, as I said before, this convergence upon 100% stake supply goal that is, I guess, this apocryphal golden target. So Quicksilver intends to use interchain security as and when it becomes available, and that hopefully will ensure that the Quicksilver protocol is as secure as it can be, given that it is handling assets from a multitude of different chains. So the first of these features that I mentioned is risk and reward socialization. Validators A and B, any two validators, are different. They have different security profiles, different risk profiles, different configurations, different people running them. So we cannot say that their delegations are equal in any way. So how do we maintain fungibility between tokens issued for delegations on validator A and tokens issued on delegations to validator B? So what we do is we have a pool. All of the capital that is delegated through Quicksilver goes into this pool. And here we have 500 stake has been added to the pool. That 500 stake is delegated by Quicksilver across 5 validators. The supply of Q atoms, therefore, at a 1.0 redemption rate is 500 Q stake, sorry. And each Q stake can then be redeemed for 1 stake. So here we come to the point where we withdraw rewards, and we're withdrawing 10 stake from validators 3, 4, and 5. I know the sums are off here actually, but validator 10's got a higher commission rate, so it returns 5 stake, and validator 1 has 2.5 stake returned. So now that the stake that's backing those same 500 Q stake is actually 537.5 stake. So the redemption rate for any individual stake token is 1.075. And that's how we accrue rewards within the Quicksilver protocol. There's no peg between Q atoms and atoms. There's no peg between QOSMO and OSMO. The redemption rate will increase and as rewards are accrued. And we do the same, or the opposite of this, for risk socialization. So in the same situation, 500 stake, 500 Q stake, redemption rate of 1.0. If validator 5 is down for an extended period of time and gets slashed for downtime, then we end up with 99.9 stake there. That affects the overall pool size to 499.9 stake, and the supply is still 500 Q stake. So every time we redeem 1 Q stake, we're able to, we only get 0.9998 stake back. Now, in the context of this alongside receiving rewards, actually you're not going to notice the downtime slashing, because it's so minimal, it's spread across multiple users. Downtime slashing is probably not going to be something that is noticeable to most users. In the event that we have a double sign and validator 5 gets slashed 5%, obviously the impact is slightly greater, but it's still spread across lots of users. So instead of delegations to that one misbehaving validator being slashed 5%, everybody effectively in this case gets slashed 1%. So what does this mean for users of Quicksilver? Well, the probability of being impacted by a slashing does increase. There's no way to avoid that. But actually, the impact of said slashing is massively reduced. As I said, the impact of a downtime slashing ends up being so minimal that you're largely not going to notice that it's happened. Users will then choose to delegate away from poor performers. And over time, those poor performers will either have to improve the services they provide, or they get impacted by not being selected for delegations. The other feature of Quicksilver is that we have no whitelisted validator set. So a number of liquid staking protocols that exist to date, and they have good reasons for doing so, they will select a curated list of validators that they choose to delegate to. Now, I understand the reasons why we do this, but from my perspective, this isn't the optimal way of doing it. I find it gatekeeps against smaller validators entering the set, but it actually also increases centralization. And usually these whitelisted validators are validators that are already in the top 10. So this exacerbates the problem of the fact that these guys already have a disproportionate amount of stake and makes the problem worse.
But it also reduces choice for users. And for me, one of the reasons I got into crypto is the whole premise behind self-sovereignty and self-determination. And I would like to think that as a user, I should be able to make that choice. Whether it's the right choice or the wrong choice, it's still my choice to make. So within Quicksilver, users are able to choose any validator they want from the validator set of a connected zone. The protocol isn't opinionated. The protocol doesn't care. It has no opinion on whether this validator is good or bad or evil. But that doesn't mean that's not the end of the kind of road for it, because governance can choose, in the case of persistent downtime, in the case of malicious behavior or not participating in governance, to remove the option for that validator to be delegated to. So governance has control over this. The final feature, I think, is governance by proxy. So this is a facility that allows a user who delegates through Quicksilver to maintain the same governance rights that they have natively. So if you stake natively, you're able to override your validator's choice when it comes to governance proposals, and governance by proxy essentially allows you to do that through Quicksilver. So proposals that are happening on chains that Quicksilver has onboarded are observed by the chain, they get mirrored within the protocol, and then you, as a holder of Q atoms, will be able to vote on that governance proposal, and shortly before tally time, the aggregate vote will be broadcast on behalf of the users to the hub via Interchain accounts again. And this is going to be arriving in our first post-Genesis upgrade. Participation rewards is a class of rewards that is designed to reward users for taking part in the process of taking part in the protocol and using Quicksilver. And we used it to try and incentivize good behavior in inverted commas. So users that choose to delegate to validators who are decentralized or lower down the validator set, they're behaving well, they're taking part in governance, and there's a whole raft of criteria that can be added to this score at some point. Will receive a higher proportion of participation rewards. So each epoch, validators are scored based upon these conditions, and users will receive participation rewards based upon the validators they delegate to and these scores. So timeline. Currently our first public testnet, Rhapsody, is live. We've got 300 validators on that testnet, which is way more than I'd ever expected. And it's going reasonably well. The first update on that testnet is happening this week. And then the next stage is an incentivized testnet, which is scheduled to happen later this month or early next month. There will be 10 million quick tokens. That's 5% of the Genesis supply in testnet incentives. And those who have participated in the current testnet will get a sort of kind of first refusal to take part in the incentivized testnet. And the testnet will also, in addition to incentivizing validators, will also have a user-facing element to it. So instead of just rewarding validators for taking part and running the software, we also want users to come and actually interact with the software and use it in a testnet scenario, and users will get rewards as well. Genesis we have slated for mid-July. So at this point, liquid tokens deposited on via Quicksilver, but not, well, I'll come on to this. So liquid tokens will definitely be able to be deposited on Quicksilver for any chain that runs Interchain accounts. Staked assets, so this is existing delegations, will be available to any chain that has enabled the liquidity staking module. Unbonding and undelegating assets at Genesis will again only be enabled for zones with a liquid staking module, and obviously native governance is going to be in place as well. The caveat is that undelegating from zones without the liquid staking module will be disabled for the first release. And it's something we're hoping to either iron out shortly afterwards or hope that the liquidity staking module gets deployed to zones we onboard. And the staking of the quick tokens obviously enabled, and participation rewards will also be there. The governance by proxy feature, as I mentioned earlier, will come in the first post-Genesis upgrade. And that's slated for Q3. So governance by proxy and also COSMWASM. So we're going to enable
users to build on top of Quicksilver using the Q assets as their kind of base collateral. We hope to attract a bunch of DeFi protocols to build on our platform. And that is the end of my talk. Thank you very much for having me. And hopefully there'll be some questions from jury.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, we have a bunch of questions, but sadly we just have time for one question, but I guess, no worries. But you have your booth just around the corner so people can reach out there. So, sorry. So, the one question I would like to ask you is, are user votes submitted as a single vote or as a constituted vote? As in QS votes are at 49% yes and 51% no. Will QS submit a yes, no, or both?
It will submit both. So I mentioned earlier the delegate accounts and how for every onboarded zone, we issue a bunch of delegate accounts. Now, the reason for doing so is we try and balance the capital across all of those accounts as equally as possible. So in the case of 50 delegate accounts, then you have a 2% resolution when it comes to distributing the vote. If it's a case of 100 delegate accounts, you end up with a 1% resolution. A lot of this depends on what the overhead of managing 100 accounts is, but best case scenario, 1% resolution is kind of what we're hoping for.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And now, once again, one keynote speaker is not able to make it to Prague, or was not able to make it to Prague, better said. It's Siddharth Patil, the founder of Comdex. They are offering decentralized synthetics, so yeah, welcome, Siddharth. GM Siddharth, can you hear me well?
Yes, GM, how's it going?
All good. We're excited for your talk, so the stage is yours, and see you soon.
Thank you. Awesome. Great to see all of you join us here today. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person. I would have really loved to be there and meet all of you guys in person. But nonetheless, happy still to be here and talk to you guys today. Just so you guys know, kind of like a heads up, I had something entirely different planned in mind when I was originally going to speak here. But I feel like collectively we've kind of gone through something very, very eventful in the past couple of weeks, and a lot of it is kind of very contextually relevant to what we're doing at Comdex. So maybe I'll just start off by telling you guys a bit about where we started with Comdex and how we arrived here, and then maybe in further on we can talk about what Comdex is. So for those of you that don't know, Comdex we launched in 2018. Primarily to digitize the commodities trade industry, which currently is a $17 trillion industry, one of the largest in the world. Our goal was to create a blockchain-based solution that allows institutional commodities traders to use the digital platform to settle their trades and settle payments faster, access financing efficiently. That was kind of the vision we launched with. But as we went through the journey of building what we were building for Comdex, we realized that the problem statement is much broader than just what it applies to in the commodity space. And we kind of realized that it's a matter of solving financing for all the industries in the supply chain, which ultimately kind of has a broader impact on global, let's say, business. So that's where we kind of shifted our focus. We realized that financing is what we really want to get into. And to truly build the solutions that are needed in DeFi or centralized finance today to kind of deliver what financing is meant to be, we kind of had to go after the true primitives of what finance really means, all the transactions that we go through in finance. And that's how we kind of arrived at where Comdex is at today. So I'll probably go through slide by slide, just talk about what we're doing with Comdex. If we can have the next slide, please. So where we're at today, as I said, we focused on the key kind of primitives that finance and DeFi operate on. And we identified that collateralization, tokenization of assets of value, creating different exchange environments, creating different mechanisms to maintain and manage the collateral and liquidate. These are kind of what forms the basis of majority of finance as we know it today. And what we did is create a chain, which we call the Comdex chain, originally intended to create, an application for commodities trade, an application for synthetics, and so on. But we kind of realized that at the chain level, we're able to achieve much more when it comes to delivering DeFi as a whole. And that's where we are at today. We have a chain which is, essentially a DeFi infrastructure layer for the Cosmos ecosystem. Next slide, please. So essentially, why we're doing this, as I said, ultimately our goal is to create a bridge between DeFi and CeFi. CeFi is anyways a tremendous opportunity always in terms of, the kind of numbers that people deal with in the centralized finance space. But what we have realized is that, over the past couple of years, there's been a growing burst of liquidity in the DeFi side of things, and a lot of investors in the DeFi space seeking yields from various, safe avenues of investment. And we believe that at the end of the day, when investors end up, seeking those safer avenues of investments, they'll find a lot of times that CeFi often has those options to offer, which give you relatively, stable and safer returns. So that's where we kind of wanted to, position ourselves in terms of being an ecosystem of solutions that are built to bridge DeFi and CeFi. Next slide, please. So as I said, at the chain, we've built out in a very modular kind of fashion. We're focusing on key modules on our chain, primarily focused on collateralizing. And when it comes to collateralization, it can be to create debt or create liquidity or allow lending, borrowing against collateral. So we're focused on firstly creating IBC-enabled assets as collateral on chain. Whether they can be deployed in applications to mint, synthetic assets, or whether to facilitate lending, borrowing, or other such functions. The asset tokenization module is something we are currently employing on our enterprise trade application, where we're able to convert documentation signifying ownership of cargo of physical commodities cargo into NFTs that are represented on chain, where a digital environment for the exchange of these NFTs kind of keeps track of all the digital trading activity that happens with these physical commodities. And then ultimately creating different exchange environments based on, let's say, peer-to-peer exchange format or an automated market maker is something we want to kind of facilitate. Whereas on the one side, we're able to create tokens of value, whether it's through collateralization, minting, or through tokenizing assets, and then creating those exchange environments for them. So next slide, please. So, broadly speaking, we can probably move to the next slide as well. Broadly speaking, why did Comdex kind of take this approach? To some extent, when you look at the Cosmos ecosystem as a whole today, where it stands, in terms of using DeFi and kind of doing DeFi things, quote unquote, there aren't too many things that users who hold IBC assets can do today to gain liquidity. In terms of generating yield, you could LP on Osmosis or Crescent or on the dexes that we have available. But besides that, there isn't a flourishing DeFi ecosystem in the Cosmos ecosystem today. But there's several reasons to this. Part of it comes down to kind of the complexity of building DeFi, especially when it comes to building using Cosmos. We're all familiar and we're all aware that technologically there's no doubt about the superiority of the Cosmos SDK and Tendermint. But a lot of times, I think as builders, as builders in this ecosystem, we kind of always find ourselves at the spot where if things were more plug and play, we'd be able to see a much larger growth in the ecosystem, and that's kind of what we have gone for with our chain. And in terms of us as builders as well, we have always kind of spoken very openly about what kind of products we are focusing on and we are building on. So most of you are familiar with our enterprise trade application, which is currently live. It's processed over $160 million in trade workflow volumes. C-Asset, which is our synthetics application, is currently on DevNet. So you guys can go check it out, have a look, have a poke around on it and go through. We're making progress on that, making improvements based on the feedback we receive, and we're also waiting on security audits before we can kind of push to mainnet. ShipFi is another product that we've spoken about, in the past, focused on creating liquidity in centralized finance debt through DeFi liquidity. And this would be done by collateralizing NFTs that represent real-world assets and generating liquidity against them from DeFi. More recently, we kind of, also expanded our footprint in the DeFi front, if you will. We announced that we'll be launching Komodo, which is a lending borrowing application. Again, we've gone for something quite interesting in terms of the mechanism here. primarily the focus is towards, again, bringing more liquidity to assets held in the IBC ecosystem. But ultimately, for any DeFi ecosystem to flourish, whether it is us creating solutions or other builders in the Cosmos ecosystem creating solutions, I think fundamental to all this is the role of a stable coin. And I feel like in the past week, the word stablecoin has kind of become like a taboo word to talk about because of everything that we have experienced and witnessed collectively. But at least as at Comdex, Abhishek and myself, for the past year, last year itself, we kind of spoke very openly about having our own stablecoin, which will power all the apps that we are building in our ecosystem, and kind of making it a Cosmos-focused stablecoin, because that's currently something we felt that the Cosmos ecosystem lacks is a native stablecoin kind of IBC enabled. So we spent almost several months last year doing rigorous research on various mechanisms, flirted with various ideas of how the stablecoin could kind of maintain peg. But at least personally, myself, Abhishek, when we kept going through the rounds of research, we arrived more or less at the idea that the focus has to be to create liquidity for Cosmos assets, and therefore going for a collateralized model for a stablecoin is something that serves both the functions of providing liquidity for Cosmos assets, and at the same time creating something that's robust, reliable, and safe in terms of maintaining its peg as a stable coin. So I guess what I want to talk to you guys today about is Composite, which is the stable coin that we'll soon be launching on the Comdex chain. If you can go to the next slide, please. So again, for those of you who are familiar with DeFi, who have used other protocols in DeFi, especially when it comes to some in the Ethereum ecosystem, would be familiar with MakerDAO and their stablecoin DAI. So what we have built here is largely inspired by DAI, because when it comes to studying the model of DAI, we feel that is probably the most robust stablecoin model out there in the DeFi ecosystem as a whole today. And it has truly stood the test of time in terms of all the volatilities that the market has had to throw at it. So we've kind of gone for the same model, but trying to leverage what the strength of IBC truly is, which is to use various assets in the IBC ecosystem as collateral. A lot of you today, when you look at how MakerDAO or DAI on MakerDAO is collateralized, it's predominantly collateralized by I think more than 60% USDC, which is technically a centralized stablecoin. What I think we'll skip over that for now, and another 20% or more collateralized by Ethereum. So you can see that to some extent, DAI, even though it has multiple collateral types, is kind of overexposed to Ethereum or to risks of such assets. What we kind of want to do is spread this risk out by leveraging IBC and enabling collateralization of multiple IBC assets. So I'm talking users who hold Atom or Osmo or AKT or tokens like Comdex, for example, who could collateralize their tokens and then access liquidity against it in the form of stablecoin, which is essentially a debt. So that is how stablecoins would get, the composite stablecoin would get minted on the chain. We will have a token for the governance of the stablecoin in terms of managing various parameters and ultimately the long-term monetary policy of the stablecoin. And this will ultimately be done through the Harbor token, which will be the governance token for the stablecoin. It will also serve a very critical function, which is acting as a backstop in case the peg breaks. Primarily, following a mint and burn model based on how much the peg is off in terms of we mint and use this to buy and burn the stablecoin at various points to deplete or manage the supply, which I'll get more into, I think, as we progress. Can we have the next slide, please? So again, I spoke about this a little earlier, but I guess I'll go over it again. Why composite and why a collateralized stablecoin? Firstly, if DeFi is to ever take off and evolve in Cosmos, which it will, it needs to be powered by a kind of a native stablecoin that truly belongs to this ecosystem and powers all the applications. The events of the past week have shown to us that algorithmic stablecoins, although they're great for capital efficiency and I guess adoption, you saw that in terms of maintaining peg in volatile markets is something that still remains questionable. And at a broader scale, we kind of wanted to, again, going back to the point of creating liquidity on all the Cosmos ecosystem assets. And that's kind of where we arrived at this model for the stablecoin. Next slide, please. So in terms of, the key question on our minds here is, of course, how do we ensure that the composite token maintains its price to $1? So just to clarify, I mean, if you look at the core kind of what a stablecoin is meant to achieve, It's meant to be a stable representation of purchasing power. We often think that the goal of a stablecoin is to just peg itself to a number, let's say like $1, and kind of keep it there. But we kind of believe that it has to be a representation of stable purchasing power, which is why we kind of soft peg the composite dollar to a stable to the US dollar. And we take the US dollar because, and looking at the global macro environments today, that is kind of the de facto currency in which the world trades today. So as the reference for purchasing power shifts in the future, as global macroeconomic conditions evolve, we'll be kind of looking into shifting the peg away from the US dollar to such metrics that kind of maintain stability. How the peg kind of maintains is, if the stable coin ever goes above $1, you're able to mint it from the protocol at the price of $1 and then trade it on the markets for more than $1 and kind of pocket the difference. And if the stable coin ever trades below $1, those who have already created the collateralized CDPs, or those who have basically minted the stable coin as a debt from the protocol, are able to purchase that stable coin cheaply from the market and pay off their debt cheaply. We kind of enforce, or rather incentivize, this behavior through controlling various fees and interest rate mechanisms on the protocol as well. And as a backstop, as I mentioned before, if the peg ever goes beyond where the protocol needs to step in and bring it back, we'll be using the governance token through a mint burn model to ensure that the peg remains closed. Can we have the next slide, please? So when you look at a stable coin, like the DAI in MakerDAO's case, or what we're trying to build here with Composite, ultimately, when you're truly building decentralized money, which is collateralized as well by decentralized assets, the game isn't really about pegging, I believe, the stablecoin to a price of $1 and not achieving arbitrage necessarily directly by pegging it back to $1 instantly. But it's more about long-term monetary policy for managing the supply of the stablecoin in the markets. That is ultimately how the long-term peg of a coin like DAI or Composite would be maintained. So we have kind of identified one key primary monetary policy tool that the protocol kind of uses to manage the supply of the stablecoin on the markets. And on the other hand, we have a module that enables this arbitrage loop to close when users want to get involved in closing the arbitrage. So primarily, we have the savings deposit pool, which will provide users a variable interest for depositing the stablecoin there. And again, the interest that is earned here will be directly kind of part of the revenue that the protocol makes on the interest that it charges for people for minting the stablecoin. At the same time, we as a protocol will be able to manage the interest that we charge people for the debt, at the same time provide people for providing savings, which will act as a kind of a tool to manage the supply of the stablecoin on and off the market. And then we'll also have a stable mint module onto the protocol where you're able to essentially swap existing reputed stablecoin like the DAI, USDC, or USDT, almost as a 1:1 stable mint of Composite, where you kind of deposit for every DAI that you deposit, you get more or less a unit of Composite back, and this would enable short-term arbitrage when we need distributed participation in closing the arbitrage as well. Next slide, please. So speaking very quickly about how this all plays out. So as you guys all understand, the way that stablecoin Composite will be minted is by locking up collateral of IBC assets, and this will typically be achieved through creation of CDPs, which those of you who are familiar with what we're building at Comdex over the past few months would know that the CDP module kind of is one of the key features of the chain to enable collateralization of IBC assets and then generate liquidity against them. And then obviously the Harbor token would also operate for governance and maintaining the peg of the Composite stablecoin. And launching it on the Comdex chain allows it to kind of leverage the Comdex chain infrastructure and security and be powered by the CMDX token for the staking economy, while using the Harbor token primarily towards governance for the Composite stablecoin. Next slide, please. So again, the protocol earns revenue through two kind of primary methods. One is through the stability fee, which is an interest rate that gets charged on minting the stablecoin, and it kind of accrues for as long as you hold the stablecoin in the minted form before you can return it to unlock your collateral. On the stable mint as well, there will be a tiny fee charged for minting stablecoin through the stable mint. And then at liquidations as well, we will collect liquidation fees. I guess I'll quickly talk about liquidations because I know over the past few days since we announced the stablecoin, a lot of questions have come to kind of understand what will happen when the collateral that gets locked loses value. So I guess I'll kind of repeat the question that I've always got is, what happens when the collateral that gets locked loses value? Does that cause the stablecoin to lose peg? So typically, the collateral that one has to lock to mint the stablecoin would typically be larger in value than the amount of debt that they want to mint in the form of stablecoin. So for example, someone comes with $200 worth of Atom, they're able to withdraw or mint $100 of composite against that Atom. And so long as they're able to return these $100 along with the accrued interest, they're able to unlock their Atom. If at any given point the price of Atom drops, let's say to this point where the proportion of the value of Atom to the size of the debt, reaches a particular defined threshold, we start liquidating. So let's just assume that is 150%, meaning the price of Atom has to fall to a point where the value of the Atom in the collateral is 1.5 times the size of the debt. At that point, the protocol starts bit by bit selling the Atom from the collateral to collect, composite stablecoin from the market against it, and then burn the debt to kind of kind of bring the collateral ratio back to 150 and above the minimum liquidation threshold. So this is to ensure that if at any point there is volatility in the broader market, the peg remains secure through liquidations, through auction mechanism as well, to allow participants to participate in these liquidations. In terms of further kind of features to reduce this overexposure towards volatility in the markets, being IBC enabled, we'll be able to use multiple IBC assets as collateral, which kind of spreads the exposure of the stablecoin across the market. And then all the fees that the protocol collects, it collects in composite and then uses the composite to buy and burn Harbor at the end of the day. So this kind of ensures that as the usage of composite grows, the Harbor token is kind of accruing value as well. I know we're kind of closing in on time, so I'm going to go through the rest of the slides very quickly so that we still have time for some questions at the end. So I guess we can move to the next slide. So one of the key things about any stablecoin and about using the stablecoin is ultimately having places to use it and earn yield on it. And that's kind of what we want to also do primarily to differentiate ourselves from, in terms of having a stablecoin that has utility. So a lot of you must be familiar, and I spoke earlier about this, that we're launching, Komodo, which is our own lending borrowing application. Again, the timing of the launch for Komodo and stablecoin would be, kind of a little alpha here, but would be very close to one another. So we can expect that users minting, the composite stablecoin will soon be able to earn yield from lending it out on Komodo. We'll obviously have incentivized, liquidity pools on DEXs for the composite token, so that we're able to incentivize further adoption of the stablecoin. And then ultimately, when you kind of when the synthetics app C asset comes out, we'll create synthetics pairs with the stablecoin and allow collateralization of composite as well, to ensure that there's kind of adoption ready on day one for when composite launches. Next slide, please. In terms of growing the adoption of the stablecoin, we've all kind of been part of the Cosmos ecosystem over the past year and seen tremendous growth in the ecosystem in terms of not just market cap and transactions, but also in terms of the number of chains that are operating and how it's grown. On the CeFi side, we've already seen $160 million of trade volumes and workflows. We are working on getting MOUs signed with our existing institutional clients to use the composite coin for settlements on their business activities. We have projected around 500 million worth of volume that we can expect in the first year when settlements get enabled on that application. And ultimately, the vision is always to be a part of DeFi, to be the part of DeFi in the multi-chain future. And that's why we kind of picked Cosmos, because we have such brilliant teams working around us on various bridging technologies, and we intend to work with all of these brilliant folks to kind of access liquidity from other ecosystems and bring it to Cosmos and allow DeFi users in Cosmos to have access to greater things. Next slide, please. And ultimately, what we're going after is having DeFi composable money markets. you're looking at people who own Cosmos assets or assets from other ecosystems who are able to kind of collateralize them and mint the stablecoin. And once you have the composite stablecoin at hand, you're able to take leverage on your original asset. You're able to LP it on a DEX and on yield. You're able to kind of collateralize your stablecoin. You're borrowing against the stablecoin, or you're able to mint something against it, which you can speculate or provide liquidity with. And that kind of creates the whole mesh of DeFi that we kind of want to create as an ecosystem in Cosmos. And at the center of all this has to be a reliable, robust stablecoin that the ecosystem relies on. And pretty much what you guys see on the screen here is kind of what we're going after on Comdex, is to create the core structures for DeFi composability for Composite, the stablecoin. Next slide, please. And again, it's kind of beneficial not just to folks as users, but it's also beneficial to other projects and all of us in the ecosystem, because at the end of the day, it's creating additional utility for the tokens. People are able to collateralize something like an Atom or an Osmo, mint stablecoin against it, provide liquidity, or generate lending yield from it. So this is firstly creating utility for all of the tokens. Secondly, it kind of creates liquidity against tokens, and then providing various yield opportunities for holders of these tokens, whether it's foundations themselves or whether it's the average retail user or investor as well. And I guess next slide. I think this might be the last slide. But yeah, I mean, to kind of summarize what we're doing, a lot of us, what we witnessed in the past few weeks has kind of been like a wake-up call, if you will, in the DeFi ecosystem as a whole. Where name of the game has to be composability, and the name of the game has to be sustainability. We're all drawn to high APRs from protocols without questioning where the APRs kind of come from. But creating a permissionless minting of a completely decentralized stablecoin, creating lending, borrowing markets for the stablecoin is kind of like creating distributed and decentralized participation in money markets, which prior to Web3 has never been done in history before. Retail investors can never participate in money markets in traditional finance, and this is kind of a step in that direction to truly decentralize money, or to truly decentralize fiat ultimately, by kind of on-ramping it with the Web3 world. That's kind of the end of my presentation today. Happy to take some questions and talk to you guys.
Thank you, Siddharth. Can you hear me? Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, we have time for 2 more questions. So one question is, can you use synthetic assets as collateral for the stablecoin?
So what asset can be used as a collateral for the stablecoin or not is kind of a function of the liquidity of that asset on the markets. Because ultimately, if there is volatility in that asset, it would be forced to liquidate. And when we liquidate, that liquidity has to be available on the market to take that liquidation. So definitely there is a possibility to have synthetic assets as collateral for minting stablecoin, but it's all a function of how deep the liquidity for that synthetic asset would be in the market at the end of the day. And all being, kind of governance-based, community can kind of discuss and vote such decisions into action as well.
Speaking of liquidity, can I provide liquidity for synthetic gold and silver pairs on an AMM DEX?
That's the plan. When the synthetics, the C asset app, which is currently on DevNet, when it goes live, users will be able to do that. But for those who are interested to kind of figure out how that works, I encourage you guys to check out the DevNet for the C asset app that we have live right now. You guys can go to the faucet, get some CMDX tokens, start collateralizing to mint, let's say, gold, silver, provide long farm or short farm on the AMM as well, to kind of understand how yields will be generated on that when it goes live.
Thank you, Siddharth.
Thank you for having me.
So now let us come to an end. One of the last keynote speakers of today. Also very exciting project. It's again about privacy. Please welcome with me very loudly the CEO of Secret Labs, Guy Süskind.
All right, hi everyone. I'm Guy Ziskind, founder of Secret and CEO of Secret Labs, which is the core development company for Secret. How many people here know about Secret? Okay, pretty cool. Almost everyone. How many people feel they have a working, high-level understanding of what Secret is? Quite a bit less. All right, so that gives me a good opportunity. I won't go too much into detail because I think Secret is much better explained with the things being built on it. Also, I think that's much more exciting. But at a high level, Secret is a COSMOS SDK chain. It's actually one of the first COSMOS SDK chains. And alongside Terra, which is a tough topic this week, but alongside Terra, it was the first fully permissionless smart contract chain. So we were the first to implement COSMWASM smart contracts alongside Terra. But while Terra, for example, focused on stablecoins and other DeFis, Secret had a different secret ingredient, if you will, and that is secret contracts. So the idea in Secret is that all contract executions, everything that happens in smart contracts, is completely private. When a user sends a transaction to a smart contract, the inputs are private. When the contract is being evaluated, its state and state changes remain private, encrypted all the time. And the outputs are sent encrypted to the user. This basically means that Secret Network is not just a smart contract platform, but it's actually the first decentralized computer that allows you to compute over encrypted data. Now, this is already very powerful, and you can do a lot of things on Secret, but there's one more thing to add on top of that, and that is the idea of programmable privacy. So in Secret, everything is private by default. Everything is like a black encrypted box by default. But when you're a developer, you may want to reveal certain data, certain things selectively. That's what we call programmable privacy. For example, imagine a voting contract. It's very useful to have the votes encrypted, to have the votes private so people don't know who voted for whom. But at the same time, everyone needs to know who won the elections. So that has to be made public by the developer. So all of that is available in Secret as a platform. So to give you kind of an idea about Secret by the numbers, I think that's a good exercise. We have 80 validators right now. That's the maximum. Actually, we started with 50, then 70, now recently 80, and that was filled very quickly. And actually, the network will likely vote on increasing that again because the entry level in terms of stake that you need is quite high. There are about 100,000 delegators staking about 60-something% of the total coins, the secret coins, and then there are about 200,000 individual accounts. Now, our estimations is that this number is actually much larger because Secret, after the hub, after Atom, Secret has the largest, the most amount of on-ramps and centralized exchange listings, so we expect that there are many, many more holders on those networks. Other than that, Secret has a vibrant community, a lot of applications. Just this year, these applications have done billions in volume. And we also have a very highly and tightly knit community of, I'd say, about 200,000 people across our channels. But putting like all the technicalities aside and all of the low-level stuff, this is what gets me really exciting. So I've been like obviously ingrained in our ecosystem for who knows how long, and there have been serious teams building for the past year, and they've been building, many of them for more than a year, and many of them are coming now to fruition. And actually a lot of these applications are kind of converging towards a launch this summer, which is why I think Secret Summer is coming, because when those applications launch and when they compose with each other and interoperate, then I think we're going to see a lot of interesting things. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples. I can't touch everything. One of them is hydrofinance. Hydrofinance, to me, is one of the most exciting examples because it's a new take on AMMs. It's actually taking the AMM model and kind of flipping it on its head. So what is the problem, I think, with AMMs today? This is beyond privacy, just AMMs in general. So AMMs today, I don't think they're sustainable. The model basically is, let's pay money for LPs, let's pay subsidies to LPs enough so that they continue to provide liquidity and they don't move somewhere else. And fees usually don't cut it, so usually you have a governance token which gets printed and given out, and that creates a lot of sell pressure on the ecosystem, and that usually isn't sustainable. And so Hydro, what they came up with is a model where the incentives are being, where the protocol itself actually collects revenue from tokens and from all of the liquidity that it has resting. And they've modeled it in such a way that actually once the protocol reaches critical mass, it actually becomes, the token becomes deflationary, and you don't have to rely just on fees, but you also don't have to rely on printing a lot of tokens. So there's a very complicated white paper on the website. If you want the details, go in and read, but to me, that's a huge game changer. The other aspect that I think is extremely interesting with Hydro is how they use secret network and secret contracts abilities. So all of the assets that are kept in Hydro, all of the assets that are provided as LP, they're going to be staked, or at least some of them are going to be staked. And those staked tokens, imagine your like bonded atom, for example. You can now vote with it through Hydro. Like it could be served as a proxy for voting. But Secret Network has privacy in their contracts. So what this actually achieves, it actually means that by extension, anyone who uses Hydro can privately vote on any Cosmos chain proposal, which I think is huge. The other aspect which is extremely important is the fact that all AMMs on Secret are MEV and front-running resistant. This isn't unique to Hydro. There are other DeFi projects making use of it, and the reason is that that's because the inputs in Secret are encrypted. So anyone, even validators trying to extract value, looking at the mempool, they can't actually extract anything because they don't see anything. The other application, and I think that's very timely, that I'm very excited about, is Shade Protocol, Silk. How many people know Shade and Silk? Okay, I thought more would know. Shade Protocol and Silk has been making the rounds and the waves as a very interesting kind of a stablecoin. It has many benefits compared to stablecoins. And in my humble opinion, especially with the unfortunate, let's say, vacuum left by UST, I think Shade has a really good opportunity to actually become the Cosmos stablecoin. So some of its benefit compared to others is that it's obviously completely private. They are building a full DeFi solution around it, so it's going to be composed with a lot of protocols from day one. And another interesting aspect is that it's not directly USD pegged. It's pegged to a basket of assets, which right now come to about like $1.05. So one thing to mention about that, Shade was supposed to take a similar model to Luna, but they've been built to UST, but they've been building an over-collateralized model on the side, and yesterday they actually announced that for obvious reasons, moving to that one, which I think is the right call and going to be much more sustainable. I'm going to go over this very quickly. So another thing I'm very excited on Secret are games. And why are games on Secret different than games on other blockchains? I'm going to say something that maybe is a bit offensive. I don't mean to be offensive. But I think the entire gaming economy on blockchains is complete BS. The fact is that games need scale. I think Cosmos to some extent provide that. But games also need privacy. Any PvP game, most PvE games, they have some form of hidden state. Right? Like if I play poker, you can't see my hand, I can see your hand. If we can see each other's hand, then it's useless. There's no game. And most games are like that. They require hidden state. And Urban Wars, for example, A, it's a high-quality game that's been built for a year, but B, they're making heavy usage of the idea of having hidden state on-chain, not off-chain, for real. And there are really many, many other applications being built on Secret. I think it's over 100 right now. I can't remember all of them. I can describe all of them, but I'm going to give you a taste, so at least you can know what to look up that I think is interesting. There's Altermail, which is a decentralized encrypted P2P messaging protocol. There's Jackal, which is private decentralized storage. There's Stash, which is one of the largest NFT marketplaces in Cosmos in general, not just on Secret. There's Starshell, which I think we'll hear a lot more about, not just in the context of Secret, but in the context of Cosmos in general. I think Starshell would actually become a real contender about being the wallet for Cosmos. And there are many, many others, more than I can actually mention. Now, how many people here are developers? Cool. So I think this is the most important slide for you guys. Like 4 months ago, we announced together with 25 really top VCs, and you can look them up. It's like the biggest name, a $400 million ecosystem fund to support building on our network. We've already started deploying from that fund. The important things to remember about this, I mean, you can take a picture of it, there are the right links, but there are 2 tracks. Track number 1 is for grants. That's kind of like first money in, from 0 to something. That's like up to 50 to 100K, and there's a link here where you can apply for that. The other is if you're already a more well-established project, if you have something that you've built, then you can go for track 2, which is the ecosystem fund, where we connect you with the VCs in our ecosystems, Secret Labs included, and we try to help you get like serious funding. Okay, now I'm going to move to something completely different. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll glance over it. But Secret Labs has recently been building the Legend DAO platform. Now, Legend DAO is essentially a new kind of NFT minting platform. You can go there and projects can mint their NFTs. Usually the idea is to have blue chip projects, but there is a twist. The platform kind of encourages you to stay and to continue to mint and to continue to do stuff. And why is that? Because you have an avatar. You can see a nice example of it here. And that avatar starts like in any like MMORPG game, level 1, no equipment, no anything. The more you participate in the platform, the more quests you take, the more mints you participate, the more stuff you do, your character starts to level up and you start to get equipment. That equipment and having a stronger and a higher level character give you real benefits in the platform. So first and foremost, you get higher staking rewards. They're non-linear. Second, you get whitelist spots for mints, discounts, and many, many other benefits in the platform. Now, why did we as a core development company even look into building Legend DAO? Why are we doing it? The reason is secret NFTs. So about a year ago, when we started the development of the secret NFT concept, we basically realized that Secret Network has a real benefit to improve NFTs as a whole. Not just for Secret, not just for Cosmos, but as a whole. The most common joke about NFTs is the right-click save problem. The idea that an NFT is public, so maybe you own the token for the NFT, but I can go grab the link, go to it, and copy the content, whatever it may be. And when I got really convinced that secret NFTs are the right solution and they're much better, was when I met Quentin Tarantino. And he basically told me that all the largest chains came to him and told him, let's do an NFT project, let's do something together. And he told me that he didn't believe in it. He was a bit more abrasive, but that's the gist of it. And when we told him about secret NFTs, the idea that you can actually encrypt the content if you want, such that only the owner, the collector, can actually see the underlying content, that's when he got excited. He said, that's what I want to do. And that really served as the motivation for us to build Legend DAO, essentially as kind of like a black hole, if you will, an intake platform to bring as many users as we can to be using secret NFTs. And I'm going to finish with this. Legend DAO is going to be launched soon. And the first drop on Legend DAO is going to be with Kevin Smith, another very well-known filmmaker and director. And this is something I'm extremely excited about. The reason is that Kevin is dropping a new movie. He produced a movie, and instead of going to Netflix or to anyone else, we said, okay, let's drop it as an NFT collection such that anyone who buys the NFT, and the NFT would be generative art, it would have a lot of perks, but at the end of the day, it would also give you access to the movie that cannot be copied from the outside. And to me, that's game-changing. And the reason is because I think with this technology, over time, not today, this is experimental, but over time, we'd be able to actually build things like a decentralized Netflix, decentralized Spotify, platforms that connect the artists closer with their audiences, which cannot be done today with intermediaries. And I'm going to really finish with this. This is probably the most important slide. The Kevin Smith drop is going to drop in early July. We actually haven't announced that, so that's a bit of alpha. We'll announce it tomorrow. But we're doing a premiere drop on June 1st. And why would you want to participate in the premiere drop? Because you get the actual NFT. So once the actual NFT drops in July, you're going to get it airdropped to you with the movie. B, there's going to be a better price for this. But C, we're doing a really big event around decentral and consensus. So anyone who's in Austin in June 8th, we're going to hold the first ever Kilroy Was Here premiere. The only way to participate is with this NFT. And there's going to be a really crazy cocktail party in a crazy venue in Austin. And that's going to be with Kevin. He's going to come there, and with the cast, and open for anyone who holds that NFT. Now, one thing to mention, there's a link here. So if you want to participate and get whitelisted, you have to use the link. To be clear, like, people in our community have to go through all kinds of crazy stuff to get in the whitelist. So this is like only going to be open for today or tomorrow, and only for the people in this conference or people who are watching this. And I didn't write the full passcode, but you're going to have to put your secret address and the full passcode, which is Kilroy's secret stash. So that's the point. Kilroy's secret stash, that gets you in the whitelist. So I don't think there's time, but here are my details, the network details, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has them. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. Here, we have a couple of questions for you. The first question is, does Secret Network support the latest version of COSMWASM?
Not yet. So we are working very, very hard on it. Mainnet for COSMWASM v1 is expected in about 3 months. Testnet much sooner, probably 1 to 2 months.
And another question is, could Celestia integrate with Secret?
That's something that I would love the answer to. So we're looking into this. I do think that Cosmos would need rollups, and we are very, very interested in that. So it's a good question.
Then, is there a risk of a fallout if an exploit is found in SGX that cause all past secret transactions to be leaked?
So there's always some risk. I think that risk is blown out of proportions and very, very unlikely. There are mitigations that we are working on, even at this catastrophic event, which are things around forward secrecy and better and more fine-grained key sharing, different key sharings to kind of limit the exposure. But I gotta say one thing. My background is in cryptography. I very much believe in cryptographic solutions. Secret started with the idea of going with a pure cryptographic solutions. That would be 1,000,000 times slower. It's not sustainable today. No developer in this room would use a platform like that. So we made a decision of using the one technology that works, and we've done a lot. Like, we're not sharing that, but if you look at our code, we've done everything possible to mitigate any risks and any fallouts from secure hardware, and we'll continue to do so until the day things like MPC or fully homomorphic encryption are ready for prime time. And when that happens, we'll be the first to implement that.
Then the next question is, what's your plan to attract more liquidity and builders on Secret?
Oh, so 400 million ecosystem fund, and just people who believe in the narrative and the ecosystem. And in terms of liquidity, I think Secret is in DeFi winter right now, because there has been a long time, there's been a long period of time where there were no new DeFi products, but with Hydro Finance and with Shade and with a few other DeFi projects, I think liquidity is going to come very, very fast.
Finally, does Secret still plan to launching open?
Interesting question. So actually, we changed the plan a little bit. So for people who don't know, the idea with open was that we will have another chain side by side that runs, just in the clear, just like pure vanilla COSMWASM. We've taken this to our community. We thought about this a lot, and we don't think it's the right direction. So Secret actually, I didn't touch it on the talk, but within 6 months, Secret will probably be one of, if not the fastest chain, even with its privacy properties, in the Cosmos stack. So there's no reason to kind of like force anything right now. We're just doubling down on building that and going to deliver that within 6 months. And with that in mind, we just didn't really see the reason to do it.
Guys, who's kind? And now, let us get to the very last panel of the Gateway Conference 2022. Therefore, I welcome Jahed Moment to the stage. He will talk about ecological assets, the next frontier of DeFi in Cosmos. Welcome, Jahed.
Thanks for sticking around for the last talk. Last talk, yay. All right. Let's do this. I'll get you out of here on time. So I'm from Cerulean Ventures, which is a micro fund focused on region and Cosmos. And so today I'm going to talk to you about this mouthful, ecological assets, the next frontier of DeFi. So let's get into it. So why does this matter? We're in a climate crisis. This isn't really a climate conference, but just setting a bit of the context. What does that mean? Well, carbon is a major part of it. It's probably all you hear about. We're emitting a lot of carbon, et cetera. We must not only stop emitting this much carbon, we also must find a way to trap it, or some of the worst stuff will happen this century. But there's more to this than carbon, right? There's watersheds, there's topsoil, there's oceans, there's air quality, some of the stuff happening in Pakistan. I come from the US. We're used to seasonal fires, smoke, masks way before coronavirus in California and Oregon, right? So watersheds, they're critical for food supply, right? So if you look at the US, if we have the worst warming scenarios, fisheries are going to decline by 50%. Topsoil is rapidly eroding. There's a bit of alarmism around this stuff where it's like we have 60 harvests left. That's not really true, but in some places across the world, the most fertile lands have about 100 years left. Ocean health is rapidly degrading. The ocean traps about 80% of the carbon in the atmosphere, which is really important. As everything heats up, it's going to be able to trap less carbon. Air quality, like I said, is already responsible for 7 million additional deaths annually. So, and in all of this, traditional institutions have failed to act. So, we're at a crypto conference. This is usually the part where I tell you about, decentralization, et cetera. We're going to get there. But basically, if you look at traditional institutions, they've had 26 years to actually get their butts in gear to begin to address this. And then if you start Googling some of this stuff, you see alarmism, like we have 10 years to save the planet. It's really more like we have 10 years to save ourselves. And if the centralized institutions have failed to act, it's really kind of up to us, and it always has been, right? So in addition to all of this, as a result of this, public trust has fallen, right? So like seasonally, across the last several decades, no one really trusts institutions to act anymore. So this all sounds pretty grim. Why has it been so difficult to act, right? Of course, incentives have a lot to do with it, right? So let's get into that. Like, what does that actually mean? Well, financial incentives are probably part of it, but not all of it. If you look at ecological, if you look at ecosystem services, The forest accounts for something like, this is according to economists, right? $4.7 trillion of economic input comes from the forest. That's stuff like sequestering carbon, producing clean air, all that kind of stuff. If you try to slap a dollar amount on it, this is what the economists think it is. If you look at the services of the ocean, right? Food, clean water, watersheds, all that, about 1.5 trillion. This third one, I don't mean to mislead you, but it's actually more of a cost. It's not a contribution, but essentially something like air pollution to the US and EU economies costs about $1.1 trillion per year. And then if you look at the total value of ecosystem services, the inputs that go into the economy for everything we produce, it's about anywhere in the range of 16 to 54 trillion. So it's not necessarily that money is the problem, but at the same time, these are really complex things, ecosystems. Trying to deconvolute them to see what we can actually build out of that is pretty difficult. So one of the things is that it's actually pretty hard to measure what's happening in an ecosystem, right? There are lots of technologies for this stuff, but they lead to things like double counting, other things we might be familiar with here, right? So if I am sitting in a project in Indonesia and I'm trying to build, maybe I'm trying to keep a peat bog in a place where it's sequestering a ton of carbon, and I measure that and I'm trying to compare that against a carbon asset from a farm project in Australia, it's actually pretty hard to compare those things and hard to measure their impact in the same way. They're not fungible, right? And so what's hard to measure opens itself up to gaming in some ways, right? The folks who are doing this stuff, they're not bad people. They're just responding to the incentives in front of them, right? What's hard to measure is actually pretty hard to price as well, right? These are actually, when you think about the liquidity in the crypto markets, these are mostly illiquid assets, right? There's not like, other than carbon credits and a few other things, there's not a lot of liquidity here, so it's actually hard for price discovery. And then couple that all together and it's pretty hard to verify impact, right? So if you are a person who's trying to trap carbon with your land, it's very easy for you to say, hey, I could just cut down these trees and sell them for timber. Not a problem, someone will pay me for that. But if I actually end up wanting to trap some carbon here and then get carbon credits for this, how will I verify that happens? Well, there's a handful of entities here who actually are involved in that business, and it's pretty hard to get them to not double count and to coordinate. So coordination, obviously that's a big theme of this conference and blockchain conferences in general. So just to recap, difficulty measuring, illiquid assets, middlemen, coordination failures. Some of this should sound familiar, right? It's not necessarily that blockchains are a totalizing solution for everything, but there are some features here that we can work with, right? So for instance, despite all the chicanery of the last couple of weeks, liquidity in crypto and natural asset markets seem to be rapidly growing in tandem with each other. We think at Cerulean Ventures that the stage is set for a huge liquid market in crypto eco-credits. But if you look at that market today, it's really small, right? So if you've heard of Toucan Protocol, those folks are bridging a lot of the carbon from the Vera registry on chain. Klima DAO, which was kind of famous towards the end of last year, crashed a ton as well. And if you look here, like Osmosis as of yesterday is about 10 times bigger than the closest regenerative finance project, right? So there's a lot of work to do. So now if you think back to the market, the projected market cap, the worth of these services, they're huge. We need rapid scale. And what I mean by this is if you take just carbon, right? It's projected that by 2030, we'll need to regenerate something like, sorry, I misspoke. We need something like 10 gigatons of carbon credits produced to have a flourishing market by 2030 for us to avoid the worst scenarios of climate change. And that would require reforesting an area about 35 times the size of the UK. So that's just something that is out of the hands of a handful of institutions that honestly, if you look at Vera, they have like 30 employees, right? That's going to be, it's a pretty tall ask for a small organization. So we need scale, and we actually have a use case for decentralization. And we need to bring these things on chain, right? So why on chain assets? I'll cover a couple of these. I think some of them are pretty straightforward, but basically, I mentioned earlier that it's hard to compare carbon assets from one part of the world to another. Methodologies are different, ecologies are different. So being able to capture some of that uniqueness as an NFT perhaps is one way to do this. Instant access to global markets. The voluntary carbon market is not a super liquid global market, right? And there's an opportunity there for us to create that market. Now, if you actually then look at natural capital assets, right? If you're thinking of tokenizing some of these natural assets, you could begin to use them as collateral in DeFi markets, right? You could actually lend in the future to bring a carbon project to life today. Instead of cutting down some trees, you could actually use that future worth of those credits to do something today, right? That's a potential use in the IBC economy. And then I mentioned verification a little bit, right? There are, as of yet, non-existent oracles that you could actually use to look at some of the methodologies we've developed in the last 15 to 20 years to say, hey, take kind of, I came from Barcelona, right? So that's where I live. When I open up my phone, most days during the week, it says unhealthy. The air quality is terrible, right? So that's because cars are driving into the city. Now, if you wanted to say, hey, what if in a 20-block radius, we wanted to make an area where it's actually difficult for cars to come in and out, and then we would want to incentivize bikes or micro-mobility to come in and take its place. You need a way to verify that change in ecological state. And we have the technology to do that. There's sensors, there's satellite imagery, there's a number of other things that you could put into play here. But you then run into the same verification problem. But if you can actually build smart contracts on some of those sensors, then you actually open up a design space where we could begin to play with some of these things and see how can we regenerate the air quality in cities, right? And of course, the last thing, there's a real use case for decentralization here, right? Like, if you look at the total land mass on Earth, indigenous land stewards, farming projects, there's no way that we'll be able to get everyone on the same page for global coordination in a centralized way through a handful, 4 entities, right? So this is why we think that Cosmos and Region are a great place to build this movement, right? Folks have been beating these 3 things to death. I'll cover them quickly, but basically, the idea would be that with the sovereignty inherent to Cosmos, you could potentially make the complexity of an ecosystem legible as a sovereign app chain. And with that, you then have the patterns, the software patterns inherent to IBC and the Cosmos SDK to enable the transfer and trade of natural capital assets between these app chains. And lastly, with composability, this would kind of be the dream, and honestly, it's kind of a far-off technocratic dream. It's maybe not possible, but it's probably worth experimenting with. This idea of ecological composability between all facets of these complex systems. So what does all that mean? Well, I kind of walked through this contrived example of smart contracts, but once you actually have sovereign chains and composability, you could build things on top of these that don't exist yet today, and I'll touch on some of those things at the end. And then lastly, kind of a pitch for Cosmos. I hope some developers are left in the room, right? But this was supposed to say 2023, but it's okay. I'm sure we're going to come back from the events of last week. But I still think it is the year of DeFi and Cosmos with Interchain accounts coming online. What we're actually doing, and shout out to Billy Rennekamp here, if he's still here. Thanks for kind of telling everybody what's possible with Interchain accounts. One of those things, the very first use case that he talked about today, was if you're a sovereign app chain with Interchain accounts, you can on Regen access carbon credit supply and offset your own transactions just with Interchain accounts, right? So that's pretty powerful. EVM liquidity. If you look across the EVM ecosystem with things like Celo and Polygon, they're quickly becoming kind of the center of gravity around a lot of what's happening with refi projects. But in Cosmos, I personally am pretty agnostic on this type of stuff. I'm not going to tell you to, if you're building somewhere and you already have traction, we don't really care if it's an EVM. It's fine, because I think within the next year or two, you're going to see a lot of that liquidity be able to access. You're going to be able to access it on Cosmos. And lastly, with IBC, there's ICF and some amazing teams I can't name here who are going to make all of this really more of a reality in the coming years. And we think these patterns together will kind of converge on this movement to partly convert some degens to regions. Zaki, if you saw his talk yesterday, it was kind of a pieing to degens, right? And honestly, I love him. If you've heard what I've said here, price discovery and liquidity are really important for these markets. Degens do these things. That's actually good, right? And luckily, some of this stuff is not imaginary. It's already happening, right? So one example, the Regen network is bringing NCTs from Toucan protocol into the IBC economy. This is a 3-step process. First step was we worked with Osmosis to set up a proposal to basically offset their entire carbon, their carbon output since the beginning of their existence as a chain. That passed by over 90%. So that's happening right now as we speak. Secondly, we're going to establish a Regen NCT pool on Osmosis. So that means like me, if you came from Barcelona to Prague, it's about 260 kilograms of carbon. Not that I'm not one of those people who computes this all the time. I did it for this talk, right? So I'm not always like obsessed with my carbon number, not one of those people. But if you were interested in this kind of thing, as an enterprise, as a consumer, you could actually come to Osmosis and you could purchase an NCT and offset your carbon credit. And just, I've been in talks over the years where I'm like, well, what does that actually mean, right? What happens when I'm participating in this market? On the supply side, someone who is on the regen network has had regen scientists come to their place, use the methodologies to measure soil carbon, to measure the types of forests that are there, the types of things that are planted, and make an estimate of carbon that's going to be trapped in that ecosystem for the next year. They go and validate those measurements, then they generate a credit tied to the carbon market's price for that carbon. So when you come up there and say, hey, I'm going to buy this, you are literally financing that person because that person's tract of land has been turned to a credit. When you pay, they claim that credit, and you get to offset your carbon. That's how the carbon market works, just in simple terms, right? Because I know I was very confused by it when I first saw it. So why does this matter? Well, we've kind of shown that we can establish a bottom-up market for ecological regeneration in Cosmos, right? And if you think back to the scale problem, this is really important. It's really important in the next 8 years, this century, for us to do this, because I personally don't think that it's going to happen at the nation-state level of coordination. I mean, I hope it does, right? But so far, it's not looking that good. And then if we look at the way these things are set up as protocol and incentives on regen, that's going to give us an opportunity to use some of the revenue generated from these things to produce things that we don't yet have. Things like, this is why we need your help when you think about building blocks. We don't have monitoring, reporting, and verification technologies that are decentralized. We do have some people working on carbon futures markets, but that's, by no means is that set. Decentralized oracles, there's Band Protocol, there's how many other, there's Odin, there's a couple of folks who are building oracles in Cosmos. We'd love to, help out there. Eco-credit futures modeling, there's some folks in our portfolio who are working on this, but by all means, we need more people working on this. So basically, if you're looking at, DeFi and you're like, oh, I want to build something there, it looks like, when token go up, I'm trying to tell you that there's a $16 to $54 trillion market of tokens that has not been tokened yet. So pay attention. And then quickly, some conclusions. Basically, we are in a climate emergency, depending on who you ask. In America, depending on who you ask especially. DeFi on Cosmos, I still think we're super bullish on that. There's a lot of infrastructure that when compared to other chains that we still need to build this year and next year and in the coming years. There are ecological state innovations already happening here, right, within Regen Network and outside of it that we can take advantage of. And we think that all these things will kind of come together for a movement that will take degens to regens. And not all of them, of course. We still, I'm not trying to convert all of you, just trying to call your attention to some things, right? So that's it. I'm about 30 seconds over, but we'll see if anyone has questions. And thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jahid. And yes, we have time for one last question. So the last question of this event is your question, so what an honor. So what do you think about Climate-DAO and Token Protocol? Why Climate-DAO crashed so hard because of crazy API pre-sale? What do you think?
Oh, man. People are calling them out, and now I have to call them out. No, I'm not gonna do it too much. But why did it crash? There are some folks who've been involved in, in Klima across the Cosmos, since the beginning. And what I think, it's more important to call the fact what we learned from Klima, right? So if you're not familiar with Klima, right, they kind of came, their DAO came online last year, their token came out, it got as high as $4,000, then it crashed down to about 16, where it is today. One of the things that I learned from that, which is important, is one of the things they're trying to prove out is, hey, there are really, really cheap sub $1 and $1 credits left out there in the carbon market, and our hypothesis is that, in the compulsory carbon markets, people are not acting on this because, it's only $1 per ton, we can act on it forever, that price is not going to go up. So a lot of what Klima was thinking was, hey, what if we went out there and bought every single $1 carbon credit that we can with the treasury, lock it up, and apply an API incentive for you to put your money in and help us purchase them, right? Well, what do we learn from that is that the carbon markets and the carbon pools are really low quality, poorly verified, and no one has checked in on those projects forever. They're not actually worth that much. Like one of them in particular was this hydroelectric plant in China that no one has checked on in 8 years. So no one has any idea if they've actually done any of the things they said they would do. And so naturally, you're holding this bucket of really poor assets, poorly verified assets, and no market making happened as a result of that, right? No one panicked and said, oh shit, we got to go and buy $2, $3, $5 carbon credits. So that's just how this kind of works in the price crash, right? That's one reason. I'm not an expert on all market making, but that's one learning I took away from it. And that's, you know, it's good. I'm sorry Klima had to learn it with their market cap, but it's an important thing for us to learn.
Thank you, Jahid. And now, let us bring this thing over the finish line. First of all, thanks to you guys for attending this conference in these very, very rough times, as I said at the beginning of the conference. And now I want to just give a big shout out to our gold partners who made this event possible. Rockaway, Agoric, Exelon, and Juno. And of course, a big shout out to all the silver partners, and of course, a big shout out to the media partners. And with that said, I don't want to waste your time anymore. So I see you next year in Prague. I hope I see many of you guys in Korea at Hackathon. And of course, I hope I see a lot of you guys in September in Medellin. Hasta luego, señores y señoritas, en Medellin, Colombia.